Nu-Turn push through Zom's smoke and the gravity well at the door of a lobby. Lakia is spotted by Shazam's recon bolt. Right after, Lakia is able to tag Shazam with his own L drone, giving Nu-Turn visibility on his location as he retreats into the A site. Now, Nu-Turn feel like they have enough intel to continue onto the A site. They set up a split push by sending 3 players down A long and 2 players with a spike to short. Sick rotates over to A site to support Shazam, but the other members of Sentinel stay put. Sentinels are careful to not over-rotate too early here, as they've only spotted 1 or 2 members of Nu-Turn at this point. Nu-Turn are now ready to enter the site. Suggest kicks things off by tossing in a paint shell to the corner of A short. Sick mollies the A short entrance in response to keep him out, but it's going to take more than that to slow down Suggest. He bounces over the molly with his blast packs, landing safely onto A site with his showstopper locked and loaded in hand. But Sentinels are nowhere to be found. That's because they've opted for the retake strategy already this round. Rather than risk a 2v5 fight, Sick and Shazam hang back at the defender's spawn, giving control of A site to Nu-Turn while they wait for the rest of the teammates to arrive for a group push. High-level Valorant is all about risk calculation. On the surface, it may seem strange that they're allowing Nu-Turn a free spike plant, but in the bigger picture, that's a smaller price to pay than losing 2 players in an early, unfavorable fight. Now, Nu-Turn get the spike planted and Sentinels group up in spawn. The retake's about to begin, and it's already a 4v5 in favor of Sentinels after Shazam scored a lucky pick by spraying through a smoke. Sentinels kick off their retake by activating a gravity well on top of the spike, attempting to catch whoever planted it. They hook Suggest in, setting up for an easy kill for Sick in heaven. From this position, Sick can't see any more opponents, but his teammates in A tunnel have a read on Allow. He revealed his location in Hell by tossing a smoke from there just a moment ago. They communicate this to Sick, who goes for a crazy play to catch Allow off guard. Sick curves a flash into Hell, drops down immediately, taking Allow out with a headshot. However, Allow manages to take Dapper down with him in the scramble. Sentinels aren't concerned though, as they still have 2 players over Nu-Turn. Now, we've seen it happen on our end, but let's check in with Shazam to hear what was going through his head during this play.
Zoms immediately uses his Astra ult to cut off the chokes of the site. So they have to get the bomb down, and now they have to decide if they're going to sit in empty corners of the site or if people are going to play outside the site. It kind of like splits them off, and the retake is set up immediately. Everyone rotates in. I leave Heaven to set up a recon dart, scan who's on site. Zoms has a gravity well on default that gets Sick a kill, and then he usually flashes out of Heaven. And now the recon dart's cleared every corner of site. Sick gets the kill under Heaven. We know the remaining 2 have to be outside of the site because they were behind Astra's ultimate. It's just like protocols we follow for these retakes. And it was good on me and Sick to recognize that, you know, they're committing to A site. You need to give up control and play retake in that scenario. You shouldn't try to go for a kill and lose man disadvantage, because as you can see, like, everyone's utility matters for this retake. So you can't be like half trying to hold the site and like half committed to the retake. Like, we fully just left the site, and that's how the round played out for us.
The remaining Nu-Turn players Solo and Lakia split off earlier to check for lurkers. They now hold their defensive positions and wait for Sentinels to approach. Zoms and Shazam locate Solo and swing the corner together to increase their chances of winning the fight. Solo dies to the hands of Zoms, but he's able to take Shazam out with him. The decision to peek this corner as a pair is another great example of Sentinel's resource management and awareness. While they could have gone for a 1v1, they knew that sending 2 players would increase their chance of eliminating him, even if it meant training 1 player. In their current position of a man advantage, trading is extremely valuable as it decreases Nu-Turn's potential to make a comeback while maintaining their overall lead. When attempting a retake, always be aware of what resources you have over your opponents and how you can spend those resources to maintain an advantage. As the last man standing for Nu-Turn, Lakia finds himself in a tricky spot. He waits patiently for Sick to start defusing and is able to score the kill. But little did he know, Tens was waiting right around the corner ready to strike. Tens finishes it off, scoring the final kill and completing a perfect retake with resources left to spare. And that's the play. Now that we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Patience is a virtue for every great player. Don't get too jumpy on defense and rotate early. Sometimes it's safer to wait things out until you've got more information. In the heat of the moment, managing risk is key. Sometimes it's best to fall back on a site and play for retakes rather than ending up in an unfavorable fight. Always be aware of what resources you and your opponents have. When you're in the lead, don't be afraid to spend some of those resources to keep your advantage going. Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune in to the VCT, of course, to learn more pro strats to bring to your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules and all the information you may ever need, head over to ValorantEsports.com. And that's it for Decoded 2021. Check out the full Decoded playlist for all the tips and tricks you may ever need. It's all there for you. Free, ready for the taking. And well, we'll be seeing you again, hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? It's me done. Catch you next time.
안녕하세요.
아이고 왜?
아우 무리 아파.
안녕하세요.
다 올려주세요.
저희가 대회 끝나고 원래 쉬는 날이어가지고
귀한 휴가 시간에 이렇게 출연해주신 거예요?
그렇죠. 제가 더운 걸 굉장히 싫어하는데 좀 시원하더라고요, 날씨가. 나중에 돈 많이 벌어서 아이슬란드에 살까 생각도 했어요. 민철이 형, 아이슬란드에서 찍은 멋있는 사진 좀 있나요?
오! 누가 누군지 못 알아보겠는데요?
마스크팩을 거기 온천에서 주는 건데 되게 너무 좋았어요. 한 번 더 가고 싶어요.
아니, 저는 딱 한 번만 가면 충분한 것 같아요, 제 생각에는. 제 자리는 이제 구석 자리.
조실점 감도를 물어보시는 팬분들이 많아가지고
감도는 일단은 이거 보면은 일단 DPI는 400 DPI를 쓰고 있고 인게임 감도는 0.4를 쓰고 있어요. 조준점은 152 쓰고 있어요. 초록 색깔. 이게 해상도마다 모양이 달라지거든요. 근데 저는 해상도를 1280, 960 이 해상도를 쓰고 있어요. 보통은 1920, 1080 많이 쓰는데 저는 그냥 눈이 편하더라고요. 그냥 보는데 잘 보이고. 레이즈라는 요원을 위주로 팁을 드릴 것 같아요. 레이즈의 매력은 일단은 불리하게 싸우질 않아요. 페인트탄도 있고 폭발봇도 있어가지고 과장하자면 2대1을 하는 듯한 느낌?
어떤 성향의 유저들이 사용하면 좋을까요?
근데 레이즈는 좀 공격적이면 공격적일수록 더 좋은 거고 머리 잘 쓰는 플레이어들은 그에 맞게 또 스킬 활용을 잘 해서 하면 되는 캐릭터라 성향은 딱히 안 타는 것 같아요. 일단 첫 번째는 레이즈의 폭발봇을 이용해서 바인드의 중요한 땅들 먹는 방법 알려드릴 거고요. 이 바인드에는 중요한 땅들이 딱 두 가지가 있어요. 후카 하나랑 이제 목욕탕이라고 하죠. 샤워 쪽 폭발봇으로 편하게 먹을 수 있는지 알려드릴 것 같아요. 브리츠라는 요원이 쇼 쪽에서 균열을 넣어주면은 베스를 빨리 먹으려고 나오는 적은 진탕을 맞고 수류탄 까고 상대가 밀려나면은 이제 폭발봇을 굴려주는과 동시에 피킹, 샤워를 넣어주시면 됩니다. 그다음 후카를 먹을 수 있는 방법은 지금 이 부분에 조준점을 두고 굴려줍니다. 이따가 왼쪽 있다 하면은 살짝 일자로 맞추고 앞으로 가는 폭을 던져줍니다. 그럼 자연스럽게 왼쪽에 있는 적은 바로 죽죠.
Okay. One enemy remaining.
공격적인 이제 플레이어들은 폭발봇을 무시하고 그냥 나와가지고 저를 죽이는 경우가 있어요. 좀 조심해야 될 것 같아요, 그런 거를. 두 번째 팁은 이제 브리치의 성광과 레이즈의 점프팩으로 순식간에 진입해서 이제 적을 잡아내는 이제 모습을 좀 보여드리려고 합니다. 이제 레이즈가 브리치 캐릭터한테 이제 이 타이밍에 섬광 지원을 해달라 말을 해줘야 돼요. 섬광 까! 섬광 까! 이런 식으로
Satchel out.
첫 번째 폭발팩이 터질 때쯤에 이제 성광을 까야 되는데 타이밍이 안 맞으면 거의 레이저가 죽게 돼요. 잘 까야 돼요, 진짜.
마지막으로 알아두면은 그래도 쓸데있는 수류탄 2가지를 알려드리려고 합니다. 설치 사운드가 들리면은 이 탱크 뒤에서 여기 이쪽에 그냥 던지시면 됩니다. 스파이크가 떨어지면서 상대를 그냥 쉽게 잡는 모습. 가운데 부위에다가 수류탄을 이렇게 딱 조준점을 맞춰가지고 이렇게 수류탄을 던져주시고 총을 들고 이렇게 나오는 적, 수류탄을 피하려고 나오는 적을 이렇게 잡아주면 됩니다.
There. There. One enemy remaining. There.
레이즈 폭탄이 날라오면 사람 심리상이 피하게 되는데 이 피하다가도 훅카 있는 적한테 죽고 안 피해도 이제 폭탄을 맞아 죽기 때문에 그냥 죽을 수밖에 없는 것 같아요.
Okay. There. Okay. One enemy remaining. Satchel out. There. There. One enemy remaining. There.
뭐 잘하시는 분들, 못하시는 분들 다 계실 텐데 제가 아는 레이지의 이제 좀 방법 같은 것들을 알려드리면서 좀 더 유저들이 재밌고 좀 더 수준 높은 이제 게임을 했으면 좋겠습니다. 잘하려면 노력해라. 똑똑히 봐라.
2021 발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 3 발로란트 클러치 인사이드의 분석관 미르다입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 분석관 김태전입니다.
저번 주말부터 더블 엘리미네이션이 시작이 됐는데요. 싱글 엘리미네이션을 통해 TNL, 누턴, F포크, 비전 스트라이커즈 1번 시도권을 확보를 했고 담원기아가 2번 시도로 A조로 올라가게 되면서 어떻게 보면 A조가 좀 죽음의 조지 않나라는 생각이 드는데요.
확실히 이번 스테이지 3에선 상향풍 진화가 많이 됐다 보니까 모든 팀이 강력한데 또 마스터스를 갔다왔던 누턴을 상대로 한 1세트를 가져갔던 DFR이 있는 D조가 의외로 굉장히 빡빡하지 않나 그렇게 생각이 되고 있습니다.
어떻게 보면 D조는 좀 의외성으로
네.
저는 개인적으로 A조가 그대로 죽음을 주지 않나라는 생각이 듭니다. 그 중에서도 최근에 또 강력한 모습을 보이는 F4Q가 있기 때문에 그렇지 않나라는 생각이 드는데요. 오늘의 클러치 인사이드 더 이상 관계팀은 없다. 강력한 우승 후보 F4Q와 고행거 프린스의 첫 번째 매치를 들여다보겠습니다.
싱글 엘리미네이션의 마지막 경기이자 빅매치였습니다.
네.
고행고 프린스와 F4Q의 경기였는데 조직력의 고행고 프린스냐 혹은 이제 공격력의 F4Q냐의 창과 방패의 대결이었습니다.
맞습니다. 고행고의 경우에는 아낙스 선수 영입 이후에 끈끈한 팀워크가 좀 더 돋보였고요. 반대로 F4Q 같은 경우에는 에스퍼란자 선수를 영입을 하면서 좀 더 정보 수집을 통해서 상대방을 오히려 잡아먹는 식의 운영 그리고 카운터 치는 운영도 상당히 많이 나왔다 보니까 두 팀 다 어떻게 보면 리빌딩적인 면에서는 성공적으로 리빌딩이 됐다라고 말할 수 있겠습니다.
확실히 리빌딩이 된 이후에 두 팀 다 안정감과 조직력이 많이 올라간 상태였는데 상대 전적 자체는 고행고가 좀 우세인 상태였거든요.
네.
F4Q가 본인들이 잘하는 어센트 전장에서 고행고 상대로 좋은 모습을 보여주냐가 정말 관건인 매치였습니다.
맞습니다. 이번 세트 같은 경우에는 양 팀 다 전략적인 움직임을 준비를 해왔습니다. 고행고 프린스 같은 경우에는 기존과 마찬가지로 끈끈한 팀워크를 위주로 플레이를 했습니다. 누군가 한 명이 나가가지고 변수를 많이 만든다기보다는 아군과 다 같이 해서 트레드킬을 최대한 날 수 있는 부분으로 플레이를 많이 이끌어 나갔는데 이번 경기 경기에서는 상대방을 카운터 치기 위해서 오퍼레이터를 변수로 둔다거나 아니면 백사이드 쪽에 빠져가지고 상대방에 들어오는 거로 오히려 카운터 치는 전략을 준비를 해왔는데요. 반대로 F4Q 같은 경우에는 이전에는 정보를 메인으로 수집하는 선수가 많이 없었다 보니까 엔트리들한테 상당히 부담감을 주는 게임들이 상당히 많았습니다. 그런데 이번에 에스퍼란자 선수가 들어오게 되면서 정보 수집을 통해서 상대방의 위치를 체크한 뒤에 엔트리들이 들어가는 식의 운영이 나오기 시작하면서 어떻게 보면 소가를 영입한 게 신의 한 수였지 않았나. F4Q 입장에서는 어떻게 보면 날개를 달았다. 스킬적인 부분이나 아니면 팀호흡적인 부분들이 상당히 많이 올라가게 되면서 에스퍼란자 선수의 영입 자체만으로도 전체적으로 상승했다라고 볼 수 있겠습니다.
근데 이번에 확실히 에스페란자 선수가 들어오면서 기존에 있던 줌바 선수와 에피나 선수가 오더에 좀 더 힘을 실을 수 있는 정보량을 주다 보니까 5명이 전부 다 공격성과 수비성에서 안정감이 많이 올라간 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 우리의 F4Q가 달라졌다는 걸 볼 수 있었던 4라운드 함께 보시죠.
F4Q가 이제 에임으로만 들이대는 팀이 아닙니다. 두 번의 심리전을 통해 가지고 A를 빈집을 털어버렸어요.
그렇죠.
일단은 이번에 고행고에서 확실히 아낙스 선수와 코사 선수가 영입이 되면서 오더적이나 좀 조직력으로 많이 올라갔는데
네.
특히 코사 선수가 들고 왔던 이 KO가 버니 선수의 폭발팩을 막기 위해 A 쪽이 셋업이 된 상황이었어요. A 쪽에 3명이 배치됐고
네.
이게 사실상 전부 다 버니 선수를 막기 위한 셋업이었어요.
그렇죠. B사이트는 아예 그냥 비워놨습니다. 상대방이 들어오더라도 스킬을 다 빼고 들어올 수 있게 그리고 본인들이 리테이크할 수 있는 환경을 만들어 놓기 위해서 미리미리 작업을 쳐놓은 상태에서 어떻게 보면 거미줄을 치고 그냥 기다리고 있었다. 자, F4Q 입장에서는 예전에는 그냥 한 사이트에서 그냥 오르내는 식의 운영을 했었다면은 지금은 넓게 펼쳐져서 상대방이 나오는 전진을 최대한 막아주고 맵을 좀 넓게 사용하는 모습이 눈에 띄게 보이고 있는데요. 본인들이 원하는 곳에 정보를 수집을 하면서 갈 수 있는 기반을 닦아놓고 있는 거죠.
근데 KO가 나온 순간부터 F4Q는 알고 있었을 거예요. 그래서 바로 폭발팩을 쓰는 게 아니고 폭발복과 드론만 굴려서 상대방의 위치를 확인하려고 하는데 그걸 보자마자 코사 선수가 제로 포인트를 쓰면서 스킬을 이제 제압을 시키죠.
네.
그 위치가 들키다 보니까 바로 페이크를 줍니다. 그래서 다른 사이트로 돌려야겠다. 그리고 바로 들어오는 게 아니고 시간이 남지 않은 상황임에도 불구하고 바로 들어오지 않다 보니까 고행고 입장에서는 이게 B사이트로 돌렸나? 이런 의심을 할 수밖에 없게 되죠.
그렇죠. 이렇게 돌리는 운영은 F4Q 이때까지 나온 적 거의 없었지 않았습니까?
아, 그렇죠. 정말 우직했어.
네.
A 못 막으니까 들어간다. 이런
그러니까요.
느낌이었는데 우리 빠질게. 미안해. 너무 많네. 돌아갈게. 이런 액션을 주다 보니까 고행고 입장에서도 얘네가 진짜 B로 돌렸나? 하면서 바로 백업을 가는 모습이 나옵니다.
그렇죠. 실제로 2명의 인원이 B사이트로 이동을 하면서 A사이트에 어떻게 보면 허점이 좀 생겼던 게 포인트지 않나라는 생각이 듭니다. 그 타이밍에 맞춰가지고 F4Q는 다시 A사이트를 준비를 하고 뛰쳐 들어가는 모습이 어떻게 보면은 이때부터 좀 갈리지 않았나라는 생각이 드는데요. 그러면서 A사이트를 완벽하게 정리를 했기 때문에 F4Q 입장에서는 어떻게 보면 미드도 먹어놨고 A도 먹어놨기 때문에 거의 한 70%는 이 라운드는 먹고 들어갔다라고 볼 수 있겠습니다.
네, 그리고 여기 5K 선수의 이 럴킹 위치 때문에 고행고 입장에서는 메인까지 돌아서 뒤를 잡아야겠다라는 생각을 할 수가 없는 게 어디에 5K 선수가 있는지 모르다 보니까 아무래도 아군 베이스 라인으로 가다 보니까 한정적인 루트로 리테이크를 할 수밖에 없게 되고 오히려 F4Q는 좀 수월하게 막을 수 있는 입장이 됐습니다.
고행고 프린스 입장에서 A사이트를 리테이크하기 위해서는 나무 라인 쪽을 꼭 먹고 있었어야지 리테이크를 할 수 있었었는데 미드를 먹고 있었던 5K 선수가 럴킹으로 숏을 잡아내면서 상대방한테 흠집을 냈던 게 어떻게 보면 핵심 포인트지 않나라는 생각이 듭니다. 물론 트레드킬은 냈지만 이미 미드 쪽에 누군가 있다고 의식을 하고 있는 고행고 프린스다 보니까 더욱더 볼 곳이 많아졌고 양각이기 때문에 고행고 프린스 입장에서 이미 게임이 기울었다.
애초에 리테이크는 좀 어려우니까 총기를 살려야 하는 입장이 되는 고행고일 수밖에 없었습니다.
그래서 마지막 할배 선수까지 다운되면서 F4Q의 전략이 이전과는 다르게 한층 더 성장했다라는 모습이 보여줬던 담겨있는 라운드지 않나라는 생각이 드네요.
네, 이거는 확실히 고행고가 준비를 잘 해오긴 했어요. 그런데 한 번 더 꼬아서 F4Q가 준비를 했죠. 한층 템포를 참거나 혹은 A 가는 척하면서 B를 가고 또 B 가는 척하면서 또 A를 가는 우리 심리전인 모습이 나오다 보니까 고행고의 입장에서는 좀 막기 어렵지 않았나.
무전략이 전략인 팀에서 이제는 전략적인 플레이까지 가능해진 F4Q 베를린까지 가게 될지 중요한 관전 포인트지 않았나라는 생각이 드는데요.
확실히 강팀 반열에 많이 올랐다. 그리고 광대팀은 아니다.
그렇죠. 더블 엘리미네이션의 치열한 경쟁이 펼쳐지고 있는 발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 3 다음 3회차 분석에서 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다. 다음에 만나요. 안녕.
그대로 해체가 완료됩니다. 자, 램프 저지는 보자.
너슈. 오, 재밌었네. 많이 폈다.
그래서 1대1구도 계속 지거든. 우리 그냥 같이 2대1구도 만들 수 있는데 그게 안 나서 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아. 그런 것만 조심해주면 될 것 같아.
중요한 거는 현이가 칼폭이 완성이 된 거죠. 그러면서
이거 내가 볼 때 롱아 이거 올 것 같거든?
야 지금 오면 페이크 테일이래.
오케이 밀었냐? 롱 밀었냐 얘네? 안 밀었어
몰라.
안 밀었어
몰라.
이겼다 제트
우리 삐롱 확인했다. 우리 삐롱 확인했어. 텔.
뭐 봐줘
안 나왔어.
여기 나온다
삐 하나.
가는 중 하나 더
그렇지, 잡았어.
패스 하나 나이스 서람대
짧은 길에 3명 추가했던 DFR의 선택이
네.
결과론적으로는 진입 상태를 안 맞는 게 연결이 됐어요.
형 양각으로 볼래? 램프 먹지마 그냥 여기서 더블로 봐 램프 나이스 나 어때 샷 오늘 어떤데?
오늘 좋다. 나이스. 상대 브리치 궁도 뺐어. 상대 제트 무조건 궁 쓸 거야, 이번
쓸 거야.
이번에 제트한테 좀 맞춰줄 것 같거든, 상대? 이거
소바
브리치
그
삐이랑
2,000원이거든.
소바랑 조심.
야 이거
오퍼 조심. 6,000원 오퍼 조심. 6,000원 오퍼 조심.
확인 나왔다
앞에 오퍼 나왔다. 없다. 나이스, 오퍼짤. 이러면 이제
안 나오지
하나 더 있었다.
브리치
오퍼 못
있었어.
먹게 해야 돼. 나이스.
패스 하나 라스트 패스야
트리플 오면 방금 뺐어. 나이스.
내가 볼게
아, 베이스 레이즈. 시티들. 밀어줘야 돼, 빨리.
아유
시티 라스트.
에이스
나이스.
뭐야 에이스였네? 못 들었어. 까비.
우리 형들 미쳤다.
쟤네 다 돈 없어
왜야 삐가자. 삐롱을 세다.
망상 넣을게.
브리치 잡았어.
망상 있어.
망상
넣었어.
설해봐. 우리 뒤 모른다.
나 설중이야.
뒤 하나 있어.
엘보.
방심하지마
알았어. 아니 바인드는 비전도 못 이겼던 누턴인데.
그러니까요.
불결점
가자.
죽여
현이 씨 너무 좋다. 방타 너무 좋았다.
아니 현석이 형 이제 폭발했는데 그냥. 아니 현석이 형 뭐냐고 이 손으로 받고 왜 이렇게 더 잘해? 이 정도면 거의 아이슬란드 패닉 아닌가요? 아이슬란드 갔다 온 팀들이 다 휘청이는.
그렇죠.
네.
뉴턴이 자랑하는 바인드 맵을 13대 6으로 졌고 반복됐던 전략들과 요원들의 구성 그리고 이런 땅 따먹기 싸움들이 DFR이 파악을 하고 오면서 발목을 잡게 됐어요.
맞아요
They could absolutely take this.
Yeah. Coming around this ice wall, Mako. Oh my God, gets another one. Ryzy though got Buzz at the same time during that. Mako coming around. Stacks so low on health. Gets picked up.
Over here, the Omen coming forward.
And looks like God.
Okay, here we go. Showstopper. Oh, the plan now. And that is going to be impossible. Yeah. Got to move up here through a garden.
This is chaotic as it can.
Yeah, well, I mean, way in enemy lines here. Allow does take out Pato. And then gets Akme.
3 kills for him. Look at Lau's angle.
Oh.
So good.
Yeah, and they're never even going to get to touch B.
Port. Spread around.
Okay, starting to flush out Hookah here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Smoke going down on the window.
They've got a lot of sights targeted on here. This is going to be a pretty nasty team.
Dude, it doesn't even matter what
It's
they
like,
do.
yeah, they're just preempting this now.
You
What?
see this?
He just knows. What? Gonna come in here and rock him.
NX comes in from heaven. So
10X.
Shock Bolt's hunting him.
And the spike's been dropped. Oh! And 10X is sick! BP now on the outside. Flash.
Oh my God.
You're sleeping with someone new, and I'm in New York for the first time. I hate this weather, but I like the view. It makes me think of new beginnings. Here's to new beginnings. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? You said she was just a friend, and I remember thinking the worst at first, but you made me think it was in my head. Yeah, you just said that I was crazy. I thought that I was crazy. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Ooh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Hear my heart break. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? The sound of my heart breaking. If only I could make you change your mind. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. It's over. Is it over now? If only I could make you change your mind. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. It's over. I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you?
Get ready.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another week of Valorant Challengers Korea. I am Achilles here alongside Chobra yet again. And now we get down and dirty. We are headed into the lower bracket matches to see who is going to be going home. There are no more second chances from here on out, Chobra. You lose, you're done.
Yeah, they've had plenty of chances until now, right? You had the open qualifiers to get here, you had the single elimination seeding stage, and then the double elimination group stage. And now if you lose, you're going home, but you really can't complain. You've been given all the cards possible, and you have to win it to stay in and, stay alive in this VCT road.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the single best of three is what is going to be standing between you and potential oblivion. So for all of these squads, I mean, that makes it sound maybe a little more dramatic.
They just appear on stage and diffuse, and they're just gone.
They're just going to get Thanos to just snap them out of existence. No, but I mean, it might as well be because there's going to be such a long break, before you have any sort of opportunity to compete again. I mean, honestly, I don't even know how it works for like these lower seeded teams for last chance qualifiers and that sort of thing. So
yeah, we just don't have all the details on that yet as we're taking a look at how the schedule looks. Of course, you know, for champions itself, are there chances? Yes, but the circuit point's going to be the one that kind of determines which teams will have a chance to go once again if they aren't able to secure a spot during challengers or through circuit points.
It turns out if you lose here, you ain't got no circuit points to play around with. So yeah, you gotta keep your heads above the water right here with these series. Otherwise, we'll see you next year.
Yeah, that's a long ways away.
I mean, ideally, you know, there will be some other tournaments that'll be happening, you know, online qualifiers and whatever. The teams that aren't going to be going into champions, into Berlin, etc. Hopefully, that sort of stuff is going to be on the horizon, and I'm certain that it's being worked on at the moment. So we'll just have to keep our ears to the ground for that kind of thing. But speaking of circuit points, New Turn very much up at the top, given that Masters Reykjavik appearance. So surging well out into the lead, still looking good. You know, overall, 10x in their last series, having a major step up. Seemed like he very much was finally finding his groove with that squad and is looking like a force to be reckoned with. Like we knew that he was capable of being when he was over on RYU Gaming. Vision Strikers, though, of course, nipping at their heels. They're also looking just absolutely phenomenal. But now we get to look away from the top of the standings. We get to look at the other side of things. This is, you know, our double elimination bracket. All of these teams that we're going to be seeing today have been knocked down one peg. And the question is, you know, will they be able to hang on to that last rung of the ladder, or are they going to be slipping down
to the depths,
to their doom,
to the depths of oblivion in VCT. Yeah, exactly. They're hanging on by a thread, and because even if they win here, of course, that doesn't secure them a spot in the playoffs just yet. They still have to play in the deciders matches, so it's still very much a mountain to climb for these teams, especially considering all the teams that we'll see specifically today. None of them have any of those circuit points that we saw earlier, right? So they're really playing for dear life here in VCT Korea.
That they are. Well, starting things off, we're going to have Noble Experience versus RYU Gaming. The winner of this series will have to go on to face Dam1 Gaming Kia. So like you said, it's not over yet. You have to win that deciders match if you want to carry onward into the playoffs. Then we'll be taking a look at Klaus versus Mujik Beksu, the winner of which has to go up against Go and Go Prince. I mean, none of these matches are going to be easy as far as the deciders are concerned. Unknown on the other side of the bracket. They look pretty good. ASG, Alpha 6, overall, kind of impressed. They had a really big rebound, and, you know, they've managed to hold on there, so they're looking pretty good. So none of the opponents that these teams are going to be going up against are going to be, you know, easy targets for them. So it's not a guarantee who makes it through the playoffs at all.
Yes, of course, every group still having one spot left. So, as you can see, Noble Experience RYU Gaming up first, Klaus Mujik Beksu up next. And I gotta say, I mean, I was looking at the schedule today, and Achilleos, every day you've relatively had a pretty good grasp on who's gonna win, right? Who's gonna take it, and today's tough.
Yeah, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it starts to become a little bit more ambiguous about who's going to be able to take it, and it very much comes down to who shows up on a given day, who is landing their shots. Take a look at the points of the match here from the teams. Noble experiencing it in Secret Weapon Outlaw, ready to play for the first win. So it seems like, and we will be seeing Outlaw, and they have a lot of confidence that he is going to be good enough to go ahead and put them over the line.
All right, and then on the other side, RYU is saying we need to get revenge on Dam1, so please get out of the way. I mean, NOX also needs to get revenge on Dam1 since the open qualifiers, they didn't fare so well, so both teams wanting a little bit of revenge. But okay, RYU, I like the confidence. I can respect it.
They should have come out and said, move, NOX, get out the way.
There you go.
But then you've got New Turn, then TNL, and now Mujik Beksu. This is a must-win from Klaus.
Having gone through the gauntlet of these top teams.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, it's Vision Strikers, then Go and Go, and then next is Klaus. So it just gets easier and easier. So both teams kind of working down the ladder, so to speak, on their respective sides as they've had to go through some of these top tier teams. And now they're looking for a match where they feel confident enough to bring home the W.
Alrighty, well, we will see what they have prepared for us today, what maps we're going to be taken to, because I mean, Noble, these lower tier teams, as we, just kind of have to call them.
Yeah.
Just, compared to everybody else that we have established in the region, they have obviously been the teams that are a bit more willing to take us to some of the newer maps like Icebox and especially Breeze. Noble, I think back to them playing versus, I believe it was TNL.
Yes.
And it was just an absolute slaughter on that map. So we'll see how they rebound, because there have been teams that kind of got a decent grasp on that map. Alpha 6, in particular, looked very, very good on Breeze.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a bit more upgrade on that map, like you said. Teams starting to get a bit used to it, and hopefully we see it more frequently as a result of that.
Yeah, because I want to know what's going on Breeze. I want to know how to play that when I go over to my solo queue matches. So if I can learn from some of these squads, then it'd be pretty nice. But we will see if we're going to have Breeze at all in the map. Well, I mean, the craziest thing that we could possibly have would be like Breeze Icebox.
Breeze Icebox, yeah, that would be an unheard of map pull for Korea.
It's never happened. So I mean, we rarely get either of them. So hey, if we can have that occur, then that would be pretty damn awesome. But only time will tell as we get ready to see. Because again, with these squads, it's also it's hard to tell who is going to win, but it's also hard to tell where exactly they're going to want to take us.
Yeah, because they'll do some crazy things, right? We'll have teams picking Icebox against Vision Strikers. We have teams just kind of saying, all right, we're just going to come out with a surprise on maps like Breeze. So it's hard to predict, but then again, that makes it a bit more fun. They're willing to take more risks as we look at the numbers. Of course, nothing really to write home about, given that, again, their matches have all been kind of rough. They're hanging on for their tournament life, so it makes sense. Split being the one, highest map win rate for them, it looks at 66%, not bad, but it's only 3 matches, so.
And that's the other thing is the stats are always going to be so skewed when you have such a limited pool. These aren't these organizations that have been around since the beginning of Valorant, like Vision Strikers, TNL, Damwon as on Dark Horse back in First Strike. So yeah, it's really hard to kind of quantify, and even then, all of those teams have undergone a lot of changes.
Yes.
So at what point do those statistics really still hold up when that core group of 5 players, or in Vision Strikers' case where they have 7 on the roster, like when do we start ignoring that and kind of hit the reset button and start looking at these new picks? I don't know. I don't have the answers to that, but I also don't have the answer to how this experiment is going to go with Outlaw coming in for Noble and how they're going to fare going up against RYU.
Yeah, I mean, they sound very confident. I'm curious, especially if they're having Outlaw play in this match where it's do or die time. I mean, clearly that they feel confident enough that there's something in the pocket for them to bring out with the incorporation of Outlaw into the roster. Of course, it will be going up against RYU Gaming. RYU Gaming, I am very torn on how to feel about this team because I feel like there are moments where all 5 players have their little shining spot. But as a team, their performance hasn't really spoken miles about what they're capable of just yet.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we saw them go up against Damwon. They were able to get 9 rounds, I should say, on Split.
9 maps!
9 maps! That would be, I mean, hey,
There's not even 9 maps in the game
They'd already be in the playoffs. But, yeah, I mean, they were able to take 9 rounds off of Damwon on Split. Bind was a complete blowout, though. A 13-2 loss for them on that map. And both of these teams have undergone somewhat similar losses in their last series. 13-8 on Haven for Noble versus F4Q, and then 13-4 on Ascent. So it seems to be one close map, one just kind of getting blown out of the water, the map pick of the team that they're playing against. But now that we have 2 teams that are operating on a similar level, this could absolutely turn into a slobber knocker series.
Oh, yeah.
This could just end up being like double OT maps or, triple OT maps in a best of 3. This could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, we could very much see a slugfest. We could also just see complete blowouts, right? Again, that's why it's so hard to tell. These, when it comes to teams like these, it really depends on just who's feeling it that day. You really can't explain it any other way. As we were looking at some of the key players, I love that we're seeing so much more focus on these Killjoy players these days, right? We saw Alex just now on the side for Noble Experience, but just overall in Korea, it seems like these Killjoy players are shining as they're clutching rounds, they're holding down sites, and it's just going their way.
Yep. It's been very, very solid, but here we go, finally. the map selection. So split banned by Noble, bind banned by RYU, and you know, it's not the guarantee,
but it could.
We've got Icebox and Breeze in the best of 3 simultaneously. I think this is the first time that this has ever happened. So Icebox into Haven, and then potentially Breeze to top it all off.
This could be very exciting, especially given that, I mean, Icebox, maybe there we could see a clear distinction on who just seems a bit more prepared, but I think Haven, especially in Korea, it's always kind of flippy with any of the teams. I mean, some teams, even if they're kind of rated higher, they get a bit complacent once they're in the lead, and then they just let things slip once you switch sides. So there is a real possibility we get 3 maps and we see Icebox and Breeze in the same match between these 2 teams, Noble Experience and RYU Gaming.
Well, what a wild experience it would be. Certainly a first here, at least in Korean VCT. I don't know how much play overall Icebox or Breeze has gotten so far in some of the other regions. I have seen it a couple of times.
Yeah.
When I just happened to tune in. But yeah, it's very much been a rarity. So to see both of these maps that are so very unfavored by the majority of squads in the pool, it's pretty damn wild.
It's gonna be crazy if we get there. It'll be really cool to see just how these teams slug it out on Breeze. I'd love to watch that instead of, you know, going up against these other teams that they just were hoping might not be as well prepared. These 2 obviously feeling pretty okay with Breeze, but not enough that they want to pick it kind of as their first card to get a lead.
This is kind of like my perfect map draft as well. These are my 3 favorite maps to play on.
Really?
Yeah.
To play on? Okay, yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat.
Like I'm still very much like a Haven guy, but after that, I really don't mind Icebox, and I've been enjoying the hell out of Breeze.
Breeze is great.
So this is very much up my alley. So I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold. And look at that. We are just going to be mirrored across the board. So double Viper, double Reyna, double Sage, Jet, and Sova.
Okay. I am interested in seeing the double Reyna. I mean, obviously we've seen it quite a bit on Xbox here and there, and we see what value it provides, but to see this entire mirror, I mean, the Vipers are no big surprises nowadays. Obviously, the Jets and the Sovas are common as well, and Sage has, I think, pretty much locked her place in as a must-have, especially here in Korea, but to see the Reynas both being mirrored, that's interesting. We'll see how that pays out for these 2 teams, especially on the attacker side. I mean, if you can just create some space as Reyna on one side of the map and then have Jet entry for the site you want to execute on, I mean, you can make a lot of magic happen on this map.
Certainly can. A lot of people have been starting to favor the Reyna more and more these days. Now we get the head-to-head. Let's see who's going to be able to come out on top, guys, as we jump into map number 1. We're headed to Icebox for Noble versus RYU Gaming.
Noble Experience versus RYU Gaming. Did you know that Noble Experience, they literally mean their team name as in, we're gonna make sure every game we play is precious and we're gonna treat it with all sincerity? That's the story behind their Noble Experience.
Hey, I mean,
I respect it.
That's a light in the darkness that is solo queue in just about any video game, so I definitely respect it. That Poison Orb not quite going to cut off full vision as they cross their way under 2, but not too much damage going to be taken. It's going to be Alex finding the lion's share of it. Oh man, NeilX taking Outlaw's head off. Now Alex going to be gone, Udotana as well, so at 3 for 1 as only NeilX has been traded out. Ana now dropped. It seems like this quick little rotation through mid onto the B site is not going to pay off too well. Refi will find another, but with just a classic in hand, these sort of ranges is very much at a disadvantage. Sorris takes a little bit of damage up top, but he can heal himself, and is.
They're just waiting for the pinch to happen.
Yep.
Oh,
and he spots him. So 2 kills for the Reyna, and a very swift first round victory for RYU.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm all for... I actually like it when teams just switch it up and strike mid, whether it's up the tube or under. Obviously, the Poison Cloud not covering the entirety of it. They would have guessed anyway, but getting to see literally all 5 members going down in a conga line under tube, not so helpful. And then the Sheriff's just ready to greet them, and that just stops all momentum. And RYU's going to be able to defend that first round. On the defender's side, looks like they're just going to go with what we've seen more commonly, right? 2 Spectres just kind of spreading the wealth around, getting ready for round 3 afterwards.
Yeah, and I like it. I mean, it is one of those things that can come back to bite you if you don't play the set perfectly, but given that they do have the full armor versus none, you do have an innate advantage. Even the pistol v pistols. Ana is going to be going for a Sheriff himself, so we'll see how he fares with that, but takes a shock dart, falls low, has to get the healing out from Outlaw off the bat. Puts that on that long cooldown.
And drone already spotted. Now, Ana is on B site, just trying to make something happen, catch someone on the lurk, or maybe just make some noise to open space. So far, giving the signal, it looks like that B site is clear up to the entry point, but Bayohan is still going to be ready for the plant. Ana has to push out, and he's on his way.
Insta-dink into just the spray down. Ana now going to fall. Spike going to be traded out as Yutan ready to move forward. Alex will find Inted. Get rid of that enemy Reyna. Johan still situated here at the back side as Alex will get picked off. The 4v3 for the retake. Johan will just spray down Yutan. See the shots coming out. Snake bite into the back over towards yellow as NeoX tries to press around the side, gets the headshot in, but he's not ready with the reload, so Revy will strike him down, but it's going to be not much lost. The Sheriff dropped to the ground, obviously the armor, but otherwise, RYU, they do very nicely here in the anti-eco with the double SMGs, and now we'll be seeing them come in with, 3 rifles ready to greet Noble.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel pretty good for RYU, and I mean, especially just Bayohan just waiting so patiently, right? Just keeps the curtain down, make sure the toxins are filled up as you don't see any more noise, gets that first pick, and then still commits to bringing up the toxic screen in case they decide to continue committing to B. As it happens, NOX does exactly that, and RYU's well prepared. So we'll see NOX now with rifles themselves, see if they can fight back. Ana is only on half armor after that Sheriff buy.
I mean, yeah, they actually are all just going to be still going in for Spectres. NeoX going to be staying on this Sheriff, so I thought they were going to commit in, but they still want to operate here on a decent little budget, and already Yutan gets his head taken down. NeoX throwing off some very nice accuracy with that Sheriff thus far. Alex does get rid of him, but right blue finds another elimination. Into just hiding, hugging around the wall there. We'll go ahead, reverses the decay, gets his HP top back up. They get the dart out onto Revy. They want to push for this. Just around the corner, and Inted will find the shot. Now has the overheal coming in. All that damage done, undone. Inted pressing forward yet again, finds a second. Outlaw going to fall.
Okay.
Alex will trade it out, but now he is all on his lonesome, and he needs to stop this, and he just can't do it because the wall is up. So while he will retain a Vandal and has 20 HP, RYU will take the third round. So the economy is just absolutely shattered.
Yeah, I mean, especially now with RYU having gone for the Spectres yet again. I mean, they have their pickings now at the ready, right? But most likely, I assume we're going to see an operator if they're all saving up that much. I mean, especially NeoX.
Nope.
NeoX is actually going to upgrade to a judge. Okay.
But there's a Marshal for Revy.
Wow.
So we're halfway there to an operator, just not in cost.
Huh. I mean, I wonder if this is just out of confidence, like we're so far ahead and we're winning, there's no reason to take the risk and, potentially give the weapon away. I am curious, or if they just prefer playing all these closer angles. I mean, if you push out, you can definitely make that favorable.
Just holding it, tries to get the shot, can't quite nail it. Suarez will pull back before he could have lined one up onto Udatan, so they do get to stay alive. Heal has to be burned. Suarez just holding on to his for now. Okay, Bayohan just stares down green, headshots Ana.
Yeah, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, things just continue to unravel. I mean, if anybody's going to be peeking this angle for you, like it should be Revy with that Marshal.
Yeah, Revy's just waiting now, droning out, right? Just trying to get whatever information they are going to spot NeoX.
Oh, but he still does fall. Revy does manage to trade that back, but it's going to be still man advantage here. Tuton very dangerously low. 43 HP for him. Bayon just holding it down here at green. Tries to stabilize. Oh, Revy, he gets the double tap. 5 health remaining for him. We'll see what else they can do. I mean, the HP bars are just non-existent.
Even total, they don't hit double digits. I mean, this is just rough.
A stiff breeze will just blow both of them away right now.
Well, they're stuck in no man's land. Just gotta have to commit to this, especially with Ninja.
2-for-1 dart special behind yellow, maybe?
Ooh, that could be something. I mean, Bright Blue could afford to do it, or no, just gonna walk in.
They'll share the love. Try to get some, more ults online, I suppose.
Well, this is not looking so promising at all for Noble Experience, and I mean, you know, we talked about it before the map began, but Icebox is still very much a map where if you are just a bit more prepared, given how the map plays and how it's laid out, you will just have an absolutely dominant time, right, in terms of your lineups and your angles. It's just hard to counter that if you're not on the exact same page. And we'll see.
Wow.
Okay.
Now NeilX, he does have that operator you were speaking of. Went for a bit of an aggressive peek out under mid. Doesn't see much of anything, I guess, or just is forced to pull away. So exits back over to B.
I'm just waiting for this round to be the one they lose and they give over the operator, and he just goes back to Sheriff. He's like, nah, that was a bad idea.
Sometimes it just sometimes it just is like that. But we'll see. I mean, Yudotan does have an operator himself. He's playing up top. Drone moving forward. Oh, this is dangerous. They'll dart him. They haven't actually gotten the elimination, so Poison Cloud will remain. Oh, but the spray through. They will blindly find him, and just like that, they make their way in onto the site. Ana getting topped up. Yudotan finds the operator shot, and what you said may very well be coming true here, Jobra.
Oh my gosh, 4v3 finally a numbers advantage for NOX.
Pulling back to try to play the post plant. Spray Blue is lurking behind. Oh, he takes Alex out on 1 HP.
Alex needs help here. I mean, they're kind of locked in their own nest right now.
Goodbye.
There you go. Well, and now with the Viper down, this is looking pretty dangerous for Noble Experience.
Oh, well, NeilX trying to go in with that Blade Storm. Doesn't manage to make it happen, but Bright Blue comes in. That lurk from behind, paying off quite well, but this is still going to be a little bit tight. Should have this defuse coming in, though, no problem. There's a few seconds left, but Operator is recovered, and RYU, you know, a little bit costly for them, but they recover an op, which was the biggest expenditure that they had, and everybody's got bank right now, so yeah, 5 straight rounds. This is not looking good, and Noble on the back of that round loss makes sense. They're going to call for the tag time.
I like it, right? Again, not waiting too late, just calling it as soon as you see the danger, you know, as soon as you start to see that little card castle crumble on its own weight. So Noble Experience, I mean, you got to switch some things up. That time, I really don't think it was necessarily that they had any strong upper hand. It's just you cleared the Viper's Pit, right? And whenever you use the Viper's Pit, you're kind of, as defenders, you're relying on that to hold the site long enough. It didn't happen, and sure, Noble Experience takes advantage of it, but now you have all 5 of your ults online. Not that all of them are necessarily the greatest to use proactively on attack here. But, you know, you could use at least even the Hunter's Fury, right, just to scout out, maybe get an early kill, and then go into the site, then use the Viper's Pit, and maybe you secure finally 1 round for yourself.
Well, we'll see if this is going to be enough for them to, you know, have a bit of a momentum break.
If you kill a Viper, I should probably know this answer, but if you kill a Viper in the Viper's Pit, but you res that Viper before the pit fully disappears.
I think the ult is already canceled.
Right? Okay. I just think it would be really funny if you saw it going down and it's like you hear the res and it just comes back up, slowly rises.
Welcome back to my world! We should have a special voice line for it if that's a possible scenario, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because the mechanic would be that it is canceled the moment she dies, so I can't imagine that it comes back up. NeilX going to be holding down B. Oh, was focused down below, but Yudotan gets right above and picks him out.
Yeah, very nicely done. A huge opening now. Operator on the ground. They can take that if they want to use it for the defense of this spike once they get it planted. Blind shots flying through. Ana trying to match it.
Going to start up the Viper's Pit as well.
God, it's such a terrifying fire rate on a Vandal when Empress is popped.
Yeah. It actually makes such a big difference. Like, you kind of forget about it until you're in the line of fire.
Yeah.
It just starts coming at you.
All right, well, now having to play through the decay themselves. Oh, Intit will find it. Outlaw. Not quite the target that they would love to have, but still going to be a valuable one. Bright Blue is so very close.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, he doesn't notice him! Alex, he
gosh!
just completely slinks his way through the smoke. Bright Blue cut down by the knives. And now it's just Inted with 1 HP, just sitting inside the smoke. He finally finds Alex, but Alex kills him. And they have finally done it. After 5 rounds consecutively for RYU, Noble Experience will pick up their first in the half.
I mean, that, again, I don't know if it would have really swayed the entire result, but it could have played very differently if Right Bull finds the Viper right away, right? Finds Alex, cancels the ult, and then you have full vision. Reyna doesn't have to be at 1 HP. Oh my gosh, them both just kind of facing their backs to each other.
Some Scooby-Doo nonsense going on here.
Well played.
Really just back up into the monster.
Yeah.
All right, well, Yudotan now with that operator. Laying down long. They get the dart out. Force the position of Johan. And I mean, he's just rotating all the way over to Kitchen. This B site, yeah, they're looking to play back on this one.
Yep, they're just gonna wait just in case there's a rotation. You still have 2 people holding A, so they're pretty well telegraphed within themselves about the retake. And now with the spike sound, you're gonna see everyone come over. And now, without the Viper's Pit, I'm sure there's a Sage Wall, but you should have some freedom. You have the Hunter's Furies as well if you want to clear out the site a little bit. I mean, right behind Yellow, they're all partied up.
They are, and I mean, there is also that res available for Outlaw as well, so even if they do get a pick at range, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be out of the fight. Really great peek, though, from Neil X. Just inches his way in, manages to get that spot. Bayhan on the push. We'll find Ana now. Outlaw falling, and it all is just crumbling down. Alex only able to trade one back. The defuse comes in, and just like that, RYU are back in the driver's seat.
That was very well played. You get that pick on the operator, and then instantly the Hunter's Fury just corrals them away, tags them once each, and then it's just going to be that Vandal that just has to tap him once more to finish off the job. Super well played on the retake, and RYU just takes the momentum right back. NOX still only sitting on 1 round.
Yeah, and I mean, Ana coming out with this Reyna, only 1 kill, 1 in 6 right now on the scoreboard, and that's not what you want to see.
It's
from your duelist.
It's so tough with Reyna's because it's really, you can't help but look at it in hindsight, right? Because Reyna is so reliant on kills because you're not contributing really anything unless you are getting kills. And that, of course, the scoreboard speaks for itself. So while, yeah, you know, everyone has bad days, this is the risk you take when you pick that agent.
Yeah. It's very feast or famine.
So focus back on A site, of course, with the toxic screen. Bit of information available, of course, plenty of time yet. So RYU is still going to play it pretty safe. Although Bayohan is inching forward, so they should be pretty clear. They don't see anyone in mid either. NOX really just waiting for a bit more movement to try to make this strike happen. All right, that drone should have gotten plenty of information though, so
yeah,
RYU just gonna play it safe.
I mean, Neelix is still opping over here.
He's waiting for the rotate, but
with the dart moving forward, hear the orb being taken as well. Darts being bright blue, kind of botching those ones, but the wall also would have messed up the bounce potentially. But now, I mean, I was going to say double operator retake on this site. This could prove to be difficult. Alex takes a shot. Have they realized that he's here?
No, they
haven't realized that he's there? Okay, well, Neil X will shut him down right after he gets bright blue, but I feel like that should have never happened.
Yeah, you had all the audio to know that he's right there. Unfortunately, they're going to lose one. Should still be a safe defuse, though.
I mean, Intit is just playing bodyguard right now. He's just like, I will be your bullet shield. Everybody else comes pressing in. Neil X off the top rope. Gets the headshot onto Ana.
That is, wow, that is pretty humiliating as the Reyna, where you're already only sitting on 2 kills, and this Jet just jumps down on you with the classic. I mean, also really good Inted playing that bodyguard. So often we see these small mistakes when you're just going for this fast defuse. You have the wall, and then you're just not covering the right angle to sponge those bullets. I mean, of course, he's getting kills on top, but really well played by RYU.
I mean, it's the perfect bullet sponge as well when you have that Devour rolling. Wonderfully done by Inted, who's just been having a pretty phenomenal start here. Marshall shot, not going to connect. And, you know, I was just singing him praises. That's the caster blessing, which very rarely comes into play. He lines up one, he lines up another. That's going to be the dismiss to pull back. And he's already done so much damage. The heal does go out on the Yudotan and try to top him back up. Takes the ropes across, but Inted finds him. That's 3 kills in the books for him. Takes the rope up. Devour just to get a little bit of overhealing. Oh, he's just going aggro as hell. Alex will shut him down for his hubris.
He wanted to really go for something like the ace there.
The ace.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah. Can he? Nope.
Nope, the double wall actually.
That's so good. All the post-play utilities just bouncing off the walls.
You have the opponent's wall to cover the height behind you, and then you have your own wall to cover in front. Wow, that feels bad. Just couldn't get it right into that slot. It's like when you're playing those arcade games.
Turn it into a carnival game.
There you go.
It's the ring toss. It keeps bouncing off the top of the bottles, and it's just like, $5 to try again.
It's just rigged against you. You spent all these credits to get your 2 precious snake fights, and they just won't go in.
It's just sitting there with the carny vest on and the straw hat and the cane twirling it around.
Oh, man.
You need 4 tickets to play, and I see you only have 2.
Oh, the worst feeling.
Good God.
Oh, man.
What a mess this has become. Bright Blue going to be fighting Revy here. And on the attempted retake, quite a bit of damage now pushed out onto Outlaw. Will pop the res, putting Revy back into the fight. Bright Blue now going to be traded. Alex finding 1. HP bars is so very low, though. The snake spite from Johan will finish off Yuratan. Health still quite low. Alex pressing in. The knives go out. Tailwind's away. Alex on the hunt, trying to find a target, but might just be spotted, and he is. ELX will clean him up. The defuse will come through, and RYU now bring it to 9-1.
Okay, I mean, you can tell they're all just kind of chuckling as well. They're saying, what is going on in this game right now? 9-1 after 10 rounds, and Inted feeling great, 15 kills. Only 4 deaths. I mean, that's the score you want to see as the Reyna, right? Not the 2 and 9 on the other side.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh man,
this is definitely an example of like my team's Reyna versus enemy team's Reyna.
Oh gosh, you gotta feel for Anna. It's just such a risk when you pick the Reyna.
That's a good decision.
Okay. Woo! Tan just gonna back right up. They are gonna leave Ana there. I mean, oh my gosh, is Ana gonna pick it again?
He's got the read that somebody made it into 2. Dart goes out. I think it actually got a little bit of damage in, and Ana's just gonna get picked off. He went back.
Yeah, just too curious. Too curious. I think the screen was up for a bit as well. Just tried to use that to his advantage, but gets spotted right away. And again, I mean, this Reyna can do so much for your team. You just get 1 kill on the other side of the map, and you're causing chaos. But if you get picked off, it's suddenly just a straight-up 5v4.
Yuratan trying to make his way into Kitchen. Soris holding it down. Tries to get a little bit of a wall bang. Make it happen. He's respecting the potential push, though, and the presence that could be there. But Bright Blue gets a dart out. Oh, Alex is not in a position to trade that. A huge play there from Bright Blue to just get 2 for nothing. Now the final 2 members trying to make their way in through long. They say, I want my jumper around the corner. ELX is still holding it down. Finds 3 in the round. And that is just such a major stretch here. Now 10-1, looking to make it 11-1 in the half.
Yeah, and then after that, you might as well just win the pistol and clean up the map. I mean, RYU is looking so strong right now, and Bright Blue getting that double. Such good value on the res off of it. He got picked off early in the round. He gets res back up, and then he gets a double just to help shut down any movement in mid. NeoLex, of course, just patiently waiting by yellow, just never moved that entire round as well. So what we're seeing is really also RYU's just very, very patient. They're not taking any risks. They're happy to do the retakes. Okay, Bayohan just responds with the Viper Spit, says, you want to rush in? Be my guests.
All right, ELX situated in the back. I mean, he sees these martial shots. The tracer rounds just shooting forward, so he's got a general idea of where one's at. Oh, on the push. That's Ana picked off. The Lear not going to be enough. Doesn't activate fast enough. Free peek. ELX does not find the shot that he's looking for. Tries to line up another one, and then he's only got a shorty. So he does fall. Spike, however, still not planted, just now starting to go down. Bayohan creeping forward. Checks around inside of the tube. Doesn't manage to spot him. They're playing around the outside now over towards the defender's spawn area. Risk will fall, and it seems like maybe in this last round of the half, we could see Noble Experience picking up a second.
Yeah, this is really good decision-making by Nox to walk around the pit.
Here comes Intin. He finds one, gets traded back. Bayohan trying to get the shot, can't make it happen onto Outlaw. And Noble Experience, they will pick up a second round win there. And as we look forward to moving into the second half, I mean, it's just 2-round wins for RYU to be able to take this. So if they win the pistol, the game is basically over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they are able to just strike us 5 on the pistol, get the plant, get the win, then you're safe on money, you're safe on the wins, and the map is over. But I give credit to Nox on that last round, not phased by the pit, walks around, pushes aggressively against the op, gets the plant outside of the pit, and forces Bayohan to basically have to cancel his own ult. So, again, they've got ideas, they're just not as well prepared.
Yeah. I don't know. It's really good positioning coming in from the side of RYU, and just excellent patience.
Yes, the patience I think is one of the biggest things, especially for what we often call the lower tier teams in Korea. Oftentimes we see them scrambling.
Yeah.
RYU hasn't really shown them this time around.
Yeah, no, they've just been sitting on a site and just being situated there.
See if they can do the same on attack.
Slow creep up here from Neil X. Ready on that hard check that was on it, but Neil X just outguns him. There's not much else you can say about it. Just gets domed. Push around the back. Outlaw is prepared for Intin. Does make that a 1-for-1, but then immediately falls as they just come wrapping around the backside of sight. Soris just trying to juke out on all of these shock bolts. Just a smattering of damage. The spike will be planted.
Yeah, should be pretty safe to defend as well. They've got their back covered.
Do have the sync bites for a post plant. That's why we're going to be seeing Bayohan playing all the way back over towards his hacker side. The shock bolts to try to back it up, but it's still going to prove so very difficult. Yeah, right blue that far forward. Ooh, throws down the tart. Alex will catch him slightly off guard, but bow out. Neil X finds one, tries to tailwind back, but Alex will manage to dome him with the classic. Takes quite a bit of damage. I mean, the slow orb plus the snake fight, it's so brutal to try to work with. Double peek, one's above, one's below. And with that pistol round win, RYU should have sealed the deal.
Yeah, I would say so. And even just in that round, again, the patience comes through, right? After they plant, they just know the positions they need to hold. I mean, yeah, Neil X plays a bit aggressive just to try to stay alive for a bit longer after he's been spotted by the double peek. But other than that, I mean, even right at the end, they're not phased by the fake, right? They just throw their utility and say, we planted in a position where we have vision. There's no need to rush it. I'm loving what I'm seeing from RYU. I mean, they just seem so calm and collected.
Yeah.
Okay, early screen on A. Looks like they just want to be able to make a fast push. So the wall is going to come out from the side of Noble Experience. Neil X on the hunt.
Oh, man, he's just going hard to the pain right now. Sees the shots coming through. Manages to find one on the left. Can't quite draw it out with the pistol to get Revy. But still, I mean, that's just huge entry value. Now Intin is situated here on the rafters, back sight. Just maintaining control. I mean, he's just stomping around. He doesn't give a damn. He's like, I know I outgun all of you.
He's just taunting them with his own footsteps. With his boots. There he goes. And just one left. Alex, I mean, yeah, what can you got to do something because it's just a frenzy. Just maybe looking for these, waiting for these extra frags. Oh,
okay. Oh, he actually does get the dink, but Intin, he survives, and now that's going to be match point locked in.
Yeah.
So one more to go. I mean, rifles in hand. This would be one of the craziest runbacks that we have seen in forever, and RYU of all.
Okay, listen.
They just want to discuss, like, yeah, what do you guys want to get for dinner?
Yeah, they're like, I should probably order now at the pace we're going, so.
Yeah, we should put the delivery order in now so that when we get back to the apartment, the food arrives. This
is the 5-head play for RYU right now. I can just imagine if the coach just walks up, the players weren't even expecting it. That's exactly what he says. He's like, all right, so I'm looking at my app, and looks like it's going to be about 45 minutes for delivery.
Chicken? Anybody else? Chicken? No? Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness. RYU, I mean.
No, I actually, in all seriousness, I do like this because, like, overall, I would say that these teams, like, just based on where they're at, they are, in the context of Stage 3, somewhat evenly matched on paper coming into today.
That is true.
So being able to come in here in the last round and just being like, hey, look, close this out nice and easy. We'll have the momentum going into the next map. You know, we'll really get in their heads. Don't let them run it back at all. But if they do get a couple rounds in here, don't panic.
Yeah.
You know, just keep everything stable. I don't mind that call at all.
Yeah,
So,
honestly, and we've seen it go the wrong way so many times in Korea, right? Where teams have just gotten too complacent. So
yeah, I like to joke that it's BM, but it's definitely not.
Right,
This is very much
no,
a
definitely
strategic-
not.
This is about keeping level heads. So I like to see it.
And a fast strike through mid.
Ooh, this is a follow-up. Right clicks do get a couple connections in there. Down, but yeah, will manage to get the headshot. Good punish, tops himself up yet again.
Still.
Oh
no!
What are you doing over here? It's like dabbing in the corner.
Bright Blue, just there was no communication there. Bright Blue saw here's his teammate go down behind him, and they're all just still so focused on the spike. I was wondering. I was like, wait, aren't they? I was like looking at the map all confused because there was just no reaction.
All right, well there you go.
Okay.
I mean, sore wrist. He'll just close out the final two. And as Icebox often goes, it's a very one-sided affair as RYU take it 13-2.
Wow. I mean, really, really good showing from RYU more than anything else. Again, we've talked about teams just letting it slip after they get the lead. Some of these teams that are maybe a bit newer, right, getting a bit antsy and not being able to stay calm. Regardless of whether they were in the lead, whether they, had a round taken away from them, they just stuck with their game plan. They knew what angles to hold. Their communication seemed really better than we've ever seen from a lot of these lower teams. So really interested to see how they do in the coming maps, right? Haven and then potentially Breeze if we see a comeback on Haven. I'm interested to see if RYU, is this just how you've really grown as a team? Or is it just Icebox where you maybe prepared so much more compared to the rest of the pool?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is the question that begs being answered. Haven now going to be separating Noble Experience from potential elimination. Need to win there to take us to Breeze to try to keep their heads above the water. I mean, looking back, most recent time that they have played Haven, it was versus F4Q. They were able to pick up 8 rounds versus F4Q. So going up against RYU, that definitely means that this should be a significantly closer map. It's just very much going to be on whether or not they can bounce back from how one-sided this is. Because this is the kind of loss that can very much stick with you and get in your head. If they are able to shake this off, move on from it, and then go into Haven and play their hearts out, I think that absolutely can be a map that they take.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that up because not only did they lose 13-2, but it wasn't, for instance, just off the back of a hyper carry or anything like that. It's just the team just played better than you. And sure, NEOX puts up 20 kills, Inted puts up 19 kills, but, this was all done systemically. And so, I mean, for NOX, you just have to get back and say, all right, just forget that first map. We've played well on Haven before. Let's go there. I'm looking at the numbers. NEOX taking the MVP in-game with a 2.4 KDA. But, I mean, everyone played well. I mean, even Sore Wrist, right? Not too much action, but just doing what he was meant to do in this composition.
Yeah.
Setting up the utility, getting those reses, getting those heals, and then obviously getting the picks whenever needed if they made too much of an advancement.
Yeah, it was just solidly played by everybody. Like you said, I mean, clear communication coming through from the side of RYU. I mean, there's a very real chance that Noble could just be struggling because of the pressure of this match, because of what this series means. That definitely is something that's going to weigh on you. And unfortunately, it's definitely not the start that they're looking for, but it's clear that things weren't properly being communicated as far as callouts and where people were located, so they weren't able to react on time. We'll see if they can shake off this Icebox loss and look forward to Haven to try to put a win on the board. Because Breeze is on the horizon. I'm always happy to go to that map. I'm always happy for non-2-0 blowouts. So let's see if Noble can run it back and tie us up on the next map after the break.
It doesn't even make sense why I think about you. It was only one night, only that time, and it's not my style to be caught up in the middle like this. 'Cause now I dream about you. I was probably too drunk, it's blurry, but I've got the image of you running circles in my mind right now. And it could fade away, but it probably won't. And I should let it be. But I'm gonna dive into you. And maybe I'll drown, but what can I do? And it would be alright to let me down. Rather we try than let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive into you.
It doesn't even make sense why we try to fight it. Every time that we touch, the room caught on fire. We could blame it on the wine, but we know that we will both be lying. I wish I didn't want you. I was doing just fine, the way that it was. Then you hand me these emotions, didn't want them, but I guess that I'm stuck with them. They could go away, but I know they won't. And I should let it be. But I'm gonna dive into you. And maybe I try, but what can I do? And it will be alright to let me down. I'd rather we try than let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive into you. 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 Yeah, I'm gonna dive into you.
It doesn't even make sense why I think about you. It was only one night, only that time, and it's not my style to be caught up in the middle like this.
But I'm gonna dive into you. And maybe I'll try. What can I do? And it will be alright to let me down. I'd rather we try than let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive into you. 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 It will be alright to let me down. I'd rather we try than let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive into you.
졌고 일단 설치가 완료돼서 이번에 살짝 밑으로 났고요.
잠깐만요. 에이, 이러면 걸렸죠.
렌지드 선수가
하네요.
이걸 이기면?
와, 이거
급하게 좀 던졌던 것 같아요.
나가줘야 돼. 나오는 거 좋았는데.
와, 이걸 잡았어. 총기가
인티드.
들어가요.
야, 얻어맞는 이유가 된 겁니다. 아이고.
그리고 브라이트 블루 선수가
이건 아니죠.
와, 이걸 과감하게
줄 잡았어요. 네.
아하.
니렉스. 그래도 체력이 없어요. 잘 나가. 이런 게 빨리 뛰면 돼요. 네, 왜냐면 나올 거 알고 있고. 사운드 들었어요. 오늘 저희가 까지는 갔거든요.
맞아요. 아하.
나쁘지 않은 전략이죠.
네, 이거 나중에
굉장히 좋은 전략이어서. 자, 손 빨리고 있는데.
And we are back. It's time to get into map number 2 as RYU Gaming very dominantly took Icebox 13-2 over Noble Experience. Now we get ready to go to Haven. See if they can tie this up, take us to Breeze's third and final map, or if it's just going to be a nice 2-0 victory for RYU to coast forward into that final deciders match.
Yeah, I think if RYU plays the way they did on Icebox, things are looking pretty good for them.
Yes.
They just looked so solid. As we look at the MVP votes from Icebox, it's going to be 4 for Inted, and then we got
1 for
Bright Blue. All right, you know what? Thinking about that even one round where he used the Hunter's Fury to kind of push them all out. He had some good movement, but I will have to take points off for him not turning around in that last round.
That's true. Not hearing the shot happen in mid.
He's just like still watching this play. He's like, wait, something feels a bit empty behind me, and then he goes for the kill. But Inted, of course, I mean, just leading the charge in so many of those rounds.
Yeah, I think that all three of Inted, Bright Blue, Neil X, totally fine picks. But Johan, I mean, you could basically make an argument for just about everybody. Everybody did their job properly. I mean, the biggest thing for Bright Blue, I feel like, even aside from that massive Hunter's Fury play, was just consistently getting darts on targets, finding people with recon bolts. He was getting an immense amount of value when it came down to his utility usage. But Inted was just a solid foundation. If you were trying to push a site and Inted was there, it was just like a 1 in 10 chance that you would actually be able to eliminate him, and otherwise he was going to multi-kill you. So it was a really solid look from him. So a very well-earned MVP win.
Yes, I would agree, and I think exactly as you said, everyone just got so much value out of what their job was, right? All their utility. I mean, even the reses coming up from Soris, the walls, they were all good. And this is one of those situations where if everyone does their job, usually the duelist is just going to get a bit more spotlight because their job is to get kills. So it tends to happen. You know, some other games we've seen the Killjoys go on these sprees and rampages, so it can change. But this was, it was just a really good game to watch from RYU. That's the best way to sum it up, and we'll see if that's an Icebox thing or just in general RYU has grown up kind of thing.
I mean, we can take a little tumble back through the annals of history here to see if RYU has played on.
You're like dusting off your historical records and your parchment.
Blow the dust off it like it's a tome from Indiana Jones. I mean, I don't think that they've actually played, at least not on days that I've been casting on Haven in a little while. I'll have to check like VLR.gg to
yeah, there might be something before or during the open qualifiers, maybe once or twice. But other than that, yeah, definitely not here on stage. So
yeah, it's been a little while. So we'll see how they fare on Haven. I mean, it's been such a swingy map for teams that have historically been incredible on Haven that have been struggling on it, such as I mean, New Turn is like the biggest example. But even the likes of Vision Strikers have had some roughness. But look at this. Okay, we will have a little bit of a trade out. So instead of Alex being in, it's going to be Lawrence stepping onto the stage. So Outlaw will remain.
All right, so Outlaw stays, and it's Lawrence coming in. I mean, honestly, Lawrence obviously has quite a bit of a reputation. Used to heavily just be a Jet player on his time in Go and Go. Ever since then has switched a little bit more to be a bit more of a flex player here for Noble Experience, as Ana has kind of been the main duelist. So we'll see if that changes, because last game it was Ana on the Reyna, and we did have Yudotan on the Jet. So I'm kind of curious on if this changes a bit more moving forward. Is Lawrence going to return to being the heavy Jet, or are we going to see more switches here on out?
See what they do have ready for us. See what the agent lineup is going to be looking like here in just a bit as we get ready to get these guys into the lobby and have that agent selection come up. But we'll have to, of course, give a little bit of extra time, so bear with us as Lawrence gets settled on stage and make sure that all of his settings are nicely straightened away.
He'll need to just make sure everything is set up, but yeah, I mean, he still plays the Jet now and then, but we've seen him more commonly on, you know, like the Silva and such, so I am curious that we've seen a lot of these row swaps in Stage 3. I'm also just interested to see that, I mean, not that there was anything against Outlaw, just the fact that they're still confident enough to stick Outlaw kind of seeming to be this main part of the roster now and having other players be more of their flexes. So see if that's something they want to, I mean, well, if they lose here, they don't have a chance to show us anymore. So
yeah,
they're going to have to make sure that they get another chance if they want to show us what their team is capable of.
Well, hopefully we'll be popping in here momentarily. Our secondary monitors don't have the feed to see exactly where the players are at right now, whether or not they're loaded up into the game. We'll just go ahead and take a glance back at the draft, as we did have Split and Bind banned away, so Haven coming up. There will be Noble Experience first on the attack, so just opting into that first half defense here. Is RYU going to be looking to have a nice, stable start there, and look to close it out?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is their pick, so Noble Experience. You got to be a bit more prepared. On Icebox, I would say it was still more credit to RYU, more so than anything heavily against Noble Experience. But here and now, this was your pick. They will be starting on attack as well, so it looks like RYU going to be favoring that defense first. See if that pays off for them. It's starting to feel like maybe that's just RYU's favors just in general, right? They're being a bit more just calm, and they have their own systems pat down on defense. See if that pays off for them on a map with 3 sites.
It seems like RYU haven't played on Haven at all since the qualifiers at the beginning of the month, the 4th of July. Had to play it twice that day, once versus Be Infamous, then against Floma Gaming. Versus Be Infamous, it was an absolute stomp, 13-5, and then versus Floma, they lost 14-16. So what's the OT?
All right.
So you bet your bottom dollar they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to close this one out convincingly.
I mean, this is what you brought up as well, right? It's just very streaky. This is one of those maps that, you know, even the higher seeded teams oftentimes either like go of several rounds or eventually actually kind of let an upset through every now and then. And I think it's just the nature of the map, right? Unless you're super ahead in terms of your plans and the meta, this just turns into a bit of a skerfuffle, so to speak, given that there are 3 sites, and we'll see if we're going to see Noble Experience able to take advantage of that. There's Lawrence on your screen, just making sure he's all warmed up and everything's ready to go. You know, when we have these player swaps on site, sometimes we just got to give a bit extra time, but a price worth paying to have everyone playing on stage and get to see them competing live in the venue.
Yeah, absolutely. You mean not just going to be situated at home with your own PC, ready to just hop into the lobby, but it means that we get to see the players. We get to have these wonderful crane shots swinging through the studio, and hopefully soon TM we will have some audiences as well to back up these squads and offer up their support live in person.
Yeah, it's always such a different feeling when you have audience. Just the energy, right? Even when things are quiet, just the anticipation. There's just a different energy flowing through the venue, and even with the players. I wish we were out there with them, like on stage. I wish there was enough room, as we had a bit of a graphics mistake there. But because whenever I'm translating, oftentimes I'll be standing by out by the stage, and getting to hear the players just pop off it feeds a lot of energy to each other. Oftentimes they're plenty loud enough for you to be able to hear it from the other side of the stage when they're kind of screaming and fist pumping after some wins or clutches. So one of these days, soon enough, we'll have fans able to see that and hear that themselves. Hopefully that day comes sooner than later. I presume we're almost ready, considering that we're reviewing the maps once again and kind of taking a look at all the players. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're getting some stats as well. So Noble Experience actually doesn't have a win on Haven. So they're still going to go with it. We'll see. I mean, listen, crazier things have happened, and we've seen teams just say, hey, we've prepped it enough now, we're going to bring it back. We've seen all sorts of different reasons. This just gives me some flashbacks to picking Icebox against Vision Strikers and that not going so well in Group B. So
I mean, RYU didn't have a win on Icebox, going into that map either.
That's true.
They've now brought their win record to 50% just to to match their current Haven win record. So yeah, it doesn't always mean much. I mean, like we said at the top of the show, when you have these newer squads, the stat lines are always going to be so very skewed, and there's always improvements that can be put in. So. Noble Experience clearly feeling the most comfortable on that map, with Lawrence backing them up on the lineup, and thinking that is going to be enough for them to move forward on to Breeze, which then becomes very much a wild card, because I also was able to glance at RYU. They have not won on Breeze. They've only played it once, and I believe they lost 4-13.
Yeah, we haven't really had any close Breeze matches until very recently, so
yeah,
it's generally been.
Go Prince versus that was just an incredible map.
That was very much back and forth. That was a very, very fun game to watch. If you guys missed it, I definitely recommend that as one of the maps to go back in the VODs and check it out. But hopefully we get to Breeze again today, because like you said, it's still very much kind of in this research period, right, where there's nothing really set in stone yet. A lot of people have ideas on what works well on Breeze and what teams are doing well on it, but it's so new that I think it's still very, very much exciting to see teams play against different matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's seeing the experimentation, what people can come up with whenever a new map comes out is one of the most exciting things about it.
Yes.
And then being able to see. Sometimes it's like some weird strategy that somebody came up with and they posted it on YouTube and Reddit. And then like the pros say like, oh, that's actually really good. And they start integrating it into their own strategies. Like that kind of stuff is always really neat to see, like the development process and really establishing like what are the top strats? What are the, the best ways to break into these sites, the best ways to defend against them, what agents are going to be run. It's always it's really neat to see the development of all of those strategies and how it's all going to come together when you have, especially like regional stylistic clashes at a place like Berlin. So
can't wait.
I sometimes completely forget about this, but like we almost had Breeze at Reykjavik.
You're right.
I mean, that would have just been, I think, way too crazy.
Yes. I'm very glad we didn't, but there was a world where that could have happened.
Like, we almost did have that occur. But now we will finally get to see it, in Berlin, and then see how the teams are going to be piloting it there and what the different regions' styles are when it comes down to that map specifically.
Yeah, honestly, with a new map coming in and obviously more teams, Berlin as already, I think there's higher expectations just even from a viewer's perspective, right?
Yeah.
Compared to Reykjavik. Of course, Reykjavik was a very successful first international event, but now Berlin with, full 16 teams, all the seeding coming through, and then Breeze. And now that we've already had a taste of international competition, how do the teams adapt off of that? After Reykjavik, do you train differently? Do you have different strategies now prepared per region? There's a lot of questions to be answered. And of course, for Korea, which two teams go there? I mean, initially everyone was like, oh, it's probably just Newturn and Vision Strikers. And now both of those teams may be a bit shakier than you would have expected. Meanwhile, TNL and F4Q.
TNL and F4Q definitely have an opportunity to get in there. Damwon is not out of it yet.
That's true.
There's always a chance for them to run it back. So you never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So seems like, okay. So we're just having a little bit of an issue here with the observers. So we're just going to get them taken care of.
Yeah,
I guess.
Observing's kind of important for esports.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, we're kind of blessed to have, well, A, lot of them, and then B, all of them are very good.
Yeah.
So, even if we miss something, we can just go ahead and have the replays.
Honestly, that's such a blessing. Because
it really is.
Missing it and then never really knowing what happened is one of the biggest pains, especially in a FPS, right? Because things can happen in such a big instant, and it's really hard to assume how things might have played out. And in other genres, you can kind of start to see the patterns, but Here, sometimes you just never know, right? Someone rounds the corner and gets 2, and you're like, okay, well, was that because they weren't watching, or was it a duel? So it's great to have more observers and more replays. Always appreciated.
Yeah, but for the meantime, you guys get to just observe us in our natural habitat, sitting here.
This is it.
As we move back to the podcast. So yeah,
well, it's been a busy week for you.
Yeah,
I hear. Yeah, it's been a bit crazy.
All right, yeah, we'll just tell that story. Why the hell not? Yeah, just a wild last day. Didn't really get that much sleep last night because I had a very long day, and then
life in Korea right here.
Yeah, and so I overslept today. Was a little bit late arriving to the studio, but yesterday I had to go get my visa and my ARC, my alien registration card.
Pretty
renewed,
important.
Because I decided that I should check when my ARC expires, and it turns out that it expires next Thursday. So a week from today, or maybe even, I think it's even Wednesday, actually. So it's next Wednesday. And I was like, oh, I need to take care of that. Let me make an appointment to go to the immigration office. All the appointments are taken.
Of course.
Okay, let me try one of the other immigration offices. So I do that. Okay, great. I've got an appointment now for tomorrow.
Great.
So next day appointment, and then I had to get a million different things taken care of as far as paperwork's concerned. Tax records, income records for 2020.
Yeah, there's
to
a
go
lot.
in to reapply for this. My wife's residency certificate.
Oh, right.
Our marriage certificate. All of these things need to be printed. I don't have a printer. I need to get access to my tax records. That requires me to go to the bank. So I had to go to the bank yesterday at about 10 a.m. Get a bunch of information from the bank, then go home, get the tax records off, from online using the stuff that I got from the bank, send it all to my wife, then travel to my wife's work, which is about a half hour from our house, which is about another half hour away from the immigration office. I had to do all of that, and then I got to the immigration office and waited for about 45 minutes for my appointment because I wanted to get there early. You have to go in. You have to buy a revenue stamp is what it's called.
Oh, yeah.
So you pay basically like $30 to renew your visa, whether they approve it or decline it.
Right.
You have to pay
You just have to pay.
So get that taken care of. Go double check, make sure my appointment's listed. Sit there and wait. They were falling behind, so I had to wait like an additional 20 minutes. And then get to the front, go sit down, talk to the female staff member. I give her the paperwork. She looks through it and she's like, "Where do you live?" I said, "Oh, I live in this area of Seoul."
Scary
and she's like,
question.
"Oh, you're out of our jurisdiction. You have to go to the other office that has no appointments."
Yeah, you just gotta make it happen, man. you just gotta make the magic happen.
So there I am, panicking, being worried that I'm going to lose have my visa lapse and potentially get deported.
Yeah, deported, and
then have to reapply for another marriage visa.
Oh my gosh!
And when I so desperately said, "What do I do?" They have no appointments. She said, "Oh, because of COVID, your visa's been extended by 3 months. You don't have to worry about any of this until November." So I had a 24-hour cycle of panic and rushing to get all these documents gathered for no reason at all.
It's the greatest.
Yeah.
When you just spend an entire day panicking, running around like you said, all around the city, and you find out there was zero reason to do it.
Yep. I mean,
well, hey, you're here though.
It's better than the alternative.
It is better. It's better than being deported.
It's absolutely better than not being able to live in my apartment with my wife, with my cat, and have to leave all of my belongings behind for God knows how long.
That
I'm
is
definitely appreciative that I have that extra bit of time, but this also means that never again will I let it get this close to that expiration date.
Yeah, that's always a bit scary.
So.
We hear all these stories about, especially in esports, of like people not renewing passports.
Oh, I mean, I've already been through all of this garbage anyway in the past. At the beginning of last year, like right when COVID began, I had to leave the country because my visa was expiring and I was working on getting a new one established. So I went to Japan for like 36 hours.
Yeah, just
to re-enter a little bit later, and then re-enter as a tourist, where you have like a 90-day cycle. And while I was in Japan, that's when I got a call, for the Overwatch League, and they were like, "Hey, you need to get out because this COVID situation's heating up. So come to America ASAP before they shut down."
You're like in Japan.
They're like before they shut all the airports. Like, we need to get you out of there. So you need to fly to LA in like 4 days. And I'm like, "Oh, awesome! This is not what I was anticipating at all." And then got stuck in America for like 4 months. Finally got a work
Yeah, I remember
visa.
when you guys had to all be there. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh,
Hey,
I've
did
gotten
you-
tested for COVID for like 6 times now.
Oh,
and
geez.
it's just
You're
terrible.
a
every single
nostril
time.
swab expert.
The worst is the throat swab, man.
Oof.
Oh. Every time they do that, I just want to vomit.
Okay. Probably not the most heartwarming thing you guys wanted to hear on this broadcast, but now you know.
At this point, screw it.
On that note, for anyone listening, did you know that apparently now you can't just enter South Korea just to get a travel visa anymore? You have to apply online.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the States or if it's like every country now, but just for anyone who had plans in the future to visit Korea.
I think there's been some exceptions made.
Okay.
I think that, I want to say it was France recently had an exception made with South
okay.
Korea because they've been tackling things pretty aggressively. I mean, like you can't even go into a cafe. Without having your vaccination card. So that just like immediately got all the French to be like, I gotta go. Okay, let's go. Just given that the way that cafe and restaurant culture is over there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so if you want to travel, worth double checking what the requirements are. Obviously, it might be some time until you really want to travel, but when the time comes, good to be prepared. Because I know a lot of people have been asking about, like, even Valorant, like when does the venue open? Or people that are already here, of like when do we get to go watch in person? And it's still very much in flux. Obviously, still being taking our precautions, but hopefully soon. I mean, I can't wait to watch Valorant like in a stadium or cast Valorant in a stadium with people.
Yeah,
'Cause this game's hype when you're watching it live.
It's
is
the
something
one
different.
thing that we haven't really had so far.
Yeah, because
I
even
mean,
Reykjavik wasn't open to the public. So
I guess technically we did do the only event that I can think of that's had an audience other, at least we did the first one. I think the Campus Clutch might have had a small audience.
Oh, okay. All right.
Which recently happened, but prior to that,
that's true. Yeah.
Prior to that, First Strike Korea did have a small audience. We had
Yes.
a 30% capacity audience, but then due to some additional restrictions that were imposed, we ended up having to cancel that for I think the last 2 days of the event. But for the first 2 days, we had an audience.
That's true. Yeah.
That was
Campus
pretty good.
Clutch, like you mentioned, I think might have had it as well. Campus Clutch was a cool event. That was cool to see. All the people in universities getting to compete. We saw a lot of people from different regions that had played in pro scenes before. Get to come back, but
like, this is some new music. I don't know what's going on here.
They're just like, let's just buff this podcast even more, or just put in some music in the background. No, these are the replays from Ryu's absolute stomp on Icebox against Noble Experience. It was a Ryu's pick though, so if you are maybe watching for Noble Experience to potentially have a comeback, there is hope. It's not like Noble Experience picked it and then got absolutely raffle stomped.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they were able to play a fairly close Haven versus F4Q. So there's definitely a lot more hope for them to be able to take that and then end up sending us over to Breeze. Guys, we get it. I mean, we can assume what's going on right now. We don't have the power to start this game. There is some technical difficulties.
Casters don't have all the power in the world?
Everybody thinks that we've got that big red button. We both have to put a key in and twist it simultaneously. Like we're punching in nuclear launch codes to start the game. That is not the case. We would love to get in the game just as much as you guys.
Oh, yeah.
As it turns out, our jobs, we enjoy them, and our jobs are primarily to talk about video games and cast them.
Unbelievable.
So while we're sitting here talking about nothing and visas and all of that stuff, it's not because we want to do that instead of casting the game.
We love talking about visas and paperwork and taxes. And
it's so very exciting. I'd much rather do that than watch people
Yeah,
shoot each other
please.
in a video game.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'd love to talk about my paperwork.
So just bear with us. It's
It'll
okay.
get there.
It's going to be all right. You're watching this at God knows what hour if you're in America or Europe. So clearly, there's not much else for you to be doing right now. So just chill out.
Yeah.
Just relax. Enjoy the ride. And
we'll get there.
As soon as we get into the game, we'll get into the game. That's just the way that it is right now.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It always made me chuckle just so hard whenever people are asking when the game is going to start, and I'm like, out of all my years working both as a caster and a producer, I can't imagine a single time when the casters were like, "Don't start the game." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in no game are they sitting there like, "Actually, Don't start it yet. I just want to talk a little bit more.
I need a little bit more time to discuss my.
I'm actually
my
recording
weekend
this for
antics.
my own YouTube for my podcast. Like, just give me 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
That has never happened
No.
in the history of esports.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. So we'll get in there as soon as we get in there.
Yeah. Which, again, hopefully soon. I don't have the answers.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
I'm not God. I'm just sitting here and I'm just waiting to be told what's going on, whether or not we're going to go to a commercial break, whether the thing's ready or if it's all, I don't know. We're locked
Honestly,
in this room right now. Like there could be the servers could be on fire,
and we wouldn't know.
I have no idea.
We're just in our own enclosed studio, so they could be running around outside, screaming their heads off, trying to fix something.
Yeah.
And we would have we would literally be no different than Twitch chat in this moment. We're
That's
just
very
sitting
true.
here,
Yeah,
just
we're as
waiting for the game to start.
in the dark as you guys are. So just band to get what's that? Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games.
We're all in this together. God, what an awful movie.
Oh my gosh. I think I watched all the Hunger Games movies on the plane, specifically because I just didn't have that much interest to watch them otherwise.
It's not okay. Sorry, I should before somebody tries to kill me. It's not an awful movie. I think it's an awful adaptation.
Okay, that's probably a really fair point.
I think the movie by itself is fine, but I think that if you have read the book, which I did do, the first one, I think that it's not very good because for a movie called The Hunger Games, there is not a lot of hunger going on.
It's very much focused, obviously, on a very specific part of the lore, and and like you said, as a movie, kind of as what would you classify it as? Like as a movie separately? Is it a action thriller?
I think it kind of not an action
really.
thriller,
action drama.
It's it's like an action drama film.
It's not bad.
That's basically it. I mean, it's fine by itself. I think Woody Harrelson in it's great, but I don't know. I remember reading the book for there was like an adaptation course because I studied film, and it was just about like from books to film, like let's go through a bunch of different things and kind of write reports on the adaptations and what we thought about them, and that involved reading the book, so I did read it. Otherwise I probably wouldn't have, but the book was, I think the first book was fine, but I like distinctly remember a part where like Katniss is like crawling around on the ground like dying of thirst, and then she realizes like, why isn't Woody Harrelson sending me anything from the sky?
Yeah.
Why isn't he sending me water? He's clearly watching me die of dehydration. And then she surmises that it's because she's close enough to water. She just needs to locate it, and then she does. Whereas she just kind of runs around, and then PETA is painted into a rock wall. And I'm just like, it's a movie.
Yeah, I mean, it happens so much, right, with books being adapted into movies where obviously it's marketed towards a certain crowd, and you kind of just take your liberties and just focus more on what could be a bit more viral, especially these days. It's like these days how every new restaurant or cafe, like everything just has to look pretty for Instagram and Twitter and social media. Like it's much more about the looks and aesthetics than the actual food and the quality.
I'm so inverse on that. Like I think the dingier a place looks, the more inclined I am to go there.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a reason why dive bars are just like a wonderful place to go. But
honestly, because that means that they're focused not on that, not on the aesthetics, but what they're serving. Right?
Exactly. But all right, guys, I'm being told that we're going to be going to a little break, so we'll be back. See you then.
in my face. Too little and too late. Cast shadows cross my face. Too little and too late. Cast shadows in my face. Too little and too late. Cast shadows cross my It's funny how my heart is wired. It doesn't make any sense to me. But who am I to question my feelings? I'm leaving you for someone else, but it's not who you might think it is. It's someone who you're already loving. I've been over this for a long time now, and I finally know where my heart is. This is our last kiss, and I hope you know that I thank you for making me see it. I know I never meant to hurt you. I know I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself. I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself. I want you to know I won't let go, even if I couldn't love you back the same way you've been loving me always. Please understand and take my hand. Say you won't hold this against me, 'cause I can't help that I'm feeling this way. I've been over this for a long time now, and I finally know where my heart is. This is our last kiss, and I hope you know that I thank you for making me see it. I know I never meant to hurt you. I know I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself. I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself. I know I never meant to hurt you. I know I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself. I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself, I'm in love with myself. Can see clear through the smoke you created. I feel my feet on the ground and they're shaking. How am I supposed to save the situation? Why the steps getting wasted even though we feel the same? Would you hug me in the dark? Let the worries go away. Would you do it all again? Do it all again? situation. Would you hug me in the dark? Let the worries go away. Would you do it all again? Do it all again? Would you leave your finger marks on my body while it sweats? Would you let my way, find my way home again? My home is you. 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 Shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'Cause it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. 'Cause I don't care about you anymore. So you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall asleep at night, knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. Not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. Like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet. I used to let it in, all the things you said. You try to turn me into somebody else, but it will ricochet. I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. 'Cause I don't care about you anymore. So you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. Don't know how you fall asleep at night.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. I'm being told that we are very close to being able to jump back into the game. So, yeah, for now, it's just going to be the return of the podcast. We can jump back into, I don't know, railing on beloved franchises and talking about visas and all sorts of other nonsense in the meantime. But, yeah, hopefully we will be underway in just a few minutes here. We can go back into the action and see who is going to be coming out on top in this series, whether it's going to be RYU fighting a 2-0, or if we can get a tie up 1-1 and then go to Breeze.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, I think we all want to see that happen, right?
Yes.
Especially just to see more Breeze.
Yeah, why
but
not?
we'll see if Noble Experience is able to make that happen. Again, the first map didn't go so well for them at all. But map picks obviously have switched now, so it's going to. I was going to say swapped. And switched. And they just swatched it up.
Swatched it up. Swiss washed it up. But yeah, we'll see. Like, you know, Haven, if you're just joining us, we've been talking about it endlessly because there's been nothing really else to discuss.
Yes.
But yeah, Haven's not too bad for Noble, so there's definitely a decent chance for them to run it back. What beloved franchise should we rail now?
Oh, I don't know.
We're talking about how bad Star Wars is.
Well,
that's not a
well, I
a
can
dead
only,
horse that's been beaten too much.
I mean, I can only join you in 2 of those movies because I've only ever watched 2. So
wait, like out of everything?
Yep.
Oh my god, which ones? Now I'm fascinated.
I've only ever watched the second one, not the original second one, Attack of the Clones.
Wait, you've seen Attack of the Clones, or you haven't seen Attack?
I have seen Attack of the Clones.
Oh,
and
no.
then Rogue One. Those are the only 2 Star Wars.
Oh god!
And this is always the reaction I get.
Ah! I'm in physical pain. You pick like 2 of the worst movies.
Well, so Attack of the Clones I watched because one of my friends, I guess this had to have been in middle school whenever it came out. He wanted to go watch it.
Okay.
And so I was just like, okay. And I hadn't watched. I mean, I kind of knew the original trilogy, right? Just because it's been around. But
you hear all the references,
right? But I've never watched it. I played some pod racing on my consoles.
Yeah, pod racing games are great.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, sure. And then I watched Attack of the Clones, and I was like, oh, the writing, even as a middle schooler, I was like, the writing in this movie is really bad. And I was like, there's no way the rest of the movies are this bad because like they're supposed to be legendary, but this one's really bad. And I just came out and I was like, and he just seemed kind of neutral, probably trying to hide his disappointment. So I was like, I guess I just won't say anything. And then years passed, and then people wanted to go watch Rogue One, and I was like, okay, sure. I don't know anything about the lore, and especially now that it's going to this like new trilogy and all that. Like,
neither did the writers.
Yeah, and then I walked in and I was like, oh, it really feels like I didn't need to know any background because it kind of made sense while not making sense.
That's definitely one where it's like you could just kind of go in and watch it.
Yeah.
For anybody who's probably freaking out, like Rogue One is fine.
Honestly,
name a character from Rogue One.
I don't remember any. That's actually a great.
They're all boring.
That's actually a great point.
There's like almost no development.
Yeah.
And
none of them really. No like character scenes like stick with me from that movie. You're right.
There's little development for the characters in that movie, which is my biggest complaint about it. Like it's just like a kind of like a action set piece of like, oh hey, like let's go into this film and watch them, get the plans of the Death Star. That's fine. But you just don't give a damn about the characters at the end of the day. So it's like, But here we go. It seems like we are going to be jumping in. So taking a look at our agent selection as we get ready to move into Haven. Anna's going to be shifting over off of the Reyna onto Killjoy. Bright Blue is going to be moving from the Sova onto Cypher. Saurus will be taking up the Sova duties.
Okay, and we're going to see Lawrence, of course, was subbed in place of Alex, so Lawrence will be playing that Jet. Anna not on the Reyna, this time going to be playing a bit further back with the Killjoy, and Outlaw, who is staying for Haven, will now be playing Astra. Outlaw, for those who haven't been following, was making his first appearance with the roster today. With Sage earlier, now we'll be playing Astra here on Haven. So we'll see how that works out for Noble Experience, this being their map pick, surely something that they're pretty comfortable with in terms of preparation.
All right, well, with that out of the way, seems like we are going to be ready to hop straight into the game here. Let's see who comes out on top.
Outlaw looks happy there on stage, so he seems ready to go for map 2. I like to see it.
Having a whale of a time, finally getting to make his little debut here for Noble up on stage. Let's hope that with the second map, they'll be able to find a win. Otherwise, that'll be a pretty bittersweet debut day. But guys, we are ready with that music. That means we are hopping into Haven. I know you guys have been jumping at the bit for it. Let's go ahead and get straight into the map.
So this will also mean that it's the first time that Noble's playing with an Astra here on Haven, and I think actually just in general. So see how well prepared Outlaw is on that. They've played a couple different variations here for Haven, but now with the Astra, just a single duelist. See if they can make it work as they start on attack.
Yeah, last time they played, Yurutan was on Omen. So this is, you know, a fairly major shakeup for them. Noble moving into garage. Do get darted there for just a moment. Intid's around the corner, spots out one. Oh! Gets the dismiss. Actually finds Lawrence and not Revy, who is the lower HP member, as he pushes out onto the side, gets a headshot there to Intid. Traded out, but Ana pressing forward with Frenzy in hand. Will find a kill. Bayohan gonna be falling. Neil X around the back. Doesn't take any damage as he finds that kill. See how he can play this out. Does have the tailwind. No, that wasn't it, Neil X. That was not the move.
Wow, I was not expecting that. Out of all the possibilities that could have happened in that 1v2, that tailwind in with no other information was not it. I did also find it interesting that they just didn't stick the plant when it was a 3v1. I know they were low health, so I think they were just afraid of getting peeked right around the corner without all the information. But eventually, they will secure the round win. So Noble Experience feeling pretty good coming into the second map, starting off with a W on the board.
Yeah, it's a solid beginning for them. See how that shifts now into the second round, because RYU, they do have some surprises up their sleeve, namely this Marshall just holding the corner. Oh, pulls out a line of sight right as the peek comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, this is potential collateral, but never mind. He won't nail the shot. Lawrence gets himself out in onto the site. Kind of goes past that cloudburst, but it doesn't matter. Will not get tagged up. It's a little bit of damage in on the Bay Johansson. Now he's going to be operating at about 74. Trailblazer goes in, does get the daze. Hawk goes flying through, but oh no! Revy pushes the smoke. Might not matter though, because Lawrence has found 2 kills.
Yeah.
Now, Nano Swarm's set up. At least one of them. He may be still holding on to the second. Yep. Still does have another one. See it situated. Bright blue. Will finish that one off. Insta pop comes out onto the second one as Ana tosses that one forward. But Johan, trying to reload, and Ana will manage to take him out, but Bright blue is fast on the reply. Shock dart now going in. That's a finish there onto the enemy Cypher. Outlaw will spray down Saurus, and with 3 members retaining their weapons, Noble will go ahead and close out 2 rounds. That's as many as they got on Icebox, so they've already tied that up.
Oh boy, well, yeah, like you said, much better start for them. And I mean, with the heavy investment into the Spectres, getting to keep 3 feels pretty good. I'm really good value on Revy using that Trailblazer, but then unfortunately kind of blinded himself as the Guiding Light didn't quite make it out of that smoke. They make it happen, though. I mean, RYU had a good read. They kind of suspected this push into B potentially. We saw Bright Blue wanting to get a bit aggressive in Garage. They had the Marshall ready. They just weren't able to get that first pick, and afterwards, obviously, you just have to back out and give the site away.
Trailblazer does not spot. As Neil X is just situated here on top of the box. He's playing around the cloudburst as best as possible. Oh! He snaps right onto Lawrence's head. Even gets some blind shots through the smoke there onto Revy. Now, maybe he didn't quite notice where the Guiding Light came from. You can see him spring through that wall, so.
Just wants to check if she's still there. That Sky now stuck in the cubby.
Why am I not playing Raze right now? I just nade him out. We'll throw the Leer. They go for the push. There's the cleanup as Neil X will get him through the wall in the end for 3 on the round. Ace is still possible. Deep lurk here for Big Johan over at C Long. Well, the spike is being brought into the garage with this dart. Out onto the site. This should be the call for everybody else to start rotating over.
Yep, Neil X just stomping through.
Oh, he spotted on it too. He's gonna pull back. Spike not yet gonna be planted. Neil X. Oh, the ace is very much possible. He's going for it. It's not gonna happen. Utel wins for it. Now Yurutan manages to find 2, but can't make it a third. And it will strike him down, and RYU will win out of the 3rd round.
Just something about tailwinding into Seaside not working out for Neil X today.
Yeah, a little too antsy.
That time he just really wanted that ace. And
I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, you had 4 kills. You still have plenty of your teammates left alive. Yeah, I get it. It's just happening 2 rounds off of the first 3 is just kind of funny.
Just slightly antsy, you know? He had a great start to the round after the long pause to even get into this map. Starts popping as a potential for an ace. Really get you jazzed up, so I could see, see somebody wanting to go for it, but It is a pretty hilarious turn of events. Ana, however, does have this lockdown available. And obviously, Sorvist still very far away from the Hunter's Fury.
Oh man, Ana placing that alarm bot, recalling it right away. Just to see if there's any reaction from it. The turret earlier, of course, kind of being misplaced. Now being called back.
Hug into the corner. Nothing to worry about. Get cleared from Havoc. Lawrence making his way out on the site. Will manage to find Antip, but Ana does fall on the entry to the garage. Spike has been brought up onto C, however. Will get planted. Advantage there. Or not quite there, but now it is. Yeah, very much so, as NeoX and Bright Blue will both fall. Outlaw going for the reload. Manages to get the weapon drawn back out and finish off by Johan. So wrist in the back. Does get dazed by that Trailblazer. Got his work cut out for him, but he's also dealing with just 2 low HP members. So it's very possible that he could find these kills. The dart actually goes into the box, not into Revy, so could have repositioned. Here's the Hawk. Goes for the spray down, manages to find him. Now 14 HP remaining. On the jet, goes for the tap, but he's not looking over towards long. Sees the updraft, knows that he needs to hold this. Spray, starting to cut through it. Lawrence will get him in the head. Seemed like maybe for just a moment he was going to be able to just stick that out, but Noble experience will go ahead, turn it back around, just making sure that there's no momentum build here for RYU.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty dicey at the end, but Lawrence getting out after he took a lot of damage initially just to cover the lurk in the flank, down C long, works out, pays off for them, and just good spray through the Cloudburst as well. So not much Sorvist could do after he doesn't get the first peek down C long. Of course, he was kind of more focused on the garage. Bit unfortunate there, but not to worry too much. I mean, this round it's going to be the Sheriff, so we'll see what damage RYU can do. Afterwards, they'll have quite a few ults to work with. They might
so
be
aggressive.
Rightfully gets a kill here. You might be able to make something happen.
No, the day's right around the corner, and that is just the B site now completely broken open. Lawrence makes his way up. Gets the spike planted here at default. And now they can just go ahead, pull back. 3v5 with Sheriffs, and NeoX down to 40 HP. Very much good luck to you, gents.
Yeah, they still have that 1 nanoswarm extra and the 2 shock bolts, so everything is fine and dandy. You've got your behinds covered as well, as you see Outlaw just looking behind them. And worse comes to worse, Nox has all of their ultimates available. Oh.
Almost a bit of a botch there from Revy, but he does manage to stabilize, gets the shot off, doesn't take any damage.
Yes. Make sure.
Yeah, given how fast this is ticking, they got to get away. Whereas Sorvist and NeoX, they are happy to just go ahead, be absorbed by the spike. And it's now going to be 4-1. A very solid start on the attacker side here for Noble.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost looking like the reverse of what we saw on Icebox, just in terms of how comfortable both teams look. I mean, so far, RYU, sure, that last one, as they take a tactical timeout. Again, good to see some of those earlier tactical timeouts. You know, RYU, they've just kind of been playing pretty standard. Obviously, that last round, they played aggressive with the Sheriffs. But I'm interested to see if they switch things up a little bit, just in terms of maybe stacking a bit more on one side or the other, show if they have any reads on RYU, or if they always have to just rely on default and then work the retake, right? I mean, that can get a little dicey, especially if you lose one member. That's retreating a bit too late on the site.
Yeah. Well, things are about to get a little bit dicey here, as we've got 5 ultimates available for Noble and 4 for RYU.
Yeah, there are now a couple on both sides that you can't use too reliably, right? I'm always questionable about the Astra ultimate, to be honest. It seems like it's so hard to make the perfect placement, right? Like, in theory, you know how to do it, but the way it rotates and such, you always see some slight mistakes on the lineups, even in pro games. So I'm always curious to see if that's going to work out well. I mean, that Trailblazer just got full value.
Yeah, it just undid absolutely everything for them. I mean, you know, having Bae Johan in the back, take a couple Sheriff shots to clear the turret, not the worst thing if Bright Blue can get the jump on them, but the Trailblazer just completely botches it for both.
Ooh, aggressive push out mid again.
Yeah. Oh, NeoX. This could be huge.
They have no idea. I mean, all the attention drawn from Inted, really well done from RYU so far.
Nobody has Size over on window right now. They get Saurus. That might lure them into a false sense of security now, but the Seeker actually moves around the back. He pushes in, does manage to find Outlaw. Wants to just exit away. Lockdown is used, and Cubby outside of B. Bright Blue now gonna fall. 3v4 as they wait out this lockdown. Of course, nobody going to be detained here. Elex just trying to hold it down. Will get spotted by that dart, has to pull back. Now the rest of the squad making their way out onto the site. I mean, Elex is still quite far away from helping contest this. Lawrence throwing down the Cloudburst, tries to go across. Shock Dart doesn't go quite far enough, and Lawrence will clean up for Ana, will get the last. And that is going to be Noble continuing to move forward.
Honestly, Noble just not hesitating at all. As soon as they see the Seekers push people out, they just charge through B. And sure, you saw the the one kill on the flank from NeoX, but because of that fast movement, no one else was caught behind. And it didn't really matter that they didn't catch the Seeker wrapping around them immediately, because you lost the Astra. She got one smoke off to begin with. And then that's the job well done. Spikes planted. NeoX, of course, has to just get out for his own safety.
I spy with my little lineup Bucky, so Bayohan is going to go get situated. I thought maybe he was going to move up C long, but it seems like he just wants to go ahead and play right at entrance. Looking to just avoid that turret.
Does get spotted.
Okay, well.
Oh, they still don't have it. Oh, they saw Ana pushes out. Noble Experience just does not wait. I mean, if they played any slower, things could go so awry for them. But as soon as they have information, they push out and they cover the corners for each other. So really well played.
Well, there's the Cosmic Divide now coming up, cutting off that CT axis as well as Heaven and Hell. The drone will go ahead and check the rest of the site. It seems like this is going to be a bit of a fake.
Ooh, and I like the way they did it, right? You had some placement in front of Garage to see if anyone's flanking around mid. You don't see that, but you presume there has to be movement after the Cosmic Divide, and especially after you got the kill on A long. So they just commit to the fake, and it works out perfectly. Three members all on the other side of the map, now slowly creeping back in.
Yeah, 2 Sheriffs and a Bucky for the retake on C versus 5. Very much good luck to you. Need to see some incredible headshots and some weapon recoveries if they wanted to turn this one around. Just to be able to check close, but yeah, it seems like this might just be a tick down on the spike, and then everybody kind of crashing in, looking to get that death bonus.
Yeah, so they're on the site, but of course everyone down long. Got the turrets there as well.
Fury.
Oh, they're just using everything this round.
Just pushes him off. I mean, Hunter's Fury, honestly, not going to be that costly. The blind is going to be good, as Bayohan says, I'll just charge forward. I'll try to finish them off. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Saurus will take one gun out of their hands, but that's as good as it gets. And 6-1, now 4 rounds straight for the side of Noble. This is just a complete inversion of what we saw on the first map of Icebox.
Yeah, exactly. At 7 rounds, this would have been the same score. So, well done by Noble. And I really do like that they just kind of threw everything they had. I mean, you're pretty much just past the halfway mark of the first half. So, use those ultimate cycle through them as you try to keep the lead, rather than kind of sitting on them and then not finding a good place. Maybe you fall behind and the economy starts to get a bit out of balance. Obviously, not a concern right now. Inted.
Spots one. Is he ready for the double peek? No, they are not. Inted Bayon getting way too aggro. Get punished. That's not even that much damage dealt. Revi still going to be situated here. Will fall in the end as Bright Blue finds him, but just like that, RYU trying to get back in. They continue to over-aggress, and this is not what we were seeing from them at all on Icebox. They were the ones who were playing more patiently, just ready to set up, defensively and just hold angles. They're getting overzealous and punished at every twist and turn.
Yeah, it's so weird to see that, right? Because as you said, on Icebox, they just seemed so patient, so calm. Saurus tries to stay alive, not even going to be able to get one trade, but now it almost seems like just the round score is starting to really pressure them, right, and chase them away from the shadows as they start to overaggress just in different places of the map. It doesn't all seem very synchronized either, right? It just seems like, a couple players are like, well, this time I'm going to push out B, or this time I'll push out C. Hopefully that's not the conversation, but that's what the result is when we're seeing the movement around the map. There's no other setup to cover for that. Now we're back to another hodgepodge of a buy from RYU.
right, knives out. Blade Storm on the rush, Lawrence. Gonna shake things up a bit. Tailwind's forward, Paranoia crashes into him. Still manages to find Bae Johan soon as that Paranoia expires. Bright Blue will dome him. Tries to push back out around the corner. Instant comes in to peel just a little bit. Comes up with a follow-up kill, but now he falls. Neil X is gonna be gone. It's all on Soarist in a 1v2. He's very close. Pulls back away. He is darted, but here's Ana with the lurk. Comes around from behind. And it just feels like there's not much at all that RYU can do here. I mean, granted, you know, weapon disadvantage, but they are just getting torn apart.
Well, what I love seeing from Noble Experience as well is that you've noticed now that they start aggressing right down mid or down C, and so you just say, okay, well now their economy's broken again. Let's just push in. We have the knives, right, so that we can also cover any sort of counter aggression down C long, and then you just break into the site. Sure, you lost a bit, but your economy's so healthy, and as long as they're not stealing, keeping weapons, it's not going to be the end of the world. So Noble Experience now continues to keep RYU on their toes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if RYU continues to look a bit lost in terms of their overall team play after that round, as NOX continues to show a different pace every round.
Yep. Trailblazer the check over towards A. Spike just outside of garage for the moment.
Going to start inching in, though, as we see some noise being made on the side of A.
Pulls off that corner for just a moment.
Oh.
Really great dismiss. Into gets a kill, gets the hell out, but Lawrence hounds him down. Bae Johan, however, will manage to finish him off through the smoke with that Guardian shot to the back of the head. Now it's just waiting this out. Creeping around the side. Spots him for just a moment. He will get rid of the Guardian, but still have Bright Blue in the back of sight. Blind comes through. He's just going to be spamming the angle. Push comes in. Revy strikes him down, but now is all on his lonesome as the spike will be planted. Sore wrist. It's only 11 HP, so this is absolutely clutchable for the Sky. Another blind comes through, sees the jet on the cross. Now gets started, and that dart could be his undoing. Falls so very low. The jump shot from Neil X will finish him off, and RYU will get this defuse off. They'll finally put a second round on the board. But can they keep that, momentum going? Can they actually string this together into a consecutive second round? Because right now, they haven't been able to do it.
Yeah, hasn't
look
happened.
Good. Their economy is still not great.
Yeah, and on top of that, that round, I mean, it was Inted, right? Inted getting that dismiss just in time to create enough space, bait them into the site where they want to try to secure the kill. That way, Bae Johan can trade. I mean, this was just so instant. Doesn't even take any damage off of that, in fact. Just gets the instant dismiss, and Lawrence now has to go deep to try to trade for that kill. That gives all the time in the world for the rest of RYU to converge on C. So you made that work off of one player. How much more often can that happen? They're going to continue their same setup in A again, but now with the Cosmic Divide.
Cosmic Divide, and yet again, TP out into long from Bae Johan. The check, he snaps back over to the C side, and Lawrence is just right in behind Neil X. So no value from that Blade Storm going to be found. You slow them up, but the site is unoccupied. Spike will get planted. Into now over does find a nice kill, and it's an interruption by the Hunter's Fury. Switches this one out, decides to check over towards short, will not find him, but now the Neural Theft sees everybody. Spike planted, Cosmic Divide has expired. 4v3 for the retake of the A site.
This is pretty dangerous for NOX. They know that everyone's on the ground floor here in A.
Well, should have seen that over for just a moment. The drop down comes in, they get it behind Lawrence. And there's just not a damn thing that Yudotan can do. So RYU will go ahead. They finally get a second consecutive round. With only one more to go in the half, best they can hope for now is going to be an 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, if you can win out on the last rounds, though, not the end of the world, right? You get to keep the momentum, and 8-4, yeah, it's not ideal, but it's still a score you can work with, especially as you swap sides here on Haven and you get to go on attack.
Yep.
And you have that chance. So now we're going to see NOX just say, all right, let's try to close this out 9-3. That's an excellent position for them, especially as they'll be able to play things a bit safer on defense as well, looking at their composition, right? I mean, the Astra I think one of the biggest strengths of Astra is that, right? It's not an agent that's necessarily particularly suited for attack or defense. You're pretty flexible on both just with the coverage you have across the map, so we'll see how much more they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to play Lurk and be impactful, maybe not necessarily directly. Like we do see, some Astros like Zumba, Mako, who very much are involved in playing forward with their squad.
Sure.
But it's also not very uncommon to see Astros kind of playing back, playing away from the action, and just making sure that they have those stars in prime position, making sure that they're activating them to maximize the value out of the nebulas, out of the gravity wells. So Outlaw been doing a fine job, and you know, getting those 2 Cosmic Divides up. Doing decently for his squad, but just the rest of the team, they just, you know, held off there for a little bit too long. It's a good retake from RYU.
Yeah, and when you have 2 people kind of covering the other side to either create space or get picks, and they both die, that's... Oh, nice shot!
And that's the spike spotted as well, so they know it's hovering over at the A site right now. Blind comes in, pull back from Revy, just picks it up, he'll rotate away from here. Well, maybe we would see just a full shift from NeilX, but he's just going to be moving over to long and peek the lobby. Oh, alarm bot. Oh, RYU tries it around on a cyber cage, and in the middle of that animation, does get domed. It's in, clearing the side, will find one, takes a dismiss, goes invisible, pops out, but he just can't clear the corner. Ana very much privy to where he was going to be going, finds that elimination, and now advantage is there for Noble. Trying to close this out 9-3. Revy is able to top Yudotan back up. He was down to, I believe, 14 health. Oh, on the back of the dart. They press in. Ana finds a third. Nanoswarm thrown down. Can't clear it fast enough. NeilX now just time bought.
Nope. He does swap out to the Phantom off of the Vandal, just trying to make sure he can play a bit closer, but things aren't looking so hot.
No, not at all. Nanoswarm already going to be popped, but he's just running out of time. He says, you know what, I got to eat some of this damage. Goes in, wants to get the stick, but yeah, they've got the spray through. Very nicely done here from the side of Noble to close out the half 9-3. A major response after a lopsided first map.
Yeah, Breeze is looking pretty good on the forecast right now as Noble Experience tries to take this map 2 after a tough loss on Icebox in map 1. And I love the way they played it. I mean, there wasn't too much variance, right? It was pretty, there was a pretty strict pattern, but they were able to take advantage of the fact that RYU also just seemed to be in shambles for the first part of this half. So we'll see if RYU can actually recollect themselves. The way they played on Icebox, like you mentioned in the middle, Achilleos, is they were just so calm and collected, and here they started aggressing without much of a system or much of a foundation, it seemed. Now an attack, obviously that can be a bit more favored on a map like Haven. We'll see if they're going to change things up. Looks like they're going to go for the same 3-1-1 here, even on the pistol round.
I hear the dart being taken. Decide to keep their position obscured and ambiguous, so they don't go spraying through. Guiding light down into short will reveal that there's at least somebody hovering nearby, as well as that drone forward onto the site. Yudotan now going to look to match. Dives down into the smoke. Into the check, and we'll see at least one.
You see them backing out, so this is going to signal over to Noble Experience to maybe reposition. And now they're going to double back on themselves. Noble Experience says, you know what, this was probably a fake, and we're going to see Outlaw rejoin on A. So they're now stacked 3 on A as well, and the read looks like it might be correct. The spike is still hovering around A.
Yeah. Shifting back over, so 3-man stack could end up being...
This is...
very beneficial.
It's very slow for RYU right now, and at this point, you have to commit to this return to A. You see the ping going down as well. I don't think they expect Noble Experience to be as well prepared. NeilX needs to get this first kill.
Oh, and Bright Blue might get caught in mid here just a moment. Just waiting into B. Dart finding some good value. Yudotan will get tagged up a bit through the spray. Zoreth presses up. Oh! Yudotan comes up with 3 to shut him down. Bayon does not stand a chance. And the Sova kicks things off with 4 kills in the second pistol round.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
I thought it was going to go the complete opposite way. He was tagged a bit off of that dart. Of course, you lost your teammate. You lost a Revy on the other side. And then, wow, Yudotan just holds his ground. Watch this again. I mean, he is just patient until the last moment, and he's lined up perfectly.
Oh, God. Right click is broken.
Yeah, he gets the double on the first
One
right click.
Yeah, 2 kills, and then immediately into a third.
Wow.
Brutal. All right, well, that's a frenzy. This is an instant dink onto Inted. There's no way to top him up. Needs to get an assist. Push on the corner. Oh, the blind is in. They will manage to find that kill. It's it though. Not participating, so cannot get that overhealing coming through. So he and Bright Blue are both going to be left in shambles as far as their HP bars are concerned. So Spike's now planted. Massive weapon advantage, obviously, there for the side of Noble. Shorty around the corner as Yudotan takes some shots. Felix gets into position.
They should be able to do this with the weapon differences and the health differentials as well.
Oh, this drone could really mess up Neil.
Oh, well, hello,
Oh,
Neil.
they're going for the push. He manages to make it around the corner. The smoke comes up, and Outlaw will take him out. Reload has to be used. Ana now going to fall. Bayohan eliminated. And that'll just be the close up. Yeah, so only going to be one additional kill. Ana, the only other casualty outside of Revi. As the defuse, they got it decently close, but still going to be off. But yeah, 11-3.
Wow, Yudotan already only one away from his Hunter's Fury after that first round, and now the defuse. So things are looking pretty good for Noble Experience. They just need 2 more. I mean, sure, Ryu right now has the chance, but if Ryu loses this one, that's pretty much all she wrote.
Yeah, forking it, we're going to Breeze after that.
And that would be great to watch, especially given that both of these maps seem so heavily favored to one side.
I think Breeze becomes
it's gonna be
an absolute nightmare.
It's just going to be this fist fight on this giant map.
Yeah. I'd be okay with that. Both teams just decide knife and mid.
Just knife and mid around the pillar?
First to 13, knife and mid around mid pillar.
Honestly, that map would be fun to knife and mid, honestly. Oh, wow. Lawrence pushed up super aggro up on...
That is not a spot that you often anticipate people to be in, so that could absolutely catch somebody off guard unless they scout forward.
Just a lot of noise made in B, but no particular shot. What?
Lawrence! How do you mess it up?
Oh my gosh. He slow creeped into vision, and you're not even that. You get 50 damage off, and then the armor off of Bright Blue. This is disastrous.
I mean, that could be their undoing here. I mean, granted, it's still a very long road for them to try to turn this around, but if that is the start of the momentum swing that is necessary, like if Ryu actually runs it back off the back of this round, that is going to haunt Lawrence, you know, until the next tournament starts, because this would be
yeah, that would be the end.
That would be the end of it here for Noble Experience. So let's hope for their sake and for his, you know, mental, that's not going to be the case. Push around the corner. Intit finds Revi, finding his groove here yet again with the rain up, pulls back into hell.
Yeah, of course. All full rifles on the side of Ryu. We are going to see Yudotan swap over to a Phantom, picks it up. So not too bad weapon-wise. And again, Neil on the flank.
Here he goes again, tailwinding, and he does not give a damn. Comes up with 2, and it's a flawless round here now that they get some actual weapons in their hands for the side of Ryu. But will it last is the question.
Yeah, the most important thing here to consider for Noble Experience is your loss on that isn't too big, right? You carried over most of your Spectres coming into that round. You know, you're kind of expecting that the weapon difference isn't to your advantage. Unfortunately, the biggest thing is Lawrence, of course, upgrading to that Phantom and then losing it immediately. The flip side is now with that flawless and all these kills, Ryu is sitting okay. And you're not already at match point, so Noble Experience has to start to play this pretty carefully. They're going to just stick to Sheriffs, as they had to commit quite a bit in utility and armor every round so far. Oh, Neil X does catch one as they try to aggress through mid. Pretty much similar mirror situation from before, but it's actually now down to a 2v2 after that mess of a fight in front of garages. Look at all those death markers.
He saw the weapon, but Bright Blue gets the kill. Ana. Just outside, 50 HP remaining. And Spike is just going to be rotated out into the C.
Yeah, Ana just wants to pick up a weapon here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got, he's got the weapon recovery. He's got the Prime Vandal. It's winnable.
I don't, okay, well, I was going to say, I don't know if they really know yet.
He's got instant. Camera's cleared, so he cannot try to get a dart on him. Nano swarm the back of the side. The P comes in and he almost lights it up.
Oh, so close.
Oh, good God.
Wow.
By the skin of their teeth, Ryu.
That was
win it.
that was way closer than it had any right be after he gets hit by that tripwire, but eventually Bright Blue still closes it out. So RYU still
that should
takes
never have happened.
Yeah, it should have never gone down to the wire like that, but RYU will take whatever win they can. So they're still able to replenish their rifles. Of course, now Noble Experience, after going for the Sheriff's last round, they'll be able to strike back. They also still have that Hunter's Fury now for 2 rounds, so see if that's used just to bring them to match. Oh!
Well, Lawrence nearly catching Bayohan. That's why you aim at the wall and try to get the wall back.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, it's either a bit of damage or you get the kill. So you want to go for the kill, obviously. Trailblazer's like, wait a second.
Double take there.
I saw an omen. He's going to TP out. That is not a fake. The Hawk does not get... okay.
Revy?
All right, Revy just wins
Wow,
that somehow.
What?
Does get chunked out to 30 HP, but this is... oh, we're in interesting territory.
Okay. We are
Did
seeing...
Did you not notice his elbow?
Yeah, I think he was so set on his mind of just trying to swap positions that he gets caught out with his knives out.
Seeker's used. This is just... We're in Bizarro land now. Revy will take down Inti before he falls. That's going to nullify the Empress.
Okay, RYU still able to eventually break into the site after a bit of a mess. Players on both sides seeming to lose a bit of focus here. Bright Blue's got the cam set up. And the drone as well, so they're going to get information that both are coming through from spawn.
They're flying, finding nothing. Outlaw ready for the peak. NeilX goes down. Whoever's left alive. Bright Blue cutting around the side. Gets a little bit of chip damage in onto him. Now will fall. Sorez pulling way the hell back. Throws out the dart. Here's them tap. Goes for the Hunter's Fury. But somebody's pushing him right now. Is he prepared for it? He gets the kill.
That should be enough.
Oh, wait, no, he got the half. Already to half. He thinks that it's not going to be nothing. Oh, he's so barely over 0.05. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Yet again, by the skin of their teeth, they close out another round. One member left standing. 0.05 seconds.
Wow. I mean, that's like a win that doesn't feel that great, though.
That's just one of those. That's just one of those things where, like, Outlaw, if he didn't chase like literally one step further into long A, he would have had it.
Yeah. In fact, I don't know. As soon as you peek long and then you don't see them, I think you just go back, right? Because you just trade off. That's your best bet. I mean, obviously, in the heat of the moment, it's hard to tell exactly what the result's going to be, but so unfortunate in hindsight with the 0.05 only needing to finish that second half. So RYU, while it's not the win they wanted, they're going to feel good about it. NeilX pushes aggressively.
Oh, no. Whoa, now he's completely surrounded. Marshall going to be picked up. TP over to the side. Bayon just getting situated in the back of sight now. Knives are drawn out for Lawrence as they look for the retake. The lockdown comes in from Ana. No way to clear this. Just have to try. Keep them off the spike now. Hunter's Fury sent down into long. He's looking to line up the knives here. Soros dances around. Keeps himself safe. They go back in for the spray. Ana falls. Lawrence continues to stay situated up top. Drops down with the classic. Will find Bayohan, but Bright Blue trades him right back out. So Yurotan. It's not going to be too long for this world. Sends out a final shock dart, but it's only so much that the guy can do. Now it's going to be completely spotted. Walks right into the crosshair, and RYU are starting to run it back. That is 4 consecutive rounds for them. 4 more, and they will tie this up at 11-11.
Honestly, with how messy things have gotten, I think it might actually be possible. I mean, both teams, we gave them so much praise, obviously, at the first time for RYU on Icebox and then Noble Experience in the first half here, on how they were playing their own game plan, right? They seemed set in their patience, and now it's just, like you said, bizarre world for all 10 players. There are moments where everyone's just kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah.
RYU obviously coming out on top out of that chaos, but see if they can capitalize that momentum now as rifles come back for Noble Experience here in round 19.
Bizarre turn of events.
Yeah, Lawrence is pushed up again, this time just hanging out on the ramp in a short, so see if he is able to redeem himself after the last time he tried to catch them by surprise. Looks like they won't be paying too much attention to A just yet, though.
Well, significantly slowed down now as they just continue to inch forward, looking for some form of information here. Members peeking out into the B site. Dash up. ELX gets himself up top of the box. Tries to reposition. Revy spraying through, goes back, pulls back away for the reload, and as ELX tries to push in to get that punish, Ana is ready with the crossfire, takes him out, and Instant will fall off screen. Now 5v3 for this retake, and basically no post-plant utility available.
And then there's the Cosmic Divide to stop the bullets as well. Okay.
Revy gets a little overzealous there, pushes through the smoke, but as they try to advance in onto the site, Lawrence is situated up top, and the defuse starts to come in. Outlaw will close out 4 kills in that round.
Okay.
As they will finally put their 12th on the board. Noble, they have stopped the momentum here for RYU, but can they seal the deal?
Yeah, it's match point now. They just have to really stay true to their game plan. I played really well there. One of the more unfortunate things for RYU, of course, the Shockbolt not clearing all of the Killjoy utility was just spread out enough so neither gets hit when it's shot right down the middle. So good placement there from Ana. And then Ana being ready for that crossfire as you see Revy backing out. That was just really well baited to have Neil X push out just a bit too deep. Operator now in the hand of Neil X, attacker operator.
Yep. Well, Dark gonna spot one. Lawrence starts inching forward. Does have the trap wire set up to try to cover. Blind in, and Revy pushes off the back of it. He's made a 1-for-1, but Kid Inted, who's been, you know, maybe less so on this map, but more so on Icebox. He was, you know, obviously one of the top fraggers.
Just gonna spot everyone with that Cypher ultimate, and you see them all spread out across the map, so you decide, all right, which way do we stack now that you know they're all holding their own angles.
Sore wrist in a bit of a precarious spot here if they decide to peek the corner. ELX though, scopes in.
Do it.
Go to the check, Lawrence. Knocked down, that's gonna be the rush now out onto the site. 3v4. Bay Johan down to 30 HP. Nobody's moved in yet. Paranoia burned. Bay Johan gets spotted in on the site here. Around the back. Oh, Neil X is not prepared. What has happened? It's all just falling to pieces.
What? And then NOX wins it off of that. They were already in the site. RYU didn't predict that they would already have made it through from spawn. They only check heaven, and RYU just closes it out in a swift 3 kills.
What is Neil X doing in that moment?
Oh, that is...
It's so much time to just get that shot off. Doesn't happen. And now we're going to map 3.
Wow, what a way to go. That the later like quarter of that map was just absurdity after absurdity, but Noble Experience is going to still hang on to their lead and close it out, bringing it to a 1-1 map score. Wow.
I mean,
that is RYU absolutely should have been able to close out that last round. I mean, even after that, they would have still had many more rounds to go. So I think Noble Experience eventually obviously had the upper hand, but wow.
I mean, we came into this saying that we weren't sure who was going to win. And it's very much the same right now, same scenario. So I have no clue what is going to happen as we get ready to go into, you know, this third and final map of Breeze, because we've really only seen Noble play it. It did not go well for them at all. So this is very much up in the air.
Yeah, it's been, especially Haven. I mean, seeing both teams kind of fall into shambles, it was a little tough to tell exactly who was performing at their best throughout that map. Of course, we're seeing just kind of the base stat lines for all the players. And as it goes, I mean, Noble Experience, especially in that first half, they looked very dominant. They just seemed to lose it just a bit in the later parts.
Yeah, this is a very tough one when it comes down to the MVP votes here. I think we're going to be seeing a fair amount of split decisions. I think there's multiple ways that you could go. But yeah, what a weird and wonderful map, I suppose, of Haven. But guys, we are going to be going to a game at number 3 Breeze and Icebox in the same best of 3 series? Are you kidding? That is a first year for us. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. Reminder, loser goes home. Need to win this last map to stay in the tournament. We'll see who wins it when we come back.
I feel like I'm in a cage. The walls, they keep closing in. I need a place where I can breathe. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me swim deep, find a better way. Something to light up a spark again. So lift me up to a higher state. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's time to say goodbye, leave it all in short of time. Need you to hold your breath, swim till you reach a deeper end. It's time to leave, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. Whatever means, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. It's time to leave, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. Whatever means, it's time to break free from the shallows. Thought that I knew what I had to be. Turns out I was too blind to see. Let go of fear and just break free. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's time to say goodbye, leave it all in short of time. Need you to hold your breath, swim till you reach a deeper end. It's time to leave, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. Whatever means, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. It's time to leave, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. Whatever means, it's time to break free from the shallows.
It's around the corner, spots out one. Oh, miss actually quite.
오, 유도탄.
네.
근데 위에서. 자, 이렇게 뒤로
근데 위치 너무 좋아요. 그냥 어떻게 같이 치면 되죠? 오늘 급발진 안 됐고.
레이나가 중요한데 많이 없어요.
일단 잡았어요. 일단 세이브.
시간이 없어. 그냥 배짱에 쳐야 돼요. 가능한 수를 내놔가지고 이걸 위해서.
유도는 안 나가 비쌀 아니면 유도.
아, 에임이 망했네.
남아있는 녹스.
지금 너무 가야 돼요.
이근데.
인거는 빛이라 나가야죠.
봤습니다만 잘 숨기고 있어요.
네. 이러면 무시.
자, 이거 좋아요.
끌리기 세 명의 이런 전진이었는데 잡히게 되면 말릴 수밖에 없죠. 그때 워낙에 잘 막았잖아요. 자, 나옵니다. 방해차고 그렇게 안 잘리네. 쏘줘야 되는데요.
And we are back, guys. We are going into a map 3, something that's been a bit of a rarity thus far in stage 3, but we are getting the full world tour right now. Icebox Haven now to Breeze. A map that we very much have, you know, obviously the least amount of tape on. And we get to see how these two teams are going to deal with it. I said at the beginning that this could end up being a slobber knocker, and that's exactly what we got. We got some absolutely wild rounds there. That's the only way I can really put it, because the other terminology that comes to mind is not broadcast appropriate. So, yeah, we'll see what happens as we get ready to shift into some long sight lines. You can see a bit of a split decision here. All the Koreans very much.
Yeah, what is this?
They have the consensus on Lawrence, who did look good coming in for this roster, and it seems like, you know, Lawrence gives them a little bit of extra firepower that they were severely lacking on Icebox. He comes in, he looks good. So overall, I think it's a fine MVP choice. I was very split on this one. And this is the best part about having players in studios. They can ham it up for the camera. Watching them do it on a webcam in, you know, a bedroom in their team house or whatever is just nowhere near as good as up on stage. So always love to see the personalities come out. And Lawrence definitely in the groove. Needs to sit up a little bit more, though. That's not good for your back.
Yeah. We definitely are becoming more cognizant about your posture and such here in Valorant. But going to Breeze, Lawrence feeling good, coming back in for Haven, and gets to take the MVP. And it looks like we didn't have another switch for Breeze, so it's going to be the same lineup for Noble Experience as Lawrence gets to stay on stage. And so does Outlaw, which means Alex will not be playing once again here on Breeze.
I mean, but the curious question that comes to mind now is, do we still see a Viper? Because we have been seeing a fair few of Vipers on Breeze is particularly powerful on defense. I mean, you could just completely lock off either Cave or, you know, your main entrance onto the B site. Do we still see somebody go for the Viper, or are they going to play Viperless without Alex in the roster?
Oh, I think you have to play with Viper on Breeze. I mean, like you said, on defense...
Of course you think that.
I think you should play Viper on every map. But I think just like you said, on defense, and then even on attack, just the fact that she can basically cut the site into a more manageable size, right, is very different than being able to say, you know, you put a smoke on like one angle or maybe on bridge for A or something like that. It just doesn't have the same effect. So Bayohan for RYU will be picking up the Viper, and it's going to be Yudotan who will be picking up the Viper for Noble Experience. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. We are going to see Outlaw now on the Reyna. Quite a bit of switch-ups here for Noble Experience in terms of what agents they're playing on which map. I always get a little concerned. I mean, it's great if you can make it work, but you know, there is something to be said about having consistency with certain agents and their skills. So see if Noble Experience can use that to their advantage. Meanwhile, Bright Blue is going to be on that Cypher once again, which obviously holds quite a bit of value as well. I'm still torn on Cypher versus Killjoy in terms of if you had to pick on Breeze, but I think both work.
I think being able to send a cam out to scout, you know, on some of these major sites, especially on the attacker side, is just going to prove to be very, very important. As well as on defense, if you can get into, you know, I mean, there's so many different tunnels, and the names are still being worked on and whatnot, but, you know, you've got Snake, you've got Banana, and all of these sort of things. You know, being able to get a cam out there early and be able to spot for any kind of like big flank rotations coming through can be invaluable. But let's see how these guys pilot it and who's going to be coming out on top. One of these teams we're going to have to say goodbye to. We'll see which one it is as we jump onto Breeze.
Tied 1-1. Like you said, I almost forgot myself as this match has been going on for a little bit now, but Whoever loses here, that is the last game we'll see from them for a while, at least in the VCT, obviously, quite a while.
Yeah.
So obviously this map matters quite a bit for these teams. You know, even if you don't know what chance you have of getting to the top 4 or something like that, just being able to get more experience and more play time, you know, some more points, a little bit more prize money, it all starts to add up as we see Noble Experience pushing into A site.
Yeah, today Johan just going to be taken down, 20 HP off the rip. Really nice little shot there to open it. Push on the corner. Outlaw has the kill. He's got the overhealing. And suddenly, effectively has full armor. Shots being exchanged over from door. It's in place from that angle. Hawk goes up over the top. That's a massive blind, but Sorist in the back will manage to take out Ana. Making this a 4v4. Bonus on Ryu to try to get this retake on the site. Dart spots one.
Yep, and Noble Experience quite concerned with the flank. So Viper just going to provide utility for now, but might want to come back to the team.
Sid finds another, then falls. Outlaw will get picked up. Dart spots two.
Oh, it has the snake bite ready.
DLX going in for it. Starting to hold here on the spike, and he's just going to keep holding it. They need to stop him right now.
Oh,
they just can't make it happen.
The snake bite not getting the job done. I don't know exactly where it landed as we had the poison cloud as well, but she was holding the flank and then ready with the snake bite. It doesn't get the job done, so you see the Viper trying to rush in, but by then it's a bit too late. So defuse for the spike is going to come through for Ryu, and they take the first round.
Yeah, a very solid start, and definitely not one that they likely anticipated, given how that round had kicked off. I mean, losing Bayohan right off the rip, not a great look, but you can see it's going to be a little bit more of an investment this time here in the second round for them compared to when they were ahead on Icebox.
Lawrence picking up that Marshall early here despite the first round loss, just trying to counteract any sort of buys. Obviously, the Marshall potentially having more power here on Breeze than the Spectres, depending on how you're positioning yourself. So pretty good buy here for Lawrence if he can get just 1 or 2 picks.
Good damage out, Yotan falling, and he doesn't trade anything back. Nice shot as Bayohan just continuing to bait out some of his Marshall shots. Tagged up, gets a great headshot on the Neil X over at Bridge. Blinds continue to fly, but they're prepared for them, wrapping around from behind. They find the kills. Outlaw gone, now Ana dead. Still 4 members strong, and Bayon holding things down here in the back of sight.
Oh boy,
Hawk goes out, the blind comes in. A little bit of extra damage. Soares presses forward. We'll find 3 kills here to close out the second round.
Yeah, so only 1 kill, and coming from that Marshall, not able to do much more. I mean, when you lose all your teammates like that, it's really hard to try to find a good position to get those picks around those corners, and then good push out from Ryu, just not giving any more time or space to potentially get taken out with another headshot from that Marshall going in off the flash, and all members pushing forward. Lawrence not much of a chance. We are still going to see rifles all come out. Just half armor for Lawrence, though. Just a slow start. Clearing out mid here for Noble Experience.
And to just shows for a moment, gets rid of the dart.
Outlaw's already pushed up. And so is Lawrence. The mid's pretty well covered, and they're going to check with the guiding light as well. So information that mid has been given over. There comes the toxic screen, and that means they can't push out further than that.
Just look to hold them in position here for now. Creeping around the side, though. Looks like B is inevitably going to end up being the target. Trailblazer sent out. Tag goes in onto Revy. Dart into the back. Will spot one. Spots another. Bright Blue throwing down the cyber cage as they come around the corner. Spraying through. Bright Blue will fall.
So Yudotan going to get that first kill, and now they've taken down 3 members at the cost of 1. They are going to get that spike planted safely here on B. Well positioned as well.
Yep. An extremely good look for them, as they have this deep lurk here from Outlaw.
They spotted him early on in the round. The question is, do you suspect he's still there?
Oh, well,
not fully.
He did a little bit of a double take, but still does get outgunned. Nice headshot connection in the end. Finishes him off, and Soares with not a whole lot to be done. He's going to come creeping around the side, maybe try to catch him in mid.
Yeah, just wants to get a pick or two here.
Spot each other, but Yudotan will have it in the end. 3 for him, and a first round victory for Noble.
Okay, I mean, good patience, and then off of the dart, I mean, when you spot both like that, just pushing in, really good timing there from Noble Experience. Still could have gone a little bit, the other way, depending on how that Cyber Cage played out, but just a consistent push and making sure that they're not leaving their backs open, maybe cutting the corner too close, allows Noble Experience to take that. And Outlaw just being patient here near mid was really monumental in making sure that there's no extra damage done against their economy.
Yep, now the pit is online for Yudotan, so if they can get themselves in onto the site, he can absolutely lock it down. You have heavy investment of weapons here. So for the side of RYU, we want to try to turn this momentum around. Bayohan, I mean, he's just been playing the spot consistently. He's got the judge and catches Lawrence off guard. Seeker's going to be used by Ana. Guiding Light as well, going to be thrown back behind the pyramids. Gets that blind in on the Bayohan, but it's going to expire. As I say that though, Revy pushes the right side. Will displace the enemy Viper. Now the pit will come through, but Sorvis finds Revy before the walls come up. Dart bounced around the side, looks for a bit of damage. Doesn't find too much of anything though, as Neil is having to dodge over to the side.
Just trying to get some spray down through the Viper's pit.
A little bit of lucky spray, and that will be Yudotan falling.
Yeah, Yudotan just hanging on for dear life here, right at the edge of the pit.
That Guiding Light basically guarantees that everybody's going to be playing inside of the Viper's pit right now. They go pressing in, Sorvis dead, Ana falling. Two members playing together. Still standing. Looking for a bit of a split now, but Intid, he goes down. Bright Blue comes charging in. Will line up. One cannot get Outlaw. Be the last one up, and they will tie it 2-2.
Okay, I mean, well played. Like you mentioned, really smart Guiding Light to confirm that they're all in the pit, but at the end of the day, a little bit low on health and coming on from all sides for the opponents. You're not able to really hold them off in time, and then Outlaw stays alive to the very end, picks out that last one. So good use of the pit as well. I think as soon as you clear that early portion, I mean, you saw the judge was there, so you don't want to risk going too deep into the site, but you're able to just have it go into the plant site, so you're securing that spike plant.
Oh, well, okay. Aggressive push forward. Is he ready for the other two around the corner? The answer is hell yeah, he is. Lawrence finds a second, and Nana's there to pick up the pieces as Bright Blue falls, and Lawrence doesn't even take a sliver of damage. Just like that. 3 members gone. Bayhan's like, well, I don't have a shot. There's nothing to look at here other than green.
Yeah, just trying to get a cheeky angle through those arches, but not giving a moment. I mean, there's no reason to, right? Noble Experience, all 5 members alive with rifles. This being a bit of an eco from RYU.
Yeah, I mean,
couple of shots.
Taking a couple of hits, does manage to tag on once, but Sorvis now going to fall. Blind comes in, and I mean, they can just fully approach. You have everybody charging in, everybody's blind, but it doesn't matter. A flawless round here for Noble Experience to take the lead, 3-2.
Yeah, it's starting to come together for Noble Experience. Looks like they have some good reads as well. As soon as they saw the economy of the opponents, they just decided exactly how to make sure that they get the advantage there. Of course, the first pick, and then the Guiding Light securing more for Lawrence. So good entries into B, and also just constantly kind of hopping back between A and B. We've seen, just simply because the map is new, more teams kind of leaning heavily towards one side or the other. Noble Experience looks comfortable enough for now on both sides. As NeilX has picked up an operator, he's going to be playing B though, so this means that the rest of the team a bit open for the other. Oh,
push in, comes in. Intid finds 2. Right in mid. Great press right through doors.
Well,
they're now trying to hold this down, but Ana's going to fall. The Seeker's going to be used just to find the last 2 members. Bayon coming up with 2 kills himself. Flash around the corner. Revy is the only one left alive. He will get rid of Intid. That's just one step in a very long process to try to turn this around, because obviously the spike never got planted. Off shot from NeilX will finish them off. They only lose Intid. It's a really good turnaround here from RYU, and we're tied up yet again.
Wow, yeah, I mean, the catch on 2 in mid was huge. I don't think they expected that, just because RYU's been playing pretty slow around mid. They haven't really pushed out there. They've kind of let that be the playground of Noble Experience. And Noble Experience a bit complacent as they try to creep towards the doors to A. And Inta just shuts them down. See furious pings on A site. No experience, knowing exactly what they want to do this time around. I think suspecting that the operator will stay on B, but now the Viper's Pit maybe changes their mind.
Oh, Trailblazer gets the catch. They can't really go fully on the hunt, though. Try to finish him off. Lawrence wrapping around the side. Will find Inted. And this site might have already been broken open. Needs to get back into that poison cloud pretty soon here. Bayon will find Yudotan. Cloud is going to drop. Bud goes into the back.
Oh, that's keeping
them
that
contained on one side. Wall back up. Neelix postured here on bridge. He's looking for an angle, but he's just being denied one. They need Bright Blue to complete this wrap around here.
Oh,
and there
he
he
does
goes.
it.
Yep. Gets him in the end. Very good. Played out here by RYU. Patient play. Didn't decide to overextend. I like that Bayohan just says, you know what? I'm going to have to let this Viper's Pit go away.
Yeah, a really good decision from that. And then he's still able to spray through as he knows exactly where the pyramid starts, and he denies the spike plant. And if that was planted, maybe things are a little bit different just because of the pressure, but with the spiked out and then the snake bite on top just to secure that they don't take it to a different angle.
Yeah.
Really, really well played from Bayohan, giving that round win to RYU. They now finally have the lead here, returning to them 4-3.
So up, but just barely. See if they can extend this lead at all, or if we just continue to go blow for blow back and forth. Intid's going to be spotted the blind, however, still catches Lawrence, and he doesn't manage to get too much.
Wow, that guiding light is the hero that Inta needed at that moment.
Good God.
Oh my gosh.
Grateful for that one. Outlaw and Sore Risk both whiffing their shots a bit.
Now that means Hall completely
into it again.
Oh.
Can he do it? No, not this time around. Pushes Anna down to 70 HP, but that's not really going to be good enough. Still an aggressive push here now, looking to out-pressure Lawrence, but I mean, that's a 1v3 in mid there for Bright Blue. He's pinched from all angles, does get taken down. Outlaw falling when Yudotan breaks down Bayohan. He gets Sorest all the way in the back at bridge. Great Vandal one-taps coming through, and suddenly it is just NeelX with an operator, and I'm sure he would love to just hold on to this, so he's just going to tuck away in the corner at B.
Yeah, he's just going to hide for as long as possible. The hunt is on for Ana just a little bit. Obviously, they don't want to send everybody out just yet, but Ana's going to start to push through, maybe get some information. That does have to be... Oh, well, Neelix,
and confirmed.
Can you hold on to it? Oh, no. Neelix, does he realize that he's already on site?
Well, I mean, everybody else is moving over now, trying to take him out. Neelix will find the first shot. That's 1 out of 3 that's pushing in right now, trying to finish him off. Sees that bite come through, doesn't manage to nail it.
Oh
the
my gosh!
Oh, he gets Yudotan! If he actually managed to survive here, it'd be absolutely insane, but he just cannot make it out. No one doesn't take him far enough, can't break line of sight. Lawrence will cut him down in the end. He manages to get 2 with him.
Yeah, not too bad,
not
considering
awful.
considering the situation.
But it's 4-4.
Yeah, it is tied up again, and this is what we were seeing, right? I mean, until now, we've seen a lot of these one-sided games on Breeze. Of course, we were blessed with the match between TNL and Go, but here now with NOX and RYU, again, kind of on similar footing in terms of their experience and their reputation so far. How do things play out? I mean, you have the basic lineups, right? The basic setups ready to go, and now it kind of starts to turn into an aim battle once again here on Breeze.
Will spot locate 1. Revy going to be spotted for just a moment. Lets out a shock dart, but it's not going to connect on the Sora wrist. It's just a little bit too far around the corner. Blade Storm going to be used by NeelX, who is just caught on the flank. Gets absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so much control given up in mid. Every round, there's someone that's able to just go through mid and just cover these angles, create some space. And now with that, Lawrence is actually going to rotate back to A to help out Outlaw. Okay. Outlaw, a little overzealous.
I mean, Bayon has basically played that spot in every round. There's been like 2 rounds where he has not been there. So to get caught off guard by him is a little unfortunate for Outlaw, but now it's 3-3.
And I don't know, Noble Experience had a window of opportunity as Lawrence was going back to help Outlaw I thought they were just going to try to create more space as there were 3 still pushing B, but they didn't actually make it into the site.
Rough positioning here. forced to push over onto the right side. And the Viper's Pit will come down just for good measure. They really want to close this round and take the lead and not have another economic offset. Bayon makes so much noise. And Revi will just go ahead and strike him down. Now it's just all on Saurus, and they know exactly where he is. Drone to lead around through the archway. Won't get the dart off, but it just further confirms that he's not rotating out of this position.
Just trying to keep him pinned.
Smattering of damage. As walls come up. I mean, it's just a three-way peek. It's too many angles to try to clear for one man, but he will fall, and Noble Experience will take the lead now 5-4.
Yeah, I was a little concerned as they seemed to mind game themselves a bit towards the later part of that round, but they make it in, and as you said, they use the Viper's Pit. Doesn't hesitate. Yudotan now sitting in 11 kills. In fact, both Vipers leading the board. Bayohan, of course, simply all off of that one pyramid there, just sitting in the corner right here.
Yep. Totally unprepared
Yes.
for Bayon. But Bayon, I mean, not really respecting that somebody could be lurking in mid. He was making way too much noise on his approach there to go for that peek. Speaking of peeks, Neil X, bit of a whiff there. As Instant will fall. Lawrence opens things up over on the B site.
Yeah, and now finally, I mean, we see RYU commanding a bit more control in mid, right? You saw the op, and now we also have Sore Wrist pushing out a bit into elbow, so they do still give up B site.
Check. Minor blind here. Wall comes up, will just locate only Revi. He plays way well back over towards window. Outlaw going on a bit of a flank. Has made noise, but nobody's looking at him. Just saw the Alexa's leg, I believe. Wary about that back C side, back A side rather.
They have no idea that there's someone wrapping all the... Well, it's not even going to matter, actually, as they all come into the site and got taken down.
Okay, Yudotan gets the final 2 kills, and Noble, they finally stretch a lead here. 2-round lead for them at 6-4. 2 more to go in the half. I mean, RYU, they definitely could try to run this back and make it a 6-6, but given how things are going to look for them money-wise, they might have to make a play for a 7-5.
And I think that's okay, right? I mean, given how Breeze is, it's just so big that if the attackers just know exactly what their timings want to be, then it's really hard to counter that head-to-head. You have to have some different plans, or you just have to kind of play for the retakes given the size of the map. So we'll see if RYU also has plans of their own. Viper's Pit used preemptively on B just to deny. Now the Trailblazers is going to try to scout alongside the Owl drone. Left side's been cleared.
Oh, okay. Nail that shot, Outlaw.
Oh!
Gets right blue through the wall, and Bayon is just not prepared for it. He will fall as the pit nullified, now dropping down. Lawrence taking a couple extra shots there at Neil X's corpse, rather. And yeah, flawless round for Noble. 7-5 is going to have to be the hope here for RYU. I mean, granted, this has been looking significantly like an attacker's sided map from what we've seen, what little bits of breeze that we have had here in Korea. It has been very much attacker's driven. So 7-5 is not bad for RYU. It's just about stabilizing.
Yeah, and they're going to take a tactical timeout just to try to secure. I mean, I like it. Until now, it was fairly, back and forth for the first part. No dire need for the timeout. Of course, you lost a couple in a row here towards the end. But again, considering that you're on defense, nothing to panic over. So we'll see. If they can secure this last round, when all things are said and done, they're in a decent spot. I mean, when we looked at that TNL and go match, right, it was just pretty much the only rounds both teams won were on the attacker's side. So let's see if RYU can make the same miracle happen and take this to a bit of a longer map. Playing to stay alive here in Challengers Stage 3 in Korea.
Oh, headsets off. Coaches will exit the stage.
Is this a ship remade into a building?
Yep, looks like it.
I never realized that.
I haven't really taken too many looks at the architecture.
Generally, I don't have the leisure to do that when I'm playing in my solo queue games.
There's a record shop, but for whatever reason, it's not playing any music.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to see operator for Lawrence.
Oh no. What? Just updraft in, gets the shot. Inted is...
I mean, he was ready to take that shot regardless of whether he saw someone or not, given the speed.
I mean, that's just inted gone. There's no Seekers now to be used in this round.
That's
and
massive.
It's a major opening for Lawrence.
Wow. That is huge. And you suspect, yep, now the drone's being taken down, so you suspect Bayon is right there.
He finds one before getting traded out by the Hunter's Fury. Line shots out onto the rest of the squad, but with NEOX falling, it is now 2v4 for this attempt at a retake.
Oh, Outlaw's already deep in their spawn as well. Sore wrist caught at doors with this toxic screen.
It drops, snaps in. Sore wrist will get that finish, but he's not ready for the angle to come in off the cross. Yudotan wraps around, catches him on his left. Outlaw was even just coming in from behind. Bright Blue, I mean, just leaping out on the bridge. I mean, what the hell do you do? He will manage to get one before falling, but it is 8-4. It's not the 7-5 that RYU would have been hoping for.
Revy doing a little dance.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting revved up.
Yeah, I mean, they needed this a little bit. I mean, even with their leads on Haven, they started to let it slip in the second half, so I think they feel pretty good having the lead 8-4. Now, again, we've said it a couple of times. Attackers sided as seemingly, so, and it makes sense given the map size. See what RYU can do with that. I mean, good Viper usage on the side of Noble Experience. Again, just cutting off and making that site a bit more manageable in terms of size. Let's see if RYU can do the same. And I'm more interested because Bayohan, it was more just about, he was just always on the pyramid. He was able to get 1 or 2 kills. It wasn't so much his utility that was stopping Noble Experience from entering. Curious to see if we see something different from Yudotan.
All right, well, now on the attack. Outlaw already looking to try to get his way into a flank position, taking a very long approach around the side, but Ana, after throwing out the blind, will get domed. Bright Blue finds the kill. Cam will go up. It's a position to go ahead and watch that. The spike has already been planted. There's a few seconds into the round.
Quick flank from Outlaw, though.
Ooh, can he clear the corner? Nope.
All the hallways are pretty long.
There's a little bit of a delay on him. He's starting to move after that the dismiss. Cam spotting one. Lawrence will get NEOX to the wall now. Yudotan finding Bright Blue.
Wow.
Suddenly, Soros is the only one left alive. He's off on the flank. Will get one, but he needs to be able to clear this angle, and he does not have a shock bolt to speak of. And this is just going to be a clean out. Noble, I mean, this seemed like it should have been a surefire round win for RYU, given the pace at which they set, given how far out of position people were. The flank only finds one. They clean up Outlaw, but Noble just come right back in, and they just wrest it out of their hands.
Yeah, I think RYU, it seems as if maybe they wanted to hold the longer angles from window on B and things like that, because they all seem to get distracted by this flank from Outlaw. You saw 3 people, and then they started to try to scurry back into the site, but that was all the time needed for Noble Experience to take control again, make it into halfway of the site, and then it just becomes duel with Revy. Oh,
what? Okay, there's another Marshall shot.
There's Marshals everywhere.
Yeah, there's a Marshall in mid as they just get a kill over in mid as this is
okay. Finally,
Bayon finally getting eliminated. No one can land a shot until the very last moment. NEOX will take Yudotan's head off, but not before Soros falls. Now Bright Blue's moved up, Sheriff in hand. NEOX will find another. He's trying to get a hit here onto Revy. He gets him in the shoulder, takes a tap. There's that another one, but I mean, there are still so many people to be concerned about here. The blind will come in. He turns around yet again. They all press in, and they just rip him to pieces. 10-4, Noble.
Wow.
Looking strong here on Breeze on the defender's side. Granted, that's the first 2 rounds, but now they're just 3 away from closing this out.
Yeah, it's a really good place to be, and again, playing a bit more aggressive off of that second round. Make sure that you can't see any kind of cheeky 5 stacks. Of course, this was Revy getting that kill. Earlier, we had Lawrence peeking out mid. We didn't get to catch it on camera, but has an aggressive peek out of the A doors and gets the first kill of the round. So
the replay did Revy a lot of favors there by cutting out all
they
of
did. You are
so
correct.
Just show the one hit. Oh, boy.
Job well done by the replay. I mean, that's what you're there for.
Yep, make them look good.
Okay, we're going to see a bit of a cut down mid, more so for Elbow, I think, just for Outlaw to work around, as it is pretty deep. Players on attack both have moved through. Trailblazer gets spotted by Revy as well, so Revy kind of covering for Outlaw. NEOX ready for the crossfire should it happen.
He's got the Guardian enhanced. If he can land a headshot. Huge damage. I mean, it's actually 3 Guardians right now for the side of RYU. That is unideal. Oh, blind out right here on the corner. Neil X is prepared. Gets rid of Ana. Now moves up into the site. One on his left over at stairs. He's got to be concerned about. Oh, and peek over the top. Lawrence will find him at the headshot box. Next gone. Spike going to be planted here on site. Inted finished off. Outlaw finding the kill now. Bright Blue going down. Sore wrist will finally line up Lawrence. As it's going to be a 2v3.
Oh, wow.
Instant scope in. Gets Revy. Huge pickup here from Sore wrist.
That's massive. Rotan very low. Still gets 1 kill, though.
Yep, not quite fully prepared there. Snake bite out onto the spike. Lear up close, the push comes through, and Beyond is just not ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Guardian, the Lear actually is so strong against the Guardian.
Just need to pull back in that moment, but is just unable to do so. And Noble, they win out yet another round, 3 consecutive in this half. That, I believe, is 8 straight between the halves.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Yep.
I actually think that's the longest streak we've had in all the maps, because even in Icebox, it was just broken up often enough.
In this series, yeah. Yeah,
wow.
it is.
That's crazy. Well, Noble Experience is feeling good, and to be very honest, I mean, RYU, they don't seem to have a good idea of how to utilize the space that they take control of, right? They are able to inch out a bit in mid, but they don't really use it for anything. They're not creating any noise or any further space. Lawrence has just walked right under the guiding light. I don't know if they suspect he will have pushed out this far already. Okay, just gonna check the trap door. Nobody waiting up top, though.
Should have heard the trap door, so they should be aware that somebody's nearby. That wall does take a considerable amount of damage, so we'll need to pull back.
Okay, now I'm a little worried for Lawrence. He's very deep.
Okay. Poison Cloud. Lawrence just goes straight into it. He spots him. He comes out the other side. Tailwind's back. He draws out his weapon. It's a line up Bright Blue. Ana in the meantime swaps out to the Classic, has 3. And they have just dismantled RYU. Wow. I mean, Noble, what a change up. Going from picking up only 2 rounds on Icebox, I mean, clearly just not a map that they should ever play on. And definitely an exploitable weakness for any squad in the future. But, I mean, good God.
I mean, the fact that they were able to push out into their spawn, get the spike down, and then Lawrence still stays alive thanks to the tailwind, and then Ana just...
he almost dies to fall damage as well, but they managed to make it happen. Felix already going to be spotted. Empress pop now by Outlaw. He's looking to end the game right here, right now, but he will get struck down. Nice little headshot comes through. And I mean, RYU, they need to be all in here. They need to win 8 consecutive rounds if they want to take this into overtime and keep themselves in the VCT for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, they are going to get spotted here on Elbow, but the spike's not there. And you know, generally, I'm not a fan of a lot of this play on Breeze when you're just splitting up your team, because the advantage you have, obviously, is the numbers when you're on attackers if you're able to strike. Unless you're, you know, capable of creating that much space, but they're just going to wait. They've seen that Noble Experience pushed out last round. They're waiting to bait them in off of their excitement, and they get it.
Okay, now they can reveal the final 3 members. Already knew that one was going to be over at the B site. They'll look to press it into A. Arns in the back, Revy situated over at Bridge now. Takes a little peek, doesn't see anything, and the...
Oh, okay, bounce back.
Okay, maybe he wanted to check the close cubby, I'm not sure. Either way, Lawrence loses his head. As does Revy. He's not ready. Into to press his way up. Sight now very well in their hands, and it's just Ana left alive. He moves forward over by Bridge. Does get spotted somehow. He doesn't see that pixel. I did not see the hair.
You see her hair just sticking out just a bit.
I mean, it's definitely a difficult spot when you try to look so many different places on your screen, but I mean, that's like, you know, a bunch of football fans being like, why'd you throw it to that guy?
Yeah, exactly. We have the bird's eye view and the X-ray. We're just... It would have been just an opportune moment for him to get a bit of counter damage done, but unfortunately doesn't see it.
Yeah.
And he will go down. Noble's still sitting at match point. I was wondering if they would get a timeout call there just to calm the players down a bit. Getting that hyper-aggressive 2 rounds in a row maybe shouldn't happen. So it looks like we're going to have them just holding their sights again. Now holding close on B with 2 people.
Yep. Dart out, Tailwind in onto the site.
Neelix
will find one. He's looking for a second. Will not manage to make it happen. Ana finds that kill, but Inted responds in kind. Making that a 2-for-1 exchange now. As the Viper Spit comes up, Lawrence, he's just going to insert himself directly into the smoke. Wraps around the side. Bayon! Dead to the right click. Headshot. Pushes back out around. Checks the pillar. Will fall. Revy, however, gets rid of Inted.
This is totally doable. Revy is low, though.
Oh! But Yudotan falls, and Revy, now the one with 8 HP, needs to try to close it out. Drone's flying through. Dart over the top. He's going to be spotted. He sees bright blue for just a moment there, but there's not too much that he can do in this scenario.
Yeah, with only 8 HP, I mean, maybe you just keep that rifle.
Yeah,
and
just
that's
pull
what he's
back
gonna
away
do.
from it. But is this the seeds planted for a RYU run back? We saw an absolutely nutty come back here on this map from Gongo Prince.
That's true. That's true.
This is definitely a different caliber of team between the two of them here, but you never know.
You never know. I mean, especially if Noble's not able to, I mean, there's still smiles on there, but if they're not able to kind of reel it back, I mean, this round, it was more obviously credit to RYU, right? Just being able to break in. Neelix getting that first kill as he checks his right side when he dashes in. That opens things up, and then you use the Viper Spit to get the plant. But outside of that, I think holding the close angle was good. Now you try to switch things up, and it looks like it might be a double push into elbow, try to cut them off on their entry into B. See that toxic screen as well, so you suspect some movement. Guiding Light's going to tag them once again. Lawrence still just slow creeping alongside Outlaw.
Oh, makes his way into the bag and just sprays down 2. Outlaw pressing in, will get cut down. Neelix over on the site, gets rid of Ana. As Inted takes quite a bit of damage, we'll just go ahead and try to top up the rest of his team. Himself obviously not going to be benefiting from that, but it is a 3v3 to try to settle this right here, right now. Yudotan finds Inted, finishing off the lowest HP member. The drone out around the side. They don't clear it. They spot one. Bayon turning his attention, shifts back over to the opposite side of the site. Oh, will get taken down. Dart not going to connect onto Neelix, but now it is all on him. He gets a headshot onto Revy. Needs to take out Yudotan.
Oh no, just a Guardian for Yudotan. He's trying to just hold the
Poison
defuse.
Cloud is out. He needs to try to stop this. Does he not realize
Oh my
that he's
gosh,
just sticking
Neelix!
of all ways to be eliminated? This is not how you want to go out. He doesn't take a single shot into the smoke. The plant, the defuse, it gets held.
Oh my!
And Noble just take it away.
Oh my goodness! I don't even. I get what was going through his head, right? He was out in the open because he had to check for the spike, so he didn't want to take any crazy shots and then, get cut from behind the walls or anything.
You have to respect the potential.
But yeah, you have to. I mean, maybe just rush into the Poison Cloud if you're worried about getting spammed from a different location, and then you have to consider the site is much bigger than you think. Viper didn't have time to slow walk around the outer wall, so super unfortunate. What a way to be eliminated, as you said, Achilles, off of just a defuse under the Poison Cloud. That is insane to me. That's how that ended. But props to Noble Experience.
Yeah, I mean, damn, what a way to close it out. I mean, unfortunate one for RYU, but definitely a learning experience and something that they will likely ensure that it will never happen again.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but again, I mean, Noble Experience, they had opportunities to close it out earlier, so it's not so much that the result might have been flipped. It's not like they were, 12 and 11 or something like that, and they lost. So, unfortunately, RYU Gaming will be eliminated. Noble Experience get to stay alive for one more match. In fact, a rematch against Dom1 Gaming Kia.
Yeah, and I mean, that's our first elimination now officially settled.
Oh man. It's always, especially this time because we had a seeding round as well. It was just so long before we had to say goodbye to these teams. It just kind of hits different saying goodbye to them. But we'll have to get used to it because it's going to happen pretty much every day of the broadcast now.
Yeah, rapid fire eliminations getting ready to come up. And then once we get into those playoffs, those are going to be single elim again. So pressure will certainly be up. But, I mean, yeah, noble experience, really good stability. We talked about whether or not, you could mentally recover from a loss like they suffered on Icebox. But it seems like they weren't bothered by it at all. Granted, they did have some extra time given the tech issues to try to settle after that it all happened. But they came back, and it was just nothing but streaks from them. I mean, looking at Haven, win first 2 rounds, lose 1, come back, win 6, lose 2, win 3, end up closing it out with 2 straight. They win 3 here, and then they just they almost take it straight from there. 9 in a row, give up 2, and then they win it. It was really, really good stuff from Noble. Lawrence is going to be the MVP place, decided by the game itself, with 18 kills, a 1.9 KDA, and a 308 combat score.
Yeah, he had some good opening kills, right? I mean, especially that updraft with the operator into Halls. Super well played, and then some of those decisions as well to jump into the Viper's pit with the knives, even though they lost that round, just to try to cancel out the pit. It does work in their favor, even if they can't close out the entire round, and they win 13-6. So I'm curious to see also just this roster, and also how much do they lean on that flexibility of the roster swaps, right? We've seen Vision Strikers experimenting quite a bit. Does Lawrence, continue to play only on certain maps? I mean, this is the question when you have more than 5 players.
I mean, based on what I saw, I think that you just basically keep Lawrence in no matter what. Yudotan did not really seem at home on the Jet. Seems much more at home on the Viper.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you're going to bring Alex in to play Viper on Icebox, just keep Yudotan in. He had a 3.3 KD. But Lawrence is going to be the sole MVP winner here today. Those are his first MVP wins so far of the tournament. Just kind of tells you how things have gone overall for Noble Experience. But now he's got 2 wins under his belt, and we will be hearing from him in our interview. So Chobert, go ahead and take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much. We are here for the MVP interview with the winners of this match. It is Noble Experience taking the 2-1 victory. And of course, as we just saw on the screen, it will be Lawrence taking the MVP for both maps that they won. So it will be a solo interview with Lawrence. All right, congratulations. This is your first victory here in the main stage. So how do you feel about this win? I think our team, like my teammates, were really nervous throughout this stage 3. But we said, hey, let's do our die time. Let's just give it our all. Let's just relax and play our best. So I think we were able to come out and show a bit more of how we play. Okay. Well, first map you didn't get to play, so what were your thoughts kind of watching from backstage? The first map, obviously, this was our debut of Outlaw on our roster. So we had this discussion where I said, even though I have this experience, I want to make sure everyone on a roster actually gets the experience to train themselves on stage. So I decided that I would step out in map 1, and Outlaw would get that spot to play on map 1. After you not playing on map 1, you still played really well on map 2 and 3. So were you just feeling good? Well, I actually drank a lot last night, but my aim was still good today, so I guess it worked out. It was a little too honest there.
There's the secret to being a good Valorant player. Evidently.
Yeah, so during our scrims, we've actually had a lot of conflicts and arguments, but what we were able to show today, the compositions, this was kind of what we concluded as to be the best. So after showing us the matches with the picks you had, do you still feel confident that these are the competitions you're happy you stuck with? Yes, I think we performed exactly as we had hoped. Okay, well then moving into specifically Breeze, you know, it's known as an attacker's map these days, but you guys played well on both sides, so how do you think that happened? Honestly, probably desperation, right? We had to stay alive, so I think that's how we were able to win on both sides. Oh, and then we were just speaking before the interview, but you said you might not be able to play in the next match. So what's that?
이번 대회 지면은 게임하지 말고 일해라 약간 이런 말씀하실 것 같아가지고 말씀드렸어요.
Oh, so my father actually, I think he will want me to stop my pro career if I'm not able to make it far in this tournament. And so with that in mind, I don't know if, you know, I'm thinking that, you know, this might be kind of where I just write my end. Oh, but you still performed well today. Do you think that's still going to be the same conversation with your father after today's match? I mean, this is your chance to tell him that you want to continue this. So Lawrence says, Dad, I want one more shot.
아마 저희가 좀 많이 시달리지 않을까.
So moving on to the next match, I mean, how do you expect that will play out? I mean, honestly, I think we'll have a tough time against Damwon. Oh, you don't sound very confident. Is that? I mean, but that's if you don't play, right? Like if you play, things could be different. I mean, regardless of whether I'm present on stage or not, Damwon is a incredibly strong team, and they're a pro team, so I think it'll still be tough. Okay, but you never know what'll happen, so there's still a chance. Yeah, I mean, we'll still, you know, do everything. You know, we'll just play as desperately as possible to, you know, play against Damwon. Well, any last words to the fans? You know, we'll just continue to try to show you guys better results from our team.
Well, thank you for the translation. Unfortunately, it's not all, you know, happiness and rainbows there. You know, hearing from Lawrence.
I mean, that does explain why he sounded so down for the whole interview. I think probably already making up his mind a bit, given some, you know, his relation with his dad and also thinking about his own future.
I mean, here's what I'll say. Lawrence's dad. Let's have a little one-on-one conversation right now, you and I. I know that you're watching the English broadcast for sure.
He played well today.
He absolutely did. Lawrence has looked good in the past, and he looks good in stage 3. There was a very clear difference to this team and how they were playing, how they were getting kills and executing on sites when Lawrence stepped in over Alex. So, Mr. Lawrence's dad, if I could plead with you, let your son continue, because there's a very good chance that even if this team does not work out, even if Noble Experience falls apart, you know, going into 2022 or maybe even tournaments throughout the rest of the year, that he could get picked up by a larger organization, and he could absolutely have a career. So I plead with you, let the guy play the game. He's good at it.
I'm still a bit flabbergasted. Not a question nor an answer I was expecting. During the MVP interview today, especially after a win.
I appreciate the honesty, but you know what? I'm not supposed to have bias. I hope Noble spanked the pants off of Damwon now.
That would be one hell of a story.
Just to spite Lawrence's dad.
That would be one hell of a story to be able to see them continue. But you know, but Lawrence again continuing to be honest in that follow-up question. Damwon's a tough team. They're a tough opponent.
No,
so.
They absolutely are. But I hope that he can keep his head high and stay motivated to prepare for that series harder than he ever has before. Because like you said, if that's going to be his last shot at it, go out with a bang or even take him down, make your way into the playoffs. It would be huge. But guys, that's our first series out of the way. We have another one coming up for you in just a little bit. Another series will be going home. It's either going to be Klaus or Mujik Beksu. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Come from below, it's in my genes. I take what I like, that's real nice things. Side down before approaching the king. Muscle strong, think money and power. I'm on the track like I hop in the shower. Look at the brick like I'm building a tower. And I'ma do that into my final hour. And my brain growing like a flower. I get the bed, I don't be in it. I'm on my way, doing my flex, running it up, getting my checks. I got the power, give me respect.
Alex going in for it. Starting to hold here on the spike, and he's just going to keep holding it. They need to stop him. Comes in, a little bit of extra damage. Torres presses forward. Wolf try to turn this momentum around. Okay, aggressive push forward. Is he ready for the other two around the corner? The answer is hell yes.
The other, oh,
push in, comes in. Trying to finish him off. Lawrence wrapping around the side. Will moving over now. Trying to take him out. Neil X will find the first. Used by Neil X, who is
as they all come into the site and got taken down.
Okay, I use it for it. He will fall. Towards the pit, no.
Big link from Outlaw, though.
Pit, as this is Outlaw finding the kill now. Bright blue. Okay. Poison Cloud. Lawrence just goes straight into it. He spots him. It's a line up. Bright blue on it in the meantime.
They're waiting to bait them in off of their totally doable. Revy is low, though.
They spot one. Leon turning his attention. Shifts back home.
Thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. Wizard of Oz can't undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. Still, I find myself hoping that you'll find your way back to me. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. It got me stone cold.
like you own the room. Everybody gonna turn their heads and look at you, yeah. What you gonna do about it? Tell you what, let's forget about it. You've got enough fancy friends and a way about you. Like your luck, it's never ever gonna dry up. No, tell you what, let's forget about it. You got it all figured out and a way about you. Like you can't get enough of wild nights and high fives. Tell you what, let's forget about it. You got enough fancy friends and a way about you. Can't get enough wild nights. Tell you what, let's forget about it. You got it all figured out and a way about you. Like you can't get enough of wild nights and high fives. Tell you what, let's forget about it. You've got enough fancy friends and a way about you. Like your luck, it's never ever gonna dry up. No. Tell you what, let's forget about it. You got it all figured out and a way about you. Like you can't get enough of wild nights. Tell you what, let's forget about it. You've got enough fancy friends and a way about you. Like your luck, it's never ever gonna dry up. No. Tell you what, let's forget about it. You got it all figured out and a way about you. Like you can't get enough of wild nights and high fives. High fives, yeah. And wild nights, you can't get enough.
Hella shameless, necklace on me decorated. All this got me feeling jaded. Hold up, I'll be waiting. Bad thing on my radar. Told me that I'm in a playlist. Flower bomb, she a lotus. Got me thinking that I'm famous. I remember when I prayed for this. No sleep, cause I'm anxious. All this shit for entertainment. Crazy thinking that it's day one. All this business for the taking. Yeah, hold it down for the nameless. Yeah, oh yeah. I've been on a grind, yeah. Like I'm really on the rails, like my life is on the line, yeah. I've been getting mines and I've been on to you, nothing left to lose. Get into the bag, yeah. I've been on to you, I'm seeing how you move. Imagine all the things we get into. I need you to fuck with me all the way. I need it all, baby. Let me see you drop it. Make sure it's all the way down. I'ma keep it solid. If you hold me all the way down and fuck with me all the way. I need it all, baby. Let me see you drop it. Make sure it's all the way down. I'ma keep it solid. I'm with you all the way. Ooh, you looking good, you got me going. I love it when you put that thing in motion. I got some things I wanna show you. Just let me in it, I bet I could have you floating. Pull up to the crib, blow up your spot, I'll make you miss it. Way you looky lost, I know you got them feeling sicko. Throwing up them bands, sit back and watch them billies trickle. The way she do the vibes, it got me focused on that center. I hit it to your tens, come back down to keep it real. So good, I lock it down, I got a crystal for that finger. Got them bitches living, but that shit ain't no thing, cause I mean it when I say I've been on to you, nothing left to lose. Get into the bag, yeah. I've been on to you, I'm seeing how you move. Imagine all the things we get into. I need you to fuck with me all the way. I need it all, baby. Let me see you drop it. Make sure it's all the way down. I'ma keep it solid. If you hold me all the way down and fuck with me all the way. I need it all, baby. Let me see you drop it. Make sure it's all the way down. I'ma keep it solid. I'm with you all the way.
just close my eyes and think of you. When I'm sleeping with someone new, I can't help myself, I wanna miss you. Still feel the way I feel when somebody calls you mine. Are you sleeping with someone new? Someone new, when I'm sleeping with someone new, I just close my eyes and think of you. When I'm sleeping with someone new.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. You were my best friend, but 5 years down that road to find it was a dead end. And I still get your text, but you're not getting the message. You said see you tomorrow, but I'm waking up on the coast and you're in Utah. Is this working out how you thought? You thought you know I'm not okay, but you still hit me the same as back when we were something. It turned into love and that wasn't love. I can't say I don't mind. 'Cause what you're asking for and you can see the problem is that you don't know me. Oh, you say that you feel me, but I think that you're just feeling lonely. Oh, I tried so hard, but you moved on so baby honestly. Oh, no, I can't say I don't. And I hate that it's not how it was when we both ran away to the cave for a month. But just some things you can save when you want them. Left it behind, are you looking for something? You told me it was over, but I saw your caller ID when you hit me on Wednesday. I don't need to hear what your friends say. Friends say you know I'm not okay, but you still hit me the same as back when we were something. It turned into love and that wasn't love. I can't say I don't mind. 'Cause what you're asking for and you can see the problem is that you don't know me. Oh, missing? Were you missing all along? Alone. I'm just begging you to listen. Can you listen to me at all? Oh, I'm sorry, I just don't get why you're caught up in this mess. But I'm not trying to guess no more. And I'm sorry, I don't know why you're pushing me to the side. I just can't handle your pride no more. It's like an evolution in your brain, burning like a fever that you can't contain. Growing to your soul, be as cold as stone, but nobody will notice 'cause you're always on your own. Maybe it's somebody that you don't like. Will you keep letting them control your life? Don't you see you know you're gonna be alone? Why don't you take a moment to get off your throne and show me what you got? Instead of thinking that nobody cares and pushing everyone away. What you got? Instead of trying to convince yourself that nothing's gonna be okay. What you got? Instead of blaming somebody else, think you got a little more say. What you got? Won't you show me what you got? Can you show me what you got? I don't know what I envisioned, but the vision could have been wrong. Wrong, wrong. I'm just trying hard to listen. If I listen, can you be strong? Be strong. There's just been way too much stress. It could be me, I confess. Maybe we just need a rest or more. And I'm sorry, I don't know why. I feel like something has died. I just don't think I can try no more. It's like an evolution in my brain, burning like a fever that I can't contain. Growing to my heart, I'll be as hard as stone, but nobody will notice 'cause I'm always on my own. Maybe it's somebody I used to like. Will I be running from it all my life? Don't you see, you know I'm gonna be alone. Why don't you take a moment to get off your throne and show me what you got? How can I show you that somebody cares if you keep pushing me away? What you got? Am I just trying to convince myself that everything will be okay? What you got? Instead of listening to someone else, could I have a little more say?
It is NA all day.
Who's left? Right, like what's left? Who's left standing?
Might, but he's got the charge. Tens has the blade to go. Oh! Out of the sky!
You know, you can see it, right? You can see it on the stage. You can see it in the server. These guys are all vibing.
The Koreans are like silent assassins.
Welcome to Decoded. We break down the best strats and plays from the Valorant Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're going to be looking at how to execute a perfect retake strategy with an example from Masters Reykjavik winners, Sentinels. Who else? But first, look, what is a retake, you may be asking? And you know what? Great question. You're hitting the nail on the head there. A retake is a play where the defending team manages to regain control of the site and score a defuse after the spike has been planted. It's a popular strategy for defenders to back off of a site when the attackers rush in and play for a retake rather than fighting them immediately. This gives the defenders time to group up for a more even team fight. In this particular example from the upper bracket here at Masters Reykjavik, Sentinels met Korea's Newturn Gaming, who had surprised the world with their impressive run so far in the tournament. And if you watch previous episodes of Decoded, you'd be in the know, and you might remember how Newturn are known for their aggressive and coordinated pushes onto the sites. Coming into this match, Sentinels of course knew what to expect and came up with a plan how to counter it. As we break down this round, we'll be digging into some of the essential team play concepts to bring into your own games, including how to play a patient defense, assess teamfight risks, and manage resources efficiently. Keep an eye out for all of these tips as we work our way through it, and you'll be executing a retake like a pro. Let's get into it. Newturn begin the round with all 5 players stacked outside the A side of the map. Sentinels anticipate this and start setting up for a punish. Newturn push through Zom's smoke and the gravity well at the door of A lobby. Lakia is spotted by Shazam's recon bolt. Right after, Lakia is able to tag Shazam with his own L drone, giving Newturn visibility on his location as he retreats into the A site. Now, Newturn feel like they have enough intel to continue onto the A site. They set up a split push by sending 3 players down A long and 2 players with a spike to short. Sick rotates over to A site to support Shazam, but the other members of Sentinels stay put. Sentinels are careful to not over-rotate too early here, as they've only spotted 1 or 2 members of Newturn at this point. Newturn are now ready to enter the site. Suggest kicks things off by tossing in a paint shell to the corner of A short. Sick mollies the A short entrance in response to keep him out. But it's going to take more than that to slow down Suggest. He bounces over the molly with his blast packs, landing safely onto A site with his showstopper locked and loaded in hand. But Sentinels are nowhere to be found. That's because they've opted for the retake strategy already this round. Rather than risk a 2v5 fight, Sick and Shazam hang back at the defender's spawn, giving control of A site to Newturn while they wait for the rest of the teammates to arrive for a group push. High-level Valorant is all about risk calculation. On the surface, it may seem strange that they're allowing Newturn a free spike plant, but in the bigger picture, that's a smaller price to pay than losing 2 players in an early, unfavorable fight. Now, Newturn get the spike planted and Sentinels group up in spawn. The retake's about to begin, and it's already a 4v5 in favor of Sentinels after Shazam scored a lucky pick by spraying through a smoke. Sentinels kick off their retake by activating a gravity well on top of the spike, attempting to catch whoever planted it. They hook Suggest in, setting up for an easy kill for Sick in heaven. From this position, Sick can't see any more opponents, but his teammates in A tunnel have a read on Allow. He revealed his location in Hell by tossing a smoke from there just a moment ago. They communicate this to Sick, who goes for a crazy play to catch Allow off guard. Sick curves a flash into Hell, drops down immediately, taking Allow out with a headshot. However, Allow manages to take Dapper down with him in the scramble. Sentinels aren't concerned though, as they still have 2 players over Newturn. Now, we've seen it happen on our end, but let's check in with Shazam to hear what was going through his head during this play.
Zoms immediately uses his Astra ult to cut off the chokes of the site. So they have to get the bomb down, and now they have to decide if they're going to sit in empty corners of the site or if people are going to play outside the site. It kind of like splits them off, and the retake is set up immediately. Everyone rotates in. I leave Heaven to set up a recon dart and who's on site. Zoms has a gravity wall on default that gets Sick a kill, and then he usually flashes out of Heaven. And now the recon dart's cleared every corner of site. Sick gets the kill under Heaven. We know the remaining 2 have to be outside of the site because they were behind Astra's ultimate. It's just like protocols we follow for these retakes, and it was good on me and Sick to recognize that, you know, they're committing to A site. You need to give up control and play retake in that scenario. You shouldn't try to go for a kill and lose man disadvantage, because as you can see, like, everyone's utility matters for this retake. So you can't be like half trying to hold the site and like half committed to the retake. Like, we fully just left the site, and that's how the round played out for us.
The remaining Newturn players, Solo and Lucky, are split off earlier to check for lurkers. They now hold their defensive positions and wait for Sentinels to approach. Zoms and Shazam locate Solo and swing the corner together to increase their chances of winning the fight. Solo dies to the hands of Zoms, but he's able to take Shazam out with him. The decision to peek this corner as a pair is another great example of Sentinel's resource management and awareness. While they could have gone for a 1v1, they knew that sending 2 players would increase their chance of eliminating him, even if it meant training 1 player. In their current position of a man advantage, trading is extremely valuable as it decreases Newturn's potential to make a comeback while maintaining their overall lead. When attempting a retake, always be aware of what resources you have over your opponents and how you can spend those resources to maintain an advantage. As the last man standing for Newturn, Lakia finds himself in a tricky spot. He waits patiently for Sick to start defusing and is able to score the kill. But little did he know, Tens was waiting right around the corner ready to strike. Tens finishes it off, scoring the final kill and completing a perfect retake with resources left to spare. And that's the play. Now that we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Patience is a virtue for every great player. Don't get too jumpy on defense and rotate early. Sometimes it's safer to wait things out until you've got more information. In the heat of the moment, managing risk is key. Sometimes it's best to fall back on a site and play for retakes rather than ending up in an unfavorable fight. Always be aware of what resources you and your opponents have. When you're in the lead, don't be afraid to spend some of those resources to keep your advantage going. Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune in to the VCT, of course, to learn more pro strats to bring to your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules and all the information you may ever need, head over to ValorantEsports.com. And that's it for Decoded 2021. Check out the full Decoded playlist for all the tips and tricks you may ever need. It's all there for you. Free, ready for the taking. And well, we'll be seeing you again, hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? It's me done. Catch you next time.
안녕하세요.
아이고 왜?
아우 무리 아파.
그래도
안녕하세요.
다 올려주세요.
저희가 대회 끝나고 원래 쉬는 날이어가지고
귀한 휴가 시간에 이렇게 출연해주신 거예요?
그렇죠. 제가 더운 걸 굉장히 싫어하는데 좀 시원하더라고요, 날씨가. 나중에 돈 많이 벌어서 아이슬란드에 살까 생각도 했어요. 민철이 형, 아이슬란드에서 찍은 멋있는 사진 좀 있나요?
오! 누가 누군지 못 알아보겠는데요?
마스크팩을 거기 온천에서 주는 건데 되게 너무 좋았어요. 한 번 더 가고 싶어요.
아니, 저는 딱 한 번만 가면 충분한 것 같아요. 제 생각에는. 제 자리는 이제 구석 자리.
진짜 감도를 물어보시는 팬분들이 많아가지고.
감도는 일단은 이거 보면은 일단 DPI는 400 DPI를 쓰고 있고 인게임 감도는 0.4를 쓰고 있어요. 조준점은 152 쓰고 있어요. 초록 색깔. 이게 해상도마다 모양이 달라지거든요. 근데 저는 해상도를 1280, 960 이 해상도를 쓰고 있어요. 보통은 1920, 1080 많이 쓰는데 저는 그냥 눈이 편하더라고요. 그냥 보는데 잘 보이고. 레이즈라는 요원을 위주로 팁을 드릴 것 같아요. 레이즈의 매력은 일단은 불리하게 싸우질 않아요. 페인트탄도 있고 폭발봇도 있어가지고 과장하자면 2대1을 하는 듯한 느낌?
어떤 성향의 유저들이 사용하면 좋을까요?
근데 레이즈는 그냥 공격적이면 공격적일수록 더 좋은 거고 머리 잘 쓰는 플레이어들은 그에 맞게 또 스킬 활용을 잘 해서 하면 되는 캐릭터라 성향은 딱히 안 타는 것 같아요. 일단 첫 번째는 레이즈의 폭발봇을 이용해서 바인드의 중요한 땅들 먹는 방법 알려드릴 거고요. 이 바인드에는 중요한 땅들이 딱 두 가지가 있어요. 후카 하나랑 이제 목욕탕이라고 하죠. 샤워 쪽 폭발봇으로 편하게 먹을 수 있는지 알려드릴 것 같아요. 브리츠라는 요원이 쇼 쪽에서 균열을 넣어주면은 베스를 빨리 먹으려고 나오는 적은 진탕을 맞고 수류탄 까고 상대가 밀려나면은 이제 폭발봇을 불려주는과 동시에 피킹, 샤워를 넣어주시면 됩니다. 그러면 후카를 먹을 수 있는 방법은 지금 이 부분에 조준점을 두고 굴려줍니다. 이따가 왼쪽 있다 하면은 살짝 일자로 맞추고 앞으로 가서 폭을 던져줍니다. 그럼 자연스럽게 왼쪽에 있는 적은 바로 죽죠.
Okay. One enemy remaining.
공격적인 이제 플레이어들은 폭발봇을 무시하고 그냥 나와가지고 저를 죽이는 경우가 있어요. 좀 조심해야 될 것 같아요, 그런 거를. 두 번째 팁은 이제 브리치의 성광과 레이즈의 점프팩으로 순식간에 진입해서 이제 적을 잡아내는 이제 모습을 좀 보여드리려고 합니다. 이제 레이즈가 브리치 캐릭터한테 이제 이 타이밍에 섬광 지원을 해달라 말을 해줘야 돼요. 섬광 까! 섬광 까! 이런 식으로.
Satchel out.
첫 번째 폭발팩이 터질 때쯤에 이제 성광을 까야 되는데 타이밍이 안 맞으면 거의 레이저가 죽게 돼요. 잘 까야 돼요, 진짜.
마지막으로 알아두면은 그래도 쓸데있는 수류탄 두 가지를 알려드리려고 합니다. 설치 사운드가 들리면은 이 탱크 뒤에서 여기 이쪽에 그냥 던지시면 됩니다. 스파이크가 떨어지면서 상대를 그냥 쉽게 잡는 모습. 가운데 부위에다가 수류탄을 이렇게 딱 조준점을 맞춰가지고 이렇게 수류탄을 던져주시고 총을 들고 이렇게 나오는 적, 수류탄을 피하려고 나오는 적을 이렇게 잡아주면 됩니다.
There. There. One enemy remaining. There.
레이즈 폭탄이 날라오면 사람 심리상이 피하게 되는데 이게 피하다가도 훅카 있는 적한테 죽고 안 피해도 이제 폭탄을 맞아 죽기 때문에 그냥 죽을 수밖에 없는 것 같아요.
Go get him. There. Go get him. One enemy remaining. Satchel out. Satchel out. There. There. One enemy remaining. There.
뭐 잘하시는 분들, 못하시는 분들 다 계실 텐데 제가 아는 레이지의 이제 좀 방법 같은 것들을 알려드리면서 좀 더 유저들이 재밌고 좀 더 수준 높은 이제 게임을 했으면 좋겠습니다. 잘하려면 노력해라. 똑똑히 봐라.
아마 알지 않을까 싶은데요. 그대로 해체가 완료됩니다. 자, 램프 저지는 보면
노스.
많이 뺐다.
많이 뺐다.
그래도 1대1구도 계속 지거든. 우리 그냥 같이 2대1구도 만들 수 있는데 그게 안 나서 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아. 그런 것만 조심해주면 될 것 같아.
중요한 거는 현이가 칼폭이 완성이 된 거죠. 그러면서
이거 내가 볼 때 롱아 이거 올 것 같거든?
야 지금 오면 페이크테일이래.
롱 밀었냐? 롱 밀었냐 얘네? 안 밀었어
몰라.
안 밀었어
몰라.
이겼다 제트
우리 삐롱 확인했다. 우리 삐롱 확인했어. 텔.
뭐야 봐줘
안 나왔어 안 나왔어.
여기 나온다
삐 하나.
가는 중 하나 더
혹시 잡았어?
패스 하나 나이스 설함대
네, 짧은 길에 3명 추가했던 DFR의 선택이
네.
결과론적으로는 진입 상태를 안 맞는 게 연결이 됐어요.
램프 먹지마 그냥 여기서 더블로 봐 더블로 램프
나이스.
나 어때 샷 오늘 어떤데?
오늘 좋다. 나이스. 상대 브리치 궁도 뺐어. 상대 제트 무조건 궁쓸 거야 이번 턴.
쓸 거야.
이번에 제트한테 좀 맞춰줄 것 같거든 상대. 이거
소바
브리치 빙이랑 소바랑 조심.
야 이거
오퍼 조심. 6,000원 오퍼 조심. 6,000원 오퍼 조심.
확인 나왔다
앞에 오퍼 나왔다.
없다
나이스. 오퍼짤. 이러면 이제
안 나오지
하나 더 있었다.
브리치
오퍼 못 먹게 해야 돼. 나이스.
패스 하나 라스트 패스야
트리플 오면 방금 뺐어. 나이스.
내가 볼게
아 베이스 레이즈. 시티들 밀어줘야 돼 빨리.
아유
시티 라스트.
에이스
나이스.
뭐야
아니
에이스.
에이스
못 들었어.
까비
우리 현대 미쳤다.
쟤네 다 돈 없어 왜야 삐가자 삐롱을 세다
망상 넣을게.
브리치 잡았어.
망상 있어.
망상
넣었어.
설해봐
우리 뒤 모른다.
나 설중이야.
뒤 하나 있어.
오케이
엘보.
박심하지마
롱오맨.
알았어.
아니 바인드는 비전도 못 이겼던 두 턴인데.
그러니까요.
불결점
가자. 죽여. 현이 씨 너무 좋다. 왕따 너무 좋았다.
아니 현석이 형 이제 폭발했는데 그냥. 아니 현석이 형 뭐냐고 이 손으로 받고 왜 이렇게 더 잘해?
이 정도면 거의 아이슬란드 패닉 아닌가요? 아이슬란드 갔다 온 팀들이 다 휘청이는.
그렇죠.
네.
뉴턴이 자랑하는 바인드 맵을 13대 6으로 졌고 반복됐던 전략들과 요원들의 구성 그리고 이런 땅 따먹기 싸움들이 DFR이 파악을 하고 오면서 발목을 잡게 됐어요.
맞아요.
Are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not giving in. And losing faith will be alright. Am I missing it? 'Cause you're the only one I want by my side. But if you're not here for it, I know I gotta let you run away. Broken dishes, you and missing. My heart's in pieces all over the floor. 'Cause you know I can't get you out of my head. Worried that you're just gonna forget. Oh baby, did you hear me when I said, are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not giving in. And losing faith will be alright. Am I missing it? 'Cause you're the only one I want by my side. But if you're not here for it, I know I gotta let you run away. Lost and speechless, masking the feelings that knock me down, but I can't take anymore. You make me lose my mind 1,000 times a day. Baby, will you hear me when I say, are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not giving in. And losing faith will be alright. Am I missing it? 'Cause you're the only one I want by my side. But if you're not here for it, I know I gotta let you run away. She keep on running 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 away. You make me lose my mind 1,000 times a day. Baby, will you hear me when I say, are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not giving in. And losing faith will be alright. Am I missing it? 'Cause you're the only one I want by my side. But if you're not here for it, I know I gotta let you run away.
Get ready.
And welcome back, guys. The break is over. It is time to jump into our second final series of the evening. Klaus getting ready to go up against Mujik Beksu. Again, one of these teams is going to be going home. We have already seen the departure of RYU Gaming after they got bested by Noble Experience.
That's right.
But unfortunately, it's not going to be happy endings for every single team here in the VCT. Some people are going to have to be sad at the end of the evening, and we have to wonder which one is it going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence was sad despite winning. Obviously, weighing heavy on his mind. If you guys missed it during the MVP interview, talking about how his father wants him to stop his gaming career if he cannot stay alive in the tournament. So that's something that Noble Experience and Lawrence will have to consider. That's probably why Lawrence a bit more concerned with giving his teammates more chances on stage. But that was Group A. And now we have Group B on the bottom left, Klaus versus Mujik Beksu. As you mentioned, one will move on to play against Going Go Prince. The other will be eliminated from stage 3, and we'll have a bit of a long break, especially for the VCT.
Yeah.
But even, other events obviously not going to pop up right away, and whether they'll be able to participate or not, those are questions to be considered. So there's a lot to consider here for both these teams.
Yeah, well, we have the decider match set for Group A. Now it's time to do the same for Group B. Beksu versus Klaus. I mean, it's another tale of some squads that have been struggling, obviously, as they do find themselves in the losers match. But it's newer teams, even though there's some familiar faces here on the side of Klaus. Newer combined squads coming together for stage 3 to try to make a long run out of it. Question is, does the road end here, or can they carry on for at least a little bit longer?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, some of these players we've seen on different rosters before. We've seen Hound on Spear before, GW from My New Girlfriend. So there's a couple others as well. They have some experience, but not any that went deep in the tournament before. So very much still considering them as a new roster here in stage 3. And I mean, they finally have a shot. We saw the points of the matches today, and both these teams kind of talking about how their opponents have been so tough coming up to this losers match. So both of them considering their opponents to be a much easier and evenly matched matchup. We'll see which one takes the win.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, not the stat that you want to have there. Haven with a 2-loss streak.
Oh.
So, stats department doing them a little bit dirty with that. But
okay, but here's the thing. I mean, Klaus doesn't really have any win rates to boast of. So I feel for the stats team. They had to put something there, the most notable being that they have not won on Haven.
I think we should personally just, if there's nothing, they always say, if you have nothing good to say nothing at all. So let's just put an empty graphic screen.
It's just blank there.
It's just nothing. There's just nothing appearing.
Oh, boy.
But here we go. We're going to take a look at Beksu, jobless and homeless, as the name says. Again, with the ironic name of
wait, not homeless.
Oh, no,
just
I meant jobless and broke.
Yeah,
not homeless.
Yeah,
sorry.
or broke, yeah.
Jobless and broke is what I meant. Apologies.
Well, let's not send them too far down the road there. Okay, so they
that's the next evolution of the team.
Yeah, they do have homes for now, so well, hopefully they'll be fine going back home, regardless of win or loss here against Klaus.
Thank you for catching that.
I almost let it just slide by.
I'll take the egg on my face on that one. But yeah, broken jobless.
Yeah, broken jobless. Obviously they're just trying to make something happen here in VCT.
Oh, no!
This is why they picked the 2-loss streak.
I see. It was all for a comparison.
5-loss streak, but they do have a win. They do have a win. It was simply 6 games ago when they played on
They got it. They got it in the first one.
And
then it all went downhill from there.
That is something. I mean, especially considering neither team seems to be banning Haven. They both seem pretty busy banning Icebox in a lot of their matches. Scared to play on that map. Klaus was the notable team that brought out Breeze. We didn't catch it on broadcast, but the very first match of the Open Qualifiers versus Newturn, and they got absolutely stomped 13-3, so there's something to be said about how they might feel on Breeze as we look at Hound on Klaus and Pei on Mujik Beksu as their players to watch out for.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to, scope in on these guys a little bit closer, but Hound has been a big part of this roster and the few successes that Klaus has found. When you put him in a position where he has to clutch, he usually comes up with it. So we'll see if that happens here today, or if they can just, get ahead of Mujik Beksu so they don't really have to be put in those positions at all.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the previous match. I mean, when you're kind of fighting for your tournament life, you're playing more so out of desperation than anything, it starts to get a little streaky, so you want to make sure that you take the lead early in case some mistake starts to happen. Maybe you lose your focus just a bit. See what the maps are. Are we going to see? Okay, so Icebox and Breeze. We got both Icebox and Breeze in match 1, and now both of them are banned out. And we will get Split, Bind, and Ascent. Hey, we get Split and Bind, though. It's not just Haven, Ascent.
Yeah.
Back and forth, back and forth.
I like it. Change it up here. Always, have those alternating maps coming in, but Yeah, nothing too shocking here with the Breeze and the Icebox bans. That was definitely, I think, a bit of a one-off, being able to see both of them in the same series.
Yes, very much
likely
so.
will not happen again throughout the rest of the stage, especially in the playoffs. With you know, given that a lot of the upper echelon teams just have not really wanted to play either of those maps whatsoever. So.
Yeah, I just wonder how many of them are actually well prepared. Obviously, Vision Strike is very well prepared on Icebox, and Neutron seems comfortable enough to not always be banning it. But that's something that bit Neutron when they went to Reykjavik, and I think that was something that will continue to haunt Korean teams whenever they go globally if they're not well prepared. But that's a bit of a ways down. Of course, we're still going through the double elimination group stage here in Challengers 3. First map will be Split. Also a map, especially in Korea, that seems to sway quite a bit back and forth, given how the map's pretty tight. It's got a lot of close corners. Sometimes teams are able to just flip the momentum on a switch with a cheeky play or two.
Still can't help but look at the Klaus logo and see the word blouse.
Ever since that was mentioned, it really stands out to you.
It's one of those things. It's like seeing the arrow in FedEx for the first time, and then you're like, oh, now I will notice that every single time that I look at that logo.
Oh man, I remember I learned that the first time because someone used it as their campaign slogan in high school for student council, was telling people about the arrow in the FedEx logo. Well,
you guys ever noticed this? It's pretty wild.
They did win, by the way. They did win their position on the council. But here we go. Agent picks, rather, for both sides on Split. We're going to get a little breach. I've seen that pretty often.
Yeah. All right. So, breach coming out to play. We'll just see the, I guess, kind of, I was going to say more standard lineup here for Mujik, but for Split, it has varied quite a bit. So going breachless, definitely a bit of a move here for them.
Yeah, I think Breach has just proved time and time again that this is a map where you can still get a lot of value, right? Just because of how small a lot of those areas are, you just get so much coverage with both the fault line and the Rolling Thunder. Obviously, Flashpoint still holds value, but I feel it's more so actually the other abilities that really put him over the edge over some of the other options you might consider. Also going to see the raises come out in full force as well. We've seen a lot of teams actually starting to back off of the raise a bit, go for a bit more just passive utility or scouting utility rather than being this aggressive utility use, but I would say Ray's still very good on this map.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, let's see here, guys. Not going to be having a mirror matchup, but we do have a showdown. Elimination is on the line. Map 1, Klaus versus Mujik Beksu. Let's go ahead and jump into Split.
Klaus attacking first. Very, very small sample pool, so not much to pull from this one.
Yeah.
We're just having that for the sake of tracking it.
Hey, nice defense percentage that they got, so we'll see. We'll see how things go for them, but they will be on the attack first.
All right, well, Klaus.
Okay, wall instantly going to be broken.
Well, I mean, lots of information gathered from both sides, but also the wall now being used up. So very early, gets broken up. You're not going to gain too much more value off of that other than the initial hold. And JW is already all the way through mid, coming up through ropes. Oh, this timing. Oh, no.
Very delayed reaction. Mangun actually gets that kill before the tailwind goes off.
Wow.
That did not look like that as how things were going to transpire, but he'll receive a heal from Banba as they don't really check over towards ramp. Gets a little bit of damage in onto Excel, who will die on entry to the site. Mangun finds his second. Diggy trading it back, though, making this a 3-for-3, or 3v3 rather.
Just going to go for that plant. Gets their own wall up to block off screens. That gives them enough time to safely plant. Of course, it will get broken down pretty easily, and no one's going to be able to. Hound is hiding behind the stage wall, but I don't think it's full width on that side where he's at. We'll have to double check here. Oh no, it is.
Off. Wow, finding one before getting traded back. Pei Coming around the backside of the site, swaps up for a ghost, and yeah, he should have a decent idea of where everybody is located here for the moment. Pushes out though and just can't line it up. Think he will find 3, and that's going to be a nice fast track to try to get that res online. So already is halfway to the ultimate, and the first round will go to Klaus.
Yeah, well done. I mean, super early wall on that A side. Obviously, that delays him enough, but you know, it's not like you got vision of everyone before you put up the wall, so you couldn't have any quick rotations, and eventually it just kind of loses out on value. Klaus takes advantage of that. They're going to pick up quite a few Spectres. That was I can't believe that.
A frame perfect tailwind out, like
yes.
the very moment.
It's as if the wind from the tailwind just knocked him out as he's flying backwards.
Say sometimes these players, they fall so low that a stiff breeze will take them out. It seems like maybe that was going to be the case. I'm going to taking a couple shots over towards Ramen's, not going to get a hit. Does tap Else now through the wall. Just chunking him out down to 79 health as a boom bot. Moving forward.
Trying to see if he can inch forward maybe with these nebulas, but not going to find an opportune moment to do so. Looks like we're going to start to see everything shift over B as we see the remaining members of Klaus scurrying through sewers.
Yep, shifting over seems like a full-on assault through the garage, but wow, he will open things up. Daggy going to get dropped.
Very low, but he is going to get that heal, and then of course just stalling them, puts up the smoke as well. That's so much time bought.
Yeah, and you can see they're starting to shift back over now, creeping over to mid. MongHoon is still here with this Marshall in hand. Ooh,
oh,
does get a double hit, turns over, finds Excel, now looks for a little bit more. Tailwind over to the side, can't quite line up JW's head. Blast pack instead of 4, but he swaps to the classic. Gets the headshot, drops down now into the fence. Looks for another one. MongHoon! Oh my god! And Bacon's Hound! And they will tie it up. A thrifty win for Mujik Beksu. Everything just collapses at Klaus's feet.
What a heroic stand there in mid through the fence, swapping weapons at the right time, just already lined up as he continues to move back. MongHoon might be the best person who gets kills while he's walking backwards. I mean, all of his skills are as he's moving backwards. That's insane.
That's his superpower.
He can't ever walk forward.
I'm indestructible, but only in reverse.
Oh, wow. Impressive. Impressive hold there in mid.
Unreal. Well, knives now out from him. Give that ult orb. Puts that into his hands. And Pei does not necessarily notice that there was 2 on the cross there.
Yeah, so it looks like the information's pretty slow to go over to his teammates. Now, Bobby's playing back. He does get 1. That's a lot of time bought. Oh!
Finds 2. JW pushing up over top of the box. Will get 1. Lets the nade go out just in case somebody's fast rotating through the spawn. It's not going to be the case, but now the site is open. They can make their way through, but still going to be disadvantaged. Only a single Spectre recovered. They're going up against 2 and a Marshall, as well as an additional member. They're looking for the entry, but wow, first one to fall. JW finding him just outside of screens. K1 into the back. Oh, pulls off the spike. Does manage to get the right-click kill. That's Deggy gone. JW still in the fight now, trying to play out from heaven. And Pei will cut him down. The defuse will come in. And that will just be the closeout here as Mujik Beksu moves up 2-1.
Yeah, I smartly handled on their economy as well, giving that ult orb so you can get the Blade Storm, so MongHoon can save up banks should he wish to upgrade to an operator anytime soon. Klaus also in a bit of a weird spot economy-wise with a couple of those buys earlier, so...
this is...
I mean, JW not being able to, JW not peeking at the same time for the double is really rough.
Needed to get there just a little bit faster. Well, now MongHoon is dropping stacks. He's got the operator in his hands.
The wall is just going to buy time and get a bit of information. You hear quite a few guns, so you know they're not fast striking anywhere else on the map.
Boombot just going to spot. Gets killed off. Wall's broken down. Slow orb to hold them up just a little bit longer. It's been a lot of attention paid here by mid from Klaus thus far. Constantly committing, you know, 2 to 3 members in that position. MongHoon is going to inch well forward Nebula, he's got a little bit of sight, and it will just get dissipated instantly. He needs to scope in now.
Oh,
and JW gets the better of him. That is catastrophic.
That is huge. You save up the money for the early operator, and it just gets taken out without a single kill.
Uh-oh. I believe it was a 6,300 credit investment here from him in the round.
Oh, my.
We'll see if the rest of the team can try to drag this back in a 4v5 retake and maybe recover it, but they are, you know, working here with two Spectres. And Pei does somehow actually come out on top of Else. It seemed like Else should have been in a position to win that exchange. Excel playing close by, but he's getting pinched. Manages to snap to the side, finds Pei before Banba trades him out. Hound is playing straight in front of screens. Will find two. Luby now going to be the last one to fall, and the round will go to Klaus.
Wow, that was a really good dodge on the Paranoia as well. Almost, it seems a bit coincidental, but it worked out in his favor. Able to get 2 kills all the way down the site as they were coming down ramp. So, and now we're going to be tied up 2-2. But the biggest thing, of course, is Munghoon. I mean, you saved up and invested for that operator, and it just doesn't get taken out. He was just too slow. As we saw that quick headshot. There you go, now just sidestepping there. Not able to make it all the way in, but...
Yeah, catching against his teammate, but it was all right. Fault line decent. Munghoon instantly forced the tailwind. Some covering fire comes down. Just to make sure that they're not rushing in. Banba up on top of the wall. Will manage to find one, has to drop back. It's a good elimination. The res is available from Degi, and he could move up and try to pop that while the wall is still up.
Yeah, it looks
Seems
like
that's what he's going to be moving for.
There you go. Okay, so everyone back up. Now, Munghoon's still only on that Marshall, so just going to be covering from screens here on A. Everyone's going to inch forward from ropes.
Oh, gets JW just for a moment there through the box. The blind now will force Bulby's position back. Aftershock as well, just keeping him at bay. Munghoon now going to be caught in the Nebula. Just a Marshall in hand, no Blade Storm or anything that's really played up close, so has to try to reposition, so he's going to shift over towards Heaven. Scouts out ramp, but are they going to be prepared for Hound, who's currently lurking in mid?
Oh, he wants to see if anyone is rotating too late, but everyone's already on A side. This could actually bite Klaus back if Mujik Vexu gets a good strike. And
Munghoon does it again!
What is this guy?
He doesn't even take much damage. Degi, however, holding the back of sight, will line up 2 headshots. Munghoon will find another one as JW falls. Hound now arriving, comes in from behind. He's trying to spray through the smoke. He's not quite sure where he's at, but it gets him in the end. And Hound's a little delayed. Lurk not being on this A site has sort of saved his and Klaus's behinds. They will pick up the round and take the lead.
Munghoon just constantly getting these kills on the jump, on the tailwind, backstepping through the ropes. I mean, he's getting the kills he needs. He's leading the board despite some of these weapons. This was just jumping up and down through the nebula.
Right, sometimes you just gotta panic and it's good enough. But yeah, I mean, not really prepared was Pei for that arrival of Hound. Couldn't quite locate him, and there wasn't really much else to do other than try to hold for the stick there.
Hound now with his own Blade Storm.
Goodbye just going to get blocked off. They should be able to anticipate that somebody's going to be boosted up on top. And that is a direct hit now. Banba going to be dead. Not much else that JW could have done at that range, given that he had a judge in hand. And Hound only finds one before getting struck down by WoW. So suddenly, it's just going to be a 2-for-2 exchange as all hell breaks loose in Heaven. That's just an oxymoronic statement, but doesn't really matter. Else making quite a bit of damage. The judge around the corner, but Else takes him down. Blueby completely caught off guard there. Cannot trade it back, barely gets any damage pushed through. It seems like they know exactly where WoW is at. Good days, Excel lines up the headshot, and Klaus now firmly take a lead, stretching up now 4-2.
Yeah, they're looking a lot stronger after those initial couple of rounds. They look a lot more confident. I mean, the decision to just jump over the wall with the showstopper just to break it open, right? And then you're able to get the Jet to come in for backup. I mean, I like that kind of decision-making, right? Rather than just wasting too much time there, you just say, well, if I can trade and break open Heaven, that gives us so much more room to work with. And then, of course, just really good shots as they're rounding corners.
Great snap there.
Getting a little bit of a lineup here mid in case anyone pushes out.
Just holding for it. And see, there's still likely discussing what they want to do, what the approach is going to be, so they will hold on to the fault line. Boombot through towards ropes.
Just gonna scout things out on Heaven, see if they get any sort of reaction, as they don't know exactly what's been positioned past that nebula.
Multitude of ultimates available here for the side of Mujikbeksu. See if they can make use of them. JW and ropes for the moment. Let's see, he's thinking about whether or not he wants to go up. Munghoon waiting in the wings.
I'm a little concerned about Bomba being kind of out on the rafters there if he gets picked off. I mean, they have an opportunity to go for a retake with the lockdown. Ooh, lots of damage through the smoke.
Yeah, really great timing on the spray. Saying they've been lurking for quite some time. Rolling Thunder will catch WoW. He's trying to TP over to the side, trying to get himself repositioned, but now it does not happen. Hound will take him out, but suffers quite a bit of damage, so 10 HP remaining on him. Needs to get a heal from Deggy ASAP. After the spike gets planted, that's exactly what should happen.
I think it's still on cooldown.
Oh, you're right,
Initial spray, yeah. So they'll have to wait just a bit longer. So Hound's going to take that further back position and stand on the dumpsters there.
Lockdown used from Ali. Got to break their way in.
Oh,
the rocket
it
lines up, sends it over, and that's going to be Hound eliminated. Does find the one, takes Diggy now down to 20 HP. Nade is going to be good. JW gets rid of Mung, who gets rid of Bulby as well. He comes up with a third as Pei will die. And now he's in a position to potentially close this out, but no, Deggy will find Banba in the end. It's a massive round.
Wow. I mean,
JW.
I think they barely just forgot what was going on. JW took some shots, if I'm not mistaken, on Heaven as he was creeping up behind, and the rest of Mujikbeksu not able to respond in time. They get caught out by the paint shells, and then Pei also gets taken down from above with the rifles. So really good flank by JW. The Rolling Thunder, obviously just a classic hero and split on any site.
Yeah, and Bamba, he just safely is able to retreat back into Alley and get that one trade, but yeah, the nade is just beautiful.
It was so well done.
Well, straight back into the action, push on the corner, and JW, he still finds two. The Boombot gets rid of Munghoon, is only able to trade out one.
All right, they have Else already covering the flank nice and early. Very well positioned. They are just giving up Heaven, but they will have the Nebula, the Star, they're ready to go. Now, the timing of that has to be well considered, as Else also on flank duty.
It doesn't get the initial hit. Paranoia could be used here.
He doesn't know that WoW's already made it through.
Yep, Paranoia now going to be used, and wow, he does take quite a bit of damage, falls down 14, but manages to get that kill in the end. Still against three members, everything walled up, the blast back pushing them away for just a moment. JW who's up on top, can't quite get the shot to line up. Flash goes out though to further delay. They get the push in onto the spike. Excel coming up with two, doing his best stacks impersonation, but Banba, he will close, he'll clean up the rest of them, but he cannot get that defuse to come in, so Klaus will still win the round, but they lose out on all their weapons.
Yeah, obviously being walled away from the spike, I mean, they didn't really have much of an option other than just to try to delay getting scrambled in that little break open.
I like that they have the smiles on their face. They're very self-aware of like, yeah, we just kind of body blocked each other into oblivion, but screw it, who cares? We won the round.
Yeah, going for all the delay as well, just so they can break through the wall in time. You can just see the panic. Like, oh, left, right, left, right.
You get like words do not communicate that fast enough. You start making feral noises at that point.
All right, well, Klaus is in nice and healthy as they get another opening kill from Daggy.
Pei's not. Pei's dead. Why is the wall glowing green like that?
Oh, yeah, that is weird. It's like infused with Viper. We've finally gone too far. Science has gone
the
too
ultimate
far.
creation.
The
poison
toxic
walls.
Wall, yeah.
Poison ice walls.
I mean, hey, isn't that how like a lot of mystery novels are? You have the poison ice cubes and it melts in your drink. And
That's true.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh my God, Munger does it again. That wasn't even a headshot finish.
Well, they know he's there.
I'm going for that peek. Doesn't actually really connect on the XL at all.
Munghoon got the
finds
rifle.
Kill. Munghoon, though. Just managed to spray down for three, and wow, on the nice lurk. Comes up with the kill onto Excel. They should know that Hound has made his way into Mail. So close. Oh, he spots his head for just a moment, but wow. Turns over to Ramen, finds Else, gets Hound, cleans up 3 from Mujik Beksu to go ahead and put their 3rd round win on the board.
Good awareness from WoW as well. Despite the fire coming from Mail, he expects to be swung around on, and he turns around just in time to take out Else, and then he's able to clean out the round.
Convinced that Manghun should just not buy anything. He should just run Classic every single round.
Yeah, just run Classic, get in front of people, and then jump backwards, and,
yeah.
and you'll just get all the kills. I mean, it's actually insane how many kills he's gotten with the Classic in this map.
I mean, he's got to be going for a record.
Yeah, we definitely don't see it that often. It's quite well done as the team on Klaus.
I mean, he got the hit. He took Deggy to 5 HP.
Yep, Deggy's just going to walk backwards.
Yeah, he is not going to get fully topped up by that heal, so he's going to have to wait for a second one.
Yeah, Klaus just sitting on their pistols as well. So, especially against an operator, the B is just pretty much out of the question. Unless you wanted to use the showstopper for some crazy trade. Looks like they've already cleared out ramps. And then they're going to walk back out.
Yeah, they're shifting away, back into the sewer.
I'm a little confused about this movement. I mean, the spike is still in sewers, but to not have someone else just rotate over to A, I think just given the size of the A side and they spotted some of the Killjoy utility, I assume. I'm just not wanting to deal with that with pistols. Looks like it's going to be a full-on push through mid.
Oh, this does not catch him, but WoW is still going to be okay. JW comes up with the kill. Mama starting to pull away. Doesn't actually use the wall here. Waits it out. Here's the rocket, but Manghun is ready for it. Lines up Deggy as well. Only falls down to 49 HP. He's not ready for Hound to be down on site. Comes around center. Doesn't manage to line him up. It's a nice headshot. 3v3 now. With some weapons being swapped out. Operator, Phantom, and Sheriff. Suddenly becomes a little bit more plausible for Klaus to try to turn this round on his head, especially when Hound doesn't corner check.
Yeah, that's
just strikes him down. Excel, however, finds 2 before getting traded out. Sheriff in hand. Else, as he pushes up, will be greeted by Booby. And that will be the defuse coming in. Mujik Beksu starting to claw this one back as much as possible. 4 rounds, just 2 behind with 2 more to go in the half.
Yeah, not so bad. They recover the operator as well. So Manghun will be happy to reclaim that. See which site he decides to hold, and looks like it might be mid. No, looks like he'll just chill out on A. They're just going to kind of give up some of that mid control, or ropes control at least. Probably just wall off Mail if they push up B. Now it looks like it's going to, they have the Rolling Thunder, so it's presumably going to be Rolling Thunder push onto A. Let's see if that timing works out there. No one is on site, so honestly, Mujik Beksu, they could just play safely for the retake once they hear it. Oh, they notice that no one's there, they're gonna save the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, blind shot, not gonna hit. Save it as you say. Now can use that. Push back the aggressors here as they look to retake the site. Oh, Pei. Caught on a very nice lurk by Else. Just chilling out in the sewer. Now the Rolling Thunder will come crashing in. That's going to be moving over towards screens. Doesn't really connect onto too many people. However, they're playing at Heaven. People go 1 for 1. Hound now gone. JW struck down. 2 members left to try to defend this. Mujik Beksu very well could try to turn this one around. Deggy getting jumped on. It's only good for 1. L still rotating in. They're onto the spike right now, and it's well into the back of sight. He does not have line of sight on this one, and Matma is ready. Greets him as he comes out onto the Raptors, and Mujik Beksu very well could make this a 6-6 half.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder seemed a bit rushed. I know that they just wanted to try to get an early advantage and get that kill right around screens, but using it so narrowly to secure a single kill when you could just push back the entire retake seems a bit rushed and unfortunate for Klaus.
And it's a big shift right now in the way that we're seeing these post plants be taken by Klaus, because starting off they were very clean. I mean, you could see, how many rounds consecutively they were able to win, but now they're starting to rush, and okay.
I know it's the last round.
And then Odin.
Well, we had 3 operators.
3 operators.
Oh, they still haven't. Okay, well, it is the last round of the half, but it's not solo queue.
This is puggy.
This is against 2 judges, so time to find out which OP gun is actually OP.
I mean, in the hands of a Raise, I might be willing to take the the judge.
The judge, yeah.
They've got some backup weapons here as Pei's going to swap out.
Yeah, I mean, they just had so much money.
Hound moving up. I'll battle the blades potentially around the corner.
Oh boy, Munghoon. Oh no. Oh, this could. Oh no!
He throws out the right click, pulls back away. He and Hound both taking just a little bit of damage there, separated by about 5 plus armor. Takes just a little bit more, and Fox going to keep Hound protected for the moment. Yeah, like you said, the spike has since been planted. And so focused in on these Jets, trying to duke it out. Last knife there from Hound will get the reset. Else, it's one on the entry. But now the last one alive will fall, and Klaus will be able to close out the half 7-5.
All right, so lesson learned. Don't buy 3 operators. That's not why they lost, but
hey,
just stop doing it. Stop doing it in my solo queue games, okay? Stop.
Yes.
All right, well, it's going to be Klaus taking the lead 7-5. So despite a bit of a rocky towards the later part of that half, they should still feel pretty good. They held on to a good streak in the middle there, 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, not a bad run back there from Mujikbeksu. Main concern is just going to be, you know, now shifting over, having Klaus in this lead on the defender's side. Mujikbeksu could get this pistol round, that should set them up to be able to tie it 7-7, but the rest of it could be difficult to try to swing into their favor. So already at a little bit of a disadvantage, while Degi is just sitting up on top. Excel will find 2, and he stays alive, and what an explosive start. I mean, we barely cut the cameras back into the game, and everybody just dies.
The wall plus the gravity well as insurance, just absolutely stopping Mujikbeksu. So we're not going to see that go through. Unfortunately, not the same result as when Klaus was attacking during their pistol round. They were able to just get through the wall. I mean, Mujikbeksu, you don't really have too many options. Your best bet is just maybe running down the clock and saying, maybe we fake them out. Probably not.
They just don't have any tools realistically to try to fake them, other than, you know, while placing some smokes to set up for B.
Yeah.
But even then,
it's
they're never going to full rotate. And with Hound situated at screens with a ghost in hand, he could still just pick them off one by one.
Yeah, so they're just gonna walk through.
He spots him. Says this is where they're coming. Smoke on the heaven. Daze goes in. Wow goes down. But will answer one back. But then JW gets the finish, and Klaus will win the pistol round yet again.
Yeah, we've seen some good fault lines from Excel. We've seen some good fault lines. I mean, I know we had that second Rolling Thunder that was a bit rushed, but some good fault lines. And honestly, this is looking pretty good for Klaus. Mujikbeksu, I mean, sure, they have the Omen if they want to try to push a bit more aggressively, but they're still also working with a Killjoy, which when you're on your back foot, it doesn't feel great when you have to attack.
Yeah. Right, close call for Hound, but we'll retain it in the end. Now 8-5.
It's going to be an early wall again. See if, after no noise, probably secure that orb for Degi. Oh, he's still keeping his position on the wall on A side of the map.
Oh.
Ooh.
Little shot from JW. Oh, he will have spotted Pei there, tucked in behind the box. As he pulls back.
Yeah, he's going to rotate over while we have Excel holding.
you simply have to know that he's in that position. Heal now on the JW, who's since rotated over to the A site. Swap the position. He'll get topped up. Here the orb get tapped as Bunbus just going to be trying to get that res online. Pei, in the meantime, picked off in mid.
It's not so good. I mean, if Excel's able to hold that solely on his own, finally going to be smoked off, but that's just one person that you're holding off with one smoke. That means you don't have any left in the moment to enter.
Yeah, Else will find 2. I mean, yeah, a little bit of a slow start in this map, but he's really starting to pop. These timings and the combos with the gravity wells, as well as just his raw aim, has been really, really great. So Else comes up with 3 to close out a flawless round for Klaus, who now move up 9-5.
It's interesting to me that these two teams seem to have swapped their smokers, as they've both only played Omen for Klaus and then Astra for Mujikbeksu previously on Split, and now they're picking the opposite. So clearly they wanted to change some things up. Klaus seems to be coming out on top of that switch.
I think the the score being 9-5 versus a team that means broken jobless, there's a beautiful irony in that.
Oh gosh, just salt in the wound.
Sometimes the stars just align and these jokes just write themselves. But forward position here from Else. Just gonna get tucked away inside the garage.
3 members in that nebula.
Yeah, that's still a very scary spot to be in. Hey, he's gonna find Hound. Goes into his astral form. Tries to draw the weapon.
Oh!
Manages to find one before getting eliminated, but it's still a man advantage now for the side of Ujikbeksu. Are making their way in onto the site. Pressing forward, just using these cloud bursts for cover. Another one for WoW as he will go ahead and get the spike planted.
Yeah, so that's going to be clear. I mean, once you know that Ellis is pushed out that far, it's pretty clear. You also knew what the situation was in mid with that wall being placed up nice and early, so... Mungo can't get out of there just yet.
A little bit of a botch. And Pluby is just holding it down.
All
Free
right.
for him. Ujikbeksu now go ahead and make, pick up their 6th round. So within 3 of tying this up.
Yeah,
not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, this is still a scoreline that, it can go any other way. Obviously, momentum is going to matter quite a bit, and the economy, well, this is where we'll really have to start tracking that a bit more closely. Else, I mean, placing that star a bit further behind just to try to hold them off longer with another nebula. Unfortunately, they peeked out as soon as it goes away. Bobby just...
one after the other.
Taking them off like lemmings, jumping off of a cliff.
Yep. Maybe I won't sit here and hover this wall.
Oh, no. Okay.
Boombot's cleared by Hound.
There's a lot of mind games here in mid with smokes from both sides.
They're going to look for the hard peek. Flash out, but everybody's pulled away. Aftershock over towards Ramen will force WoW to reposition momentarily. And take oh, wow. Dead to the nade. Nicely done by Pei.
Really good throw. And that is the wall gone, the heel is gone. Now Else is still in the back. They haven't cleared it.
It's such a great lurker. And now they will have a rude awakening as to his position. Well into the back. Wow. Can't quite challenge him here. His Hound's made his way onto the site. And after the back, ooh, I was going to say off the back of that great nade, maybe this will end up being Klaus's round, but WoW comes up with 2. Is quite low. Nade's not going to connect. Maybe just a little bit of damage onto him, but otherwise not too much. Cell, however, still fully topped up. See if that's going to be a difference maker for them.
No way. WoW's going to try to flank all the way around. He can't get here in time.
This is such a long rotation. I mean, he could maybe barely just get line of sight. No, it's not going to happen.
Nope.
It's not going to happen.
Oh, boy. Wow, that is... that's a big risk. I mean, he was low, so they wanted to try to buy some time, but because of the way it was planted on default, Pei couldn't, hold and garage or anything. He just kind of had to hold in sight.
Sometimes you say wow in amazement and wonder, and sometimes it's because of sheer disappointment and disbelief. So that was definitely...
That was the latter.
A wow moment.
The tone's very important.
Yeah.
The nuance carries quite a long way.
That's going to be one that you're kicking yourself for.
Yeah.
This could have been 7-9 here.
I mean, again, the logic, I get it. It just seems like it was very much a big risk.
I mean, yeah, you need your teammate to live a little bit longer.
Yep, Diggy not gonna make it on the wall, so has to jump back up. He's having trouble finding his footing. There he goes. Just gonna hold it safely. We do have 2 judges on the side of Klaus as well.
Yeah. Diggy just kind of waiting and hoping that somebody's gonna come blast packing or updrafting over this wall. Nade goes into the corner of Mail.
Alright, you start to see it break open, so Diggy's got to decide. Alright, he's just going to hold it a bit safer. The back of Heaven. Spike now going to be picked up. Curious to see if they're going to stick to B. It looks like it's going to be a focus on A, where they haven't really any information. Bobby's just doing his best not to let them know about anything. But JW's not faked out.
It's a really forward lurk. With the judge in hand, they're going for the peek. He'll line up one. Nate goes out to try to buy some more time.
That should
be able to make it happen. 1 HP on Booby, but it's okay because Hound has arrived. Guns down 3, and that is a spike on the floor. And M100, he was lurking over at B this entire time. He was making his way up through garage. Now finds himself in Ramen with just no time at all to get this done. I mean, just waiting so long for the execution over on the A site, and it all falls apart. Now there's nothing that he can do but watch the time dwindle away. So another round win goes to Klaus, and they're just 2 away from taking split.
Yeah, again, just really unfortunate timing again. As you said, they were waiting for the execute for him to also make noise on B, but when you get caught out before you even reach ramps, I mean, everything starts to fall apart. And JW, the 1 HP survival on the nade was something. The paint show's not able to. I thought he was going to get
very short-lived.
Quite a few, actually, but.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge amount of damage, but that is
enough, though.
Unfortunately, not enough. Hound just gets the very easy cleanup.
All right. So now Mujik Bexu says, all right, it's do or die time. We've got
this is so aggressive from Else. Very limited on bullets now. He tries to buckle down. He tries to spray through. Only takes a couple members. Down around the 80s here. Really big wraparound is coming through Ramen to try to catch them off guard at garage. Well, only JW plays from heaven. You can get a kill. That's going to be a showstopper online. And okay, there's the first one. So now they know that they're in behind them. Rolling Thunder. That's going to catch almost everybody. But might be the only one who does not get caught. JW as well is caught by it. He still managed to find WoW, but then Booby trades it back. M100 and the Killjoy will fall, and there you have it, a 12th round locked in. Klaus looking to take this fairly definitively.
Yeah, and not having the spike planted right away, also a bit questionable from Mujik Bexu. I mean, they cleared the back of site, right? They made their entry in. I mean, you could have just at least tried a quick plant on default or something, but getting a bit confused there, I think, perhaps, on exactly what the game plan was. So not able to secure any of that. The Rolling Thunder was perfect. I mean, sure, it hit JW as well. Thankfully, he wins that duel. But I don't think it would have mattered as it just gave a full opening for them to get through.
Oh, he's going for the RB play.
But it's just going to get shut down right away by that fault line.
But they should know that he is quite far forward now. Excel is joining him, though. 2 members at this position. That can catch them off guard. Hound, tailwinding away. After trading that 1-for-1. JW does manage to find 2 over in mid, and the spike is still down in sewers. Oh, this is catastrophic. 2v4 attempted retake of the spike now for Mujik Bexu. Otherwise, they will just be suffering a loss here on split 13-6.
Do they not realize that the spike is down in sewers? You just left it there.
Seems like he's on the hunt, but M100.
Yeah, it could just be. But now it's dangerous. I mean, M100's made it
realize that
through.
the spike is down in sewers?
That's also another question to be asking for sure.
No, he needs to be the one that looks to try to clear out this side a little bit more, but yeah, unfortunately, will get picked off, and I mean, they could just...
This is just the hunt now. It's 1v3. We're actually just playing a different survival game now.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to go for the spike. It is his best bet.
He's running out of time. He's
so
sprinting.
He's so scared.
He does have he does have from the shadow, so he can actually pick this up and then TP onto the site, which is going to have to be what he does, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Does it go B or A? It's going to go B.
Oh, they're still not moving. I mean, they can just go for the retake. It's 3v1.
Okay. Dark cover out. Plants coming in.
Okay.
Diggy. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I see.
All right.
All right. Res on the Hound. Bring him back into the fray. Now rush over towards the site. Boombot. Oh, it already spots. Well, they know he's in alley.
Yeah,
this is a disaster.
Just got to run away. 1v4.
Oh, I mean, if he could throw a paranoia right now, it would be the biggest one of his life, but it's not going to happen. Diggy will get the shot on the drop down, and Klaus will defuse this to make it 13-6 on split. Dominant showing.
Yeah, Klaus just completely shutting down any sort of advancements from Mujik Bexu, especially once they switch sides. Mujik Bexu not able to do much at all on attack. Now, that was Klaus's map pick, though, so it goes without saying that, obviously, they felt quite confident coming into map 1.
Yeah, I mean, just a very solid look, though. I mean, even outside of map pick, I mean, yeah, they did pilot this very well, but it just seemed like decision-making, timings, and in a lot of cases, just aim was coming out, all Klaus throughout this first map. So it was a very good look for them. I was expecting this, even with the map pick advantage, to be a lot closer of a start. Granted, we saw an extremely one-sided map on our first series.
Yeah, that is true. Wow,
So it's not necessarily indicative of what is going to happen throughout the rest of this set. So Mujik Beksu, with Bind on the horizon, very well still could make this happen.
Yeah, again, with these teams, I mean, it's very clear when they feel comfortable with a map and when they're not. So this is much more of a relative thing rather than just an objective standard. So Klaus, I mean, obviously they're feeling good about winning their map pick. That's the most important part. Can they keep it up on Bind? I mean, the way they were playing, I think we saw some points where just the communication was pretty good. Obviously, their aim being just a bit better than Mujik Beksu today matters quite a bit.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, like Klaus, they don't have to do that much different shifting over onto Bind. They really could just change out, one player, drop the Sage, maybe bring in a Killjoy or a Cypher for Bind, and then otherwise they could still run the double duelist with the raised Jet Breach Astra. I'm curious to see what happens. Maybe we even see Viper, because that has been picked up from time to time.
Yes.
On Bind, so gonna have to see what Mujik Beksu especially has prepared to try to swing them back into the driver's seat here in the series. But JW gonna be the MVP of the match overall here as far as the average combat scores are concerned. 305, 20 kills, the 1.8 KD, not too bad. But Munghoon, I mean, you got to give props to this guy for the number of just classic
I was
going
to say, probably like 7 of those 17 are classic kills. So
something like that for sure.
He was popping off in the beginning, and even in these kind of situations where you were just clearly outclassed in terms of weaponry, Munghoon able to hold his ground, but that was more so when they were defending, not so much when they were attacking it. And Pei also just had a really, really slow start. So there's a combination of things that I think held Mujik Beksu back a little bit.
Yeah, just a couple things. We'll see if they can clean it up, much like we saw Noble be able to do in their series. We will have a quick little break, and when we come back, Bind is going to be our second map here to decide whether or not Klaus can take it 2-0 and knock Mujik Beksu out, or if we'll have a game 3. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
How you love me electric, like you do. Love it, how you love me electric, always you. Love it, how you love me electric, electric. I love it, how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Baby, keep the light on for me, I'm coming home. Know I got you forever, wherever I go. I feel like I'm high. Oh, and I wouldn't change the way you got me jumping through hoops. All the wishes in the world and I wish for you. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it, how you love me electric, like you do. Love it, how you love me electric, always you. Love it, how you love me electric, electric. I love it, how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Wired in the moments like I'm walking on air, tripping over roses every time that you're there. I'm losing my mind. Oh, and I'm hard over the moon, you know that you got me good. I'm not even mad, I need you more than I should. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it, how you love me electric, like you do. Love it, how you love me electric, always you. Love it, how you love me electric, electric. I love
got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. Push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, up that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me, baby, shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that, preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest. Hope that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me, baby, shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that
Oh, it's a little bit of damage in onto it. On assault through the garage, but what?
To his teammates. Now Moby's playing back. He does get one. That's a lot of time bomb.
Anyone in the back? Oh, they're not rushing in. Up on top of them.
Is this guy?
He doesn't even take much damage. Thinking, however, holding the back inside. No breaks loose in heaven. They know exactly where out though to further delay, they get the push in.
Nice.
Men's a sprayed out. Get out. Here's the rocket. The Milton is ready for it. Street really connect on to too many people, however, very well. Good line of sight on this. Focus in on the Jets. Look at the read. A little bit of a disadvantage while they have it. Days.
Moment to enter.
Tries to draw to it.
Can't get out of there just yet.
A little bit of a botch. But it's okay because Suffer on block. And he still managed to find WoW, but then both. All right, and we are back. Map 2 in our second series here, getting ready to come up. Bind. The pick up Mujik Beksu to try to win out this series, take us into a third and final map of the set. Split, not so great for Mujik Beksu. They end up losing it 6-13. Klaus looking just a little too strong.
Yeah, Klaus just looked much stronger on Split. That's the best way to sum it up. But on Bind, things could be a little different. Obviously, Mujik Beksu, they've had the experience of taking 8 rounds against Go and Go Prince, so they put up a pretty good fight. On the flip side, we do have Klaus, who has played Bind against New Turn, of course, notably their best map for New Turn, and Klaus came out with 6 rounds, so that's a little iffy. JW picking up the MVP though in that first map. This was another case, I think, where most of them just kind of did their job. JW able to put up the numbers, and I think more than anything, I think it really helped that we had the juxtaposition of the 2 raises where JW was just clearly outclassing his opponent, Pei, who was on the raise for Mujik Beksu.
Yeah, Pei unfortunately not having the strongest of series. Same there, I guess could be said for Banbai as well, who just wasn't finding as much impact as Degi, who was hitting some really gnarly shots with his Vandal. So just overall looking very much not in it on Split, but with Bind and the map pick of Mujik Beksu coming through, this could end up spelling and telling a very, very different story.
I just realized that despite the spotlight on their not so great Haven records, Haven of course not being favored, Ascent is going to be the third man if we do end up getting there.
Yeah.
But Bind being the pick from Mujik Beksu, they've had some small changes in their compositions, but generally been pretty straightforward. The Omen always being their go-to smoke. The Sova, of course, always sticking around here now that we're back out of Split.
I think we should actually force it, overturn it, and make them play on Haven instead of Ascent. That way, at least one of these teams gets to stop their losing streaks.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
I say screw it.
We can end it.
Ascent out, Haven in. I'm all about it.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, one team does get to come out on top. They get to stop the losing streak. That's something to celebrate.
That's about as fair as you can make it. Like, you both have not done well on this map.
Oh my gosh.
One of you has to win, so Godspeed. Let's see who
Imagine
comes
if that was the rule, right, of any VCT tournament. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, well, if both teams have
the worst map for both teams.
more than a 2-game loss streak, then that's map 3. And that's just how it's always decided. Oh boy. Well, not the case today. But of course, we will have to see if Mujikbex can even take it to that map 3.
Yes.
They'll have to win here on Bind as we take a look at some of these picks. We are going to see the Reyna return for Mujikbex. They've played with the Reyna once before. And Pei, I mean, this is redemption time, right? Had a bit of a slow start on that Raze before. And now with Reyna, it is ever so much more important for you to be able to get some of those kills. We're going to see that Killjoy as well.
Yeah, and, you know, Excel is going to be moving over to the Sova. Obviously, Split is very often the Sova-less map. We've seen people run no Sova comps on a couple different other maps throughout time, even here in Stage 3. It hasn't gone well for them, as it turns out. So Sova's pretty damn important. So they will be running that, and it's going to be JW picking up the Reigns of the Breach. This is very much a swap, similar to Suggest, who likes to move between the Raze and the Breach for new turn, though we have been seeing Solo picking it up from time to time as of late.
Yeah.
A lot more, I should say. But otherwise, yeah, nothing too shocking. Like I said, they could pretty much just stick with exactly what we saw, and that's
just a Sova.
That's basically it.
Yeah, so no big surprises. I mean, that combo, right, with the Breach and the double duelist, New Turn has just kind of proven how well it works on Bind specifically, and especially in Korea. Everyone's had so much experience playing against it when they play against New Turn, so it's no big surprise we see that composition picked up.
Not at all. Well, guys, here we go. It's time to jump into what could be our final map of the evening. Mujikbex in risk of going home. They need to win here to take us to a Game 3. Let's see if they can do it on Bind.
Mujikbex will be starting an attack, and while they do have the Reyna, obviously they also have the Killjoy, so if they can just even out, maybe even just a 5-7 score line, I think it's not too bad as they go up against Klaus here. Omen works pretty well on both sides, I would say, on Bind. See what the plan is. Looks like they're just going to have a little contention for this ult orb and bats. Dagi is ready, though.
Okay, well, he's going to pull back. Still does have a nade and a boom bot. Boom bot instantly going to be destroyed. Here's them tap that ult orb. Blind going through. Oh, stuns up both of them. Nade now going to be let loose. Another blind coming in, and JW will manage to spray down both.
Wow.
Solid start to try to get the Rolling Thunder online for sure. As the drone, it does see Pei. I'm not quite certain if it also got the spot out onto Bulby.
Well, now he hears both of them. He gets one dink.
Does get the dink. It's Pei low, but Pei's going to be top back up now. Just shoots right through the smoke. Gets rid of JW. Now 2 members left alive to try to retake. Else trying to get set up here with some stars.
Yeah, despite the strong start, Klaus at a numbers disadvantage here, and both of them having to come through from spawn. Spot one on the cross. He's ready for the cross. Oh!
In the corner, and they will just line up for him. So he'll get 3 overall in the round, and Mujikbex, they will win their first pistol here of this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, that drone not getting exact information on B long delays that information relay a little bit for Klaus. They're not able to be prepared for the entry into B, and when the Silva falls, and then you do have a Hound kind of being caught in between as well. It's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, quick kill here for Pei. Of course, Pei heals right back up. Bulby, and then JW tries to pretend he's not there, but Bulby just says, I don't know. I don't think those bullets traveled far enough. And continues spraying through the smoke.
Ooh. Heavy stack here in Showers.
Okay.
Drone just sprayed through, and JW gets tucked into the corner.
Is he going to push out?
Yeah, he's moving for it, but he will fall. He dies.
right,
Tailwind's out. Oh, Hound exchanging sides now. MungHoon trying to go back over to the old faithful with the classic. Can't make it happen, but suddenly, after an absolute bloodbath, the ult orb will be taken. The spike is going to be planted at B, and it is Elcini 1v3.
All that work to deny an ult orb, but what did you do? What did it cost? 3 more points for Mamba at the end of the day. So, or 2 more, I guess, after that last round. So Mamba is going to be okay with that. I mean, I think I like the idea. Klaus said, okay, they seem like they want to focus on this orb. So we want to try to deny that as much as possible. It's just they seem to overcommit just a bit. I mean, just holding him off of the orb and then getting a couple trades would have been good enough. Else is just gonna hold for potential exit frags out of Hookah. Is he gonna go in to secure his death with the Spectre? Looks like that's the idea.
Yeah. Lynch in. Even with the Spectre, just go ahead, get that cash bonus, come out now with a rifle in the next round, and try to turn things on its head. That's a solid start here from Mujik. I mean, Klaus have only played Bind once.
Yes.
And that was versus New Turn. And as you can imagine, because they're not DFR, it didn't go well. I believe it was 13-6.
Yes.
And 4 of their round wins were picked up on defense. So
yes.
If they can start turning things here with in the rifle round, that'll be a very nice boon for them. But if they lose this out, then they are at risk at being in a very poor position as they go over to the attacker's half, where they were only able to find 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, I mean, if Mujik comes out ahead in this first half, and then you've got the Killjoy to just lock down one site, I mean, they're looking very healthy against Klaus here, so we'll see. Can they hold them off? We do, like you said, have all the rifles for Klaus. We've got a couple upgrade, or actually just 1 upgrade on Mujik on K, otherwise it's a judge on MungHoon.
He's creeping forward through the smoke, and he is ready. Neki goes down.
Just a quick little hello through the smoke. He is in lamps.
Given the spread, this retake attempt is going to be very, very difficult. MungHoon still playing forward. The Nanoswarm takes out JW. Hound falling. They only have gotten WoW thus far. Nelson Excel still in the fight. They see Hanba put damage in onto him. And he almost trades that back. Els will barely stay alive, but as he presses the corner, he will get sprayed down, and the rifle round will come through here for Mujik. And Klaus, they find themselves in a very significant deficit now.
Yeah, and MungHoon just really utilizing that judge to its full potential, hanging out in every single smoke that was placed on site, even to the very end as Els tries to buy some space with the Nebula. He says, all right, well, thank you very much. I will just stay on the spike. Make sure you guys can't defuse. So that's going to be good. And now he can go with the Bladestorm and then upgrade the next round. So looking very healthy for Mujik. Quite well balanced. Like you said, Klaus is in danger, and they have to go for another risk here in round 4.
Bit of an aggro push out. Looking for just a sheriff shot. Won't find anything. They shift back over onto the site as MungHoon will see Excel for just a moment. Cloudbursts come down. Checks the cup. He gets himself boosted up top. Looks over towards elbow. Now we'll clear the site. With all of his smokes expended, he's gonna have to rely on WoW to create some cover here.
Really good clearing by MungHoon, just checking every single corner up and down.
Oh, that's a solo. Only gets MungHoon. He's sat right now inside 2. Still's got decent accuracy, but doesn't manage to land the right click. Else will come in. Finds 2 with the sheriff shots. Wow. Moving out. Can he get the spray transfer? Yes, he does.
Wow. Okay. So we went from wow to wow. Here on Bind. I mean, a bit of an upgrade here for Mujik. The Rolling Thunder, I mean, you had it early, so I respect it. You know, you use it to just try to make something happen, and they got the initial kills as well onto the enemy, so onto MungHoon. So it was a worthy try, but you still felt the differential in the weapons, of course, afterwards.
Yeah, but I mean, the big story right now is Pei, who is, I believe, it's a 9-0. And, you know, given what we were saying, how rough things were for him on the Raze on Split, looking a hell of a lot better when it comes down to the Reyna.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen the Reynas earlier as well, but you need to. Otherwise, history just rewrites itself against you if you don't have good scores as Reyna, so Pei is going to want to hold on to that. MungHoon going to help Pete into garden first.
Ooh, really short tailwind. Hound still holds on to his, so he wants to actually push forward a little bit more. And that is going to be paying on Mung-Hoon going down. So first death handed over to the Reyna, and the spike is going to have to be shipped back through connector now over towards a short. Drone chasing them out of hookah. And we'll go ahead and basically confirm that this is going to end up having to be an A-site hit. Else on the corner. Oh, that's such a poor timing to go for that recall.
No,
Shifts
Jakey.
away, gets himself into the back of sight. Nade now. Wow.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't step away in time. He thought it just went fully past him, but it lands on the steps and bounces back towards.
That's a major misjudgment from him.
Now this is rough. I was going to say when they still had 3 people, I mean, maybe use the Hunter's Fury to secure a kill or 2, but at this point, that's not looking like a smart decision. Spike in no man's land here.
Creep up coming in. Diggy having to watch his back, checks the opposite side of Shower. Spike's now going to be picked up at Else. Finds Booby. And it is just Bot versus the world behind the box. Wait, he actually manages to find 2?
What?
Oh my god.
I thought that was, wow.
For just a second, I thought maybe he was actually going to somehow make this happen, but he does get taken out in the end, but he does take 2 with him, so still making Klaus have to invest some more money coming into this next round as they finally put 1 on the board.
Yeah, Klaus desperately needed that win as well. Really good.
Oh, he was 6-0, not 9-0.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, I mean, it's still a pretty good score.
Flipped the number upside down by accident in my head.
It's still a solid, especially after that first map.
I was gonna say, 9-0, that's really crazy this early on. Rocket out from Daggy. They're trying to go for the combo with the gravity well. Doesn't find anybody. His Hound is creeping up, and nope, he's not prepared for WoW to be tucked away in the corner. Daggy, however, will answer one back. Will be right around the side. Does get blinded as he pulls back away, but still gets the headshot on the Daggy, and the fault line will not connect. 2 members, and now 3 going to be eliminated on the side of Klaus, who just get way too aggro.
Yeah, Klaus, I mean, on that push, right, you secure entry into that middle of the map, and then you still have Daggy peeking out before the fault line comes out to support him. They just really wanted to try to get these early kills. Doesn't work out, and now it's just poor old Excel walking. Oh!
Poor old Excel.
Just
walking and shooting people in the face. He does it again, and suddenly you're like, well, he could win this.
Yeah.
Planted at back sight. I mean, this is such a long angle being held right now by Mung-Hoon with a Vandal.
If he gets a good spot with the drone, I mean, the Huntress Fury is something to consider here. You know one's from
Oh, no. Okay, well, it's looking way less possible now.
Yeah, 18 health, not
Could just take the teleporters, hold on to the weapon.
Yeah, looks like that might be the plan, just lurking around. Is he going to creep all the way? Okay.
I mean,
he's going to challenge him.
This is, I mean, they're already prepared for this.
I wouldn't peek out that door, though.
Okay, cloud burst. And the spray through will get him in the end.
That was the most
anticlimactic,
yes,
for sure.
Anticlimactic ending to a round. I mean, he had an idea. Can't say it was a good one.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you were gonna do that, I would have rather seen just the Hunter's Fury. Even though, I mean, Hunter's Fury is another one of those abilities, right, where if it doesn't hit anyone, it feels like it was a waste. But probably a better shot than that.
I mean, I don't blame him for holding it because he knows that Bluebee's gonna have that lockdown. So being able to clear that out is, you know, going to prove to be probably a bit more useful, I guess. And even if you get one, there's always the risk of if you try to go for that Hunter's Fury, somebody rushes you.
Yeah, I think that's what he would, because he only had confirmation on one from Heaven, so he wasn't entirely sure of where the other was. Personally, the Hunter's Fury and lockdown interaction, I think Koreans are so overly focused on that sometimes, where you know, obviously everything's always contextual, but. We'll see, though. The question now becomes, you know, can you find an opportunity to use it? Because right now, Mujik Beksu doesn't really have any strong need for the lockdown, given that they have a weapon advantage again.
Like, oh yeah, this was all in the same round, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I forgot they started things off with the showstopper dive into B Link. Yeah. Really just way too aggressive. Orb does get picked up. So and get that into Hound's hands to try to get him another Blade Storm. It's only one slice of pizza.
Yeah, not too many other candidates that would have been on this site that can make good use of it. Excel, of course, already been topped off. Okay, they already see one movement. Okay, so just going to go ahead and use that early lockdown, and there you go. Just going to use that to clear it out.
Yep, I'm just very... Also got one hit, but Blind Bite, he is fast on the reply. Very nicely done.
Well, that's the risk. You can't move while you're channeling that.
A classic little maneuver. Comes up with that kill, so still gives him the advantage, and it just seems like that might have been the entire bait the whole time. Was just, hey, let's use your lockdown. They'll use their 100 Fury, and then you use yours to get the kill. Hound around the side. Oh, okay.
Clean.
Very clean. Now it's going to be some ringing around the rosy with the teleporters here as we go back over to the A site.
Okay, just trying to buy time. Bulby trying to distract them as long as possible. Else alone on A site. Oh my gosh. Delays him for so long.
Do it again, wow. Do it again. Go back to the teleporter one more time. It'll be hilarious.
The plan does go through.
3v2, still very much winnable. From the shadows into the showers.
I mean, without him coming from behind, you gotta suspect that that's where he is. Cosmic Divide used to get short.
Playing leapfrog here, going from smoke to smoke. Hound in heaven will find one. Fault line will clip onto Bulby. He advances forward, and Else is ready. Gets the headshot. Fuse will come in. Klaus will pick up a second round.
Yeah, it's always so hard with the Cosmic Divide since you can't check for the defuse. You just have to hard check it yourself after the nanoswarms run out. Well placed Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, it's so confusing going from the most aggressive round to then they just win a thrifty immediately after.
It's just how it is with these teams, right? I mean, they have just moments where they're feeling it, and it works out. And a lot of times after that, you kind of lose the focus. You just don't have as much experience to really lock down. And a lot of times, I think that's where we see the effects of someone like Solo, right? An IGO who can really just bring the team back together and say, all right, just calm it down. We're gonna do, X, Y, Z play. Just get the kill.
That is a whiff. Doesn't take any damage either, so does manage to escape. Tailwind going to be used. Everybody starting to rotate over. Spike's still going to be dropped in a neutral position. Looks like it's going to be Booby's job to go ahead and pick that up.
Okay, well, op confirmed on B, so focusing on A, and we're going to see the correct response from Klaus as well. JW rotates over for support. Still only 3 members here, though.
Really risky peek. Still having been darted, goes for the reload, and Degi goes on the peek, manages to find 2. Pei and Banba both eliminated. Now the rest of the team charging up short, working to get their way in onto the site. Else going to fall. Will be finding the headshot, eliminates the enemy Astra. Degi, the smoke expires, gets a shot onto Munghoon. Spawn in kind, trading this one back. It's going to be a 2v1. Spike does get planted. Hound shifts over to the operator. Playing this close is just waiting for this rotation to come in right now from Excel.
Yeah, doesn't want to risk anything with the operator, even if he can switch to the sheriff. So Bulby trying to reposition. Now this is risky. Hound was looking this way. Oh no, man. The perfect timing.
Might actually be able to make this happen. I mean, Hound's having since swapped over onto the Phantom, is trying to bait him out. Oh, it's ready for him to swing the corner. Will be not ready for him to be that far out wide on the right side, so Hound will manage to clean it up. The 3rd round now for Klaus operator recovered. And with, 4 more to go?
Yeah.
They definitely could start to stretch this, chain some rounds together and try to have a nice little lead.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to be. I mean, if they can get a streak going, I mean, that's huge for Klaus. Mujik Beksu also, I mean, you don't have to be too worried about what's going on right now. Very easily redeemable here, especially with the 5 rounds they've already put on the board.
Nasty shots from Degi to start that.
Yeah, Degi just seems to be pretty on point today with his aim, and now that he's switched to the Rays, it's paying extra dividends here. As we do see another stack into bats from the attackers. They are going to be slowed down just a bit. The Boombot not going to spot anyone. So he gets curious, and he gets the kill.
He does. Throws out the nade just in case, and wants to blast back out just to very much ensure that he's not going to get punished after the peak.
Okay, so Mujik Beksu just going to redistribute their forces just a bit. Oh, okay, good check with the turret there.
Okay, Deggy finds a second. Gone, so a lot of the firepower has been eliminated from Mujik Beksu.
Yeah, and when you have someone like this just kind of holding an entire site down, right, on their own by getting kills left and right, it's really, really tough, and then you still have to be concerned about the operator. I mean, Mujik Beksu looks like they still want to try to commit to this just after buying some time, hoping that that's enough to throw them off. Okay.
Shot, a little bit mistimed. He makes it past. Teleporter's going to be taken. Oh, but Deggy is here for the cleanup. He's got 4. Do we see the ace? He's going to let the nade go loose because a little bit further past, but doesn't find the damage. How badly does Deggy want this? Teleporter taken by 2. Check out the side. He's creeping his way back over towards short. He wants to run down the clock. He wants to hold onto this weapon. And Deggy, oh no, he's going the wrong way.
Oh, Els sniffs him out though.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Oh no!
He fires just a little prematurely here. He's going for the peak. Else falls so very low, literally 1 HP. Deggy, wrap it around the side. He gets the ace!
Deggy
yeah!
with the ace. You can see him pretty happy with that one. He went on the hunt and it pays off.
I mean, Else almost gave his damn life to confirm the location, but fortunately for Klaus, he survives and they hand the ace over.
Yeah, really great round from Deggy. You get the early kill, and then you just wrap around to make sure you're covered. The operator still has short covered. A good communication there. I am curious on whether Bamba intended to go. Obviously, it worked. It kind of worked out because he survived through the teleporter, but it almost looked as if his movement was not intended. JW going to get spotted, so.
Fake's going back. Still continues to play inside the garden.
Yeah, I mean, Hound is almost there more as a scout right now with this operator. You got to be very quick, though. Oh, the drone.
Ooh, aims up to clear the drone. If he just held, actually would have found them on the swing angle. JW gone. Hound taking just a blind shot. Excel eliminated through the back of the tube. We'll be finding that kill, and just like that, they have absolutely burst open the B site. Spike planted with plenty of time to spare. 3v5. As Hound is going to have to go nuclear here with this ult, but yeah, it's going to be shut down.
He already low.
Starting to take over here. Jumps up over the top. Else will find 2, so it does a decent little amount of damage, but they cannot close it out. Mujik Beksu will lock in a 6th round now on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Blade Storm, so trying to go for the retake, of course, you did risk your operator there, so a bit of a bigger risk taken by Klaus, and that one's going to sting just a bit. You know, the idea with the operator, and then you had JW on Breach playing close. I like it. You just didn't expect, 4 people to be charging up despite the flashpoint going through the wall, so that didn't pay off very well. Now we're going to see JW back on Baths with triple stars there as well. They really want to make sure nothing cheeky happens on that side of the map.
Does that actually hit? No, very slightly.
Yeah.
Not the meaty shock dart you'd be hoping for, but he gets 15 of his armor off and 7 HP.
Yeah, this way he won't survive with 1 HP, as we've seen several times during this match.
Oh, okay, they're trying forward again. Excel, okay.
We've seen clips. I get it. It can happen. We've seen clips with crazy, multi-kills on B long, but especially with the flash changes now, I think it's much easier if you have multiple people for at least one person.
How does it go? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and yeah.
I think it stops right there.
Yeah. Well, does not work out at all.
They're still going to commit.
Tailwind in. JW not ready for the cross angle. Munghoon gets rid of him, but Hound trades it out. Teleport is going to be used now as they bring the spike over to the A site. Also trying to hold things down as he gets his way over into U-Haul. But, the lockdown going to be used just to completely zone him out of here. Spike is planted, back into the showers. Else presses forward, says, you know, I kind of just have to go aggro. I have to trade something back, but he finds absolutely nothing. Klaus now in a 2v4. You have to decide whether or not they want to really try to go for this. They don't have eyes on their money right now, so I assume that they have the money to try to trade this one back. Hound will find 2.
Okay.
Do a hell of a lot more than that, though, if he wants to win this for his squad. Here's him in showers.
Oh!
Hound finds 4, goes back over, taps the spike, and he cannot line it up. Oh, so close, but took too much damage. Pei gets the headshot. 7-4.
All right, Mujik Beksu, I mean, they're already satisfied. 7, I mean, the worst case at 7-5. While they were on attack, their composition still feels pretty good on defense. In fact, probably a bit stronger. You know, the Reyna is always kind of a toss-up, obviously, but they'll still be very confident once they switch. And, you know, as we surmise, Klaus does have the money to buy back in for this last round. Hound sitting at half armor, but otherwise, oh, Else as well. So a little bit iffy, but probably worth the shot there. They do have the Rolling Thunder as well, so I'd love to see Klaus just play the slower and worst case just go for a 5v5 retake, right?
Yeah.
Rather than taking any risk 1v2, 1v1.
Oh, dear. Well.
Okay. That already does not sound very good.
That's one way to really slow things down. Just take everything away from Else. So 5 HP remaining. Absolutely brutal start to this last round and a half. I mean, Klaus desperately need to get this at a 7-5 in the half.
Going to be sitting by with his Blade Storm for anyone that wants to push up close. No one just yet, though, and tries to follow through behind that Owl Drone. Now, it doesn't clear the entirety of bats. Does have that Judge.
10 HP. Oh, dang, he lobs it in.
Oh boy, the blast pack.
That's a shutdown now. Rolling Thunder moves out over on a short. Does manage to clip on to Booby off screen. As fun. Just gonna be canceling that out. Throws a dart up over the top. Lear, as they make their way out onto the site, the fault line does connect. Spring through JW, and she gets boss. Takes a bit of damage. The aftershock going to be used to try to interrupt that spike plant. Not going to happen, but it will take WoW dangerously low. Leaving him with just a sliver of health. Push in from Hound, finds one. Lurking in the back, they find WoW. And I think Klaus may have just been able to do this. JW will fall. Pei finding 1 kill, but dead. As he comes out of the stealth, they will get the defuse off, and Klaus will make it a 5-7 half as they get ready to move over onto the attack.
Okay, so ending it on a win, you know, 5-7, not the end of the world, still not an ideal scenario for Klaus, as they will now have to try to break through Mujik Beksu as they switch sides and attempt to attack here on Bind. I mean, I would say Mujik Beksu, and we noticed this in the first matchup we had today, Achilles, but
yeah,
they just look vastly different map to map.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, I guess, an opportunity for Klaus to potentially take this as they move over on the attack, if they can have some concise calls. And attack is very much where you can pick up the pace, like what we saw from them on defense. But Mujik Beksu, they have the slightly better half. Now they move over to the defender side. Obviously, Klaus elected to go defenders first, looking to try to find the lead there, and they do not. So it's still not a phenomenal look for them. But we also never really seen them play Bind. Playing Bind versus New Turn as the only time that we've seen it in Stage 3 here, not very indicative of much. Else will find Munghoon. We'll make it a 1-for-1, but he does take quite a bit of damage here in exchange. And everybody's just fully swapping over onto the A site. They're absolutely anticipating that that is not going to be any kind of fake. Well, I say that. You do start to see some pullbacks.
Yeah, just maybe double backing, but you start to see the utility come out on A as well. So everyone starts shuffling over.
Moving out of the smoke. It's in a bit of a crossfire, and he's got to go for the reload. Oh, that's just heartbreaking. Felt like he should have been able to have that, but wow. Moves up, gets rid of JW right on top of the spike, throws down a dark cover, now looks to go for the defuse. And L's trying to back him up. Excel, he is going to die. Defuse will come in. WoW will get the third before the shock dart can actually claim the kill. And Mujik Beksu will now move up 8-5.
Yeah, a bit hectic there. You know, both sides just kind of charging forward without fear. Mujik Beksu is able to break through. We did have Bobby, unfortunately, had to reload, gets pinched from behind. But in fact, that actually bought enough time for WoW to just break into the site right on top of the spike. So
yeah,
Mujik Beksu now sitting at 8-5. They're going to get a couple weapons here. We're going to get Spectres. We do have a Marshal for Munghoon. Looks like he's going to hold A with that one. Kind of a prediction that they might be pushing up A short. It isn't going to be true, though.
Oh, he tries to go for the paranoia, but they've already cleared into Hookup. WoW just not really respecting the aggression here. Potential speed at which they can make their way onto the side. Manba in the corner here. Red elbow is going to look back after taking a couple shots out. Manages to spray out too.
That's
he will
huge.
find another. Just like that, man advantage now into the hands of Mujik Beksu yet again. Diggy falling low, throws out a nade. Just a further delay here. 1v2 scenario for him. Cloudburst down. Lear goes out and he's not ready for pay. Come out wide. Hughes comes in. Mujik Beksu, somewhat unsurprisingly, will win. Well, I mean, they win the pistol. They win the follow-up, somewhat unsurprisingly. But Klaus, they need to buckle down right now if they want to win this series 2-0. This is where they have to turn it.
Yeah, and at the ending there, I mean, really good Lear from Pei right over the Cloudburst to make sure that you just can't peek wide and try to clear out any angles. So sets up a very advantageous retake. Bamba holding true and getting 2 out of the 3 that charge him around elbow. Made all the difference here to allow the rest of the team to push through spawn, as that was a lot of commitment towards that side of the site. Now we're going to see just a little attention being paid here. Munghoon did swap now to the Spectre after the Marshal last round. Picked up the Spectre towards the end. And they're just going to stick with that. Bamba does have a Vandal, so upgraded after being taken down last round. So a typical hodgepodge here as we see full rifles on Klaus.
Spraying through for any kind of stray hits they can get, but not going to be able to find anything yet.
Yeah, well, Klaus, you know, they are playing it a bit slower and just trying to get whatever information they can, draw out some more utility so they know where to strike. I mean, at this point, you've seen the Killjoy being quite focused on A site, so you have to presume that that utility will be living on this side of the map. They still want to commit here, though. They feel they've gotten enough information on where they're at. Do they know how close Mujik Beksu is holding around Bats, though?
Okay. There's everything getting pushed out. Oh, he might be locked into a gravity well, but he doesn't give a damn. So we'll find Munghoon now, but we will die. He's finding another. 3 members alive, down 2 as JW gets taken out. Excel, even with 14 HP, manages to capitalize. Gets the kill on the WoW. Still need to get this spike planted. Dire situation here.
Pretty tense as Excel tries. Peeks out just a bit too far out.
Oh, and yeah. Manba's ready. They get the distraction. They get the round win. Now 10-5. And this is looking like Mujik Beksu should be taking us into a game 3.
Yeah, looks like Ascent is the next destination here for these two teams. I mean, the big story here, Pei really stepping things up as he has picked up this Reyna for his team here on Bind. Already 17 kills, just making it work and really using those dismisses to buy enough time and space during these duels. Doing them favors. Now Klaus back on Sheriff, so I mean, for all we know, this is already on the way to a...
Oh dear.
Yeah, I was going to say on the way to a match point, and that just about helps secure that theory.
Yeah, just a little bit. Especially because, well, I thought I was actually going to check it for a second there, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, so Klaus, not much to work with here. I mean, you do have a decent amount of utility, but that's, you're having to use so much just to try to inch forward, obviously knowing that you have a weapon disadvantage. And also, Mujik Beksu being very smart, other than Pei, who's, you know, playing very close and can get out with the dismiss if you win the duel. You know, no one really giving space for them to try to challenge with the Sheriff at a moderate range. is open though. Just the Killjoy utility holding it through. Shock Dart goes out, isn't able to clear any of it. Lands right between the turret and the Nanoswarms.
They still do manage to get in onto the site. Nanoswarm though, Excel. Okay, he's gonna die, but he gives his life for the plant. Now, lockdown. Use Booby pushing into the corner, just most down 4. Oh man.
Holy moly.
An absolute massacre at his hand. The fuse comes in, it's a flawless round. And now just 2 more from Mujik to go ahead and take us to Ascent.
Yeah, really good patience from Bobby. I mean, you hear them coming in, you activate the Nanoswarms, and you're still just holding elbow. You don't get curious, and that puts him at the top of the board here with 18 kills. A huge round for him. Wow.
Just nuts. Roll the replay, please. Who cares? I don't care about this rolling or this fault line. Oh, well.
Yeah, well, JW just going to go with his typical start of round. Oh, that does connect onto Munghoon.
It forces the tailwind.
Yeah, so that's some good utility taken away from that jet. Now, Pay's still here, though.
But, yeah.
Well, that's a lot of execute power taken away.
Unlucky, as they say. Oh, wow! Jumps out away from the paint shells, gets taking in the skull with a judge, recovers the weapon, and basically just puts any hope of closing this out for Klaus. It just puts that 6 feet under.
Yeah, this, 3v5, not much you can do here. You do have the Cosmic Divide, you do have the Hunter's Fury, and at this point, I mean, if you lose this, it's match point, so anything to stay alive is technically worth it, but the numbers disadvantage this early into the round, and you have one spotted on B long. 2 are shuffling through Hookah, but oh, Munghoon's ready for him.
Yeah, round eliminated. Doesn't manage to quite line up the next shot, and the Nebula will come in to disrupt his line of sight. Oh, shots through the smoke. Takes Excel down 2 HP. Anba is just lurking. Spots him. Excel comes up with yet another one. He's been nailing some nice shots, but Munghoon, of course, pulls out the classic. Finishes them off when he's just that damn low. Now, 12 rounds locked in, 1 more to go. I mean, Klaus Denny would need to win 7 straight, but it just doesn't seem plausible at all.
Yeah, just the way they're playing as well on attack, it just seems like they're just waiting. They're just waiting for Mujik to make a mistake, and Mujik has no business doing that right now. Klaus going for a tactical timeout. You know, this has to be one hell of a magical speech from the coach to bring them all the way back here in this map. So we see Odin prepared for WoW.
Yeah, just insult to injury there.
I mean, Mujik just looking to close things out, and presumably with that Odin not going to push out either. I mean, Klaus, I think they're just waiting for an early pick to happen, thanks to some silly aggression coming out from Mujik and Mujik is playing calm. They say we don't need that. We're just going to see WoW just swapping between weapons as we watch these replays. I mean, Pay's been holding that angle so often and hasn't been spotted yet. It finally pays off in this last round.
Yeah, he's just been able to tuck away. No one's prepped for it at all. So nice shots from Excel on the back end here. You know, it seems like he taking and else have just kind of been doing their damnedest to make this work, but unfortunately, just doesn't seem likely.
Okay, well, Klaus, what do you got? I mean, we've seen so much of this magic with the breach and double duel has happened from New Turn that you got to imagine that Klaus has some other plays in their arsenal, and they haven't made it happen just yet. More focus being spent on a short again. Now, Mujik not entirely prepared for this, but at the same time, Bolby can just play it slow. The drone just gonna scout forward just a bit. Hound wants to take advantage of any information off the back of that.
Now swarms to slow him up. Doesn't take too much damage as Degi gets a spot onto Booby.
And Cosmic Divide used just to buy time for the spike plant.
Hunter's Fury is out. Looks like JW dancing around it, but Booby pushes through the Cosmic Divide. Catches him. I mean, just no one providing covering fire.
really good decision from Bobby to peek out right
Oh,
away.
what? Bobby, he'll get the headshot on the Daggy, and now it is just Else. Going up over the top. Does finish him off. Unfortunately, we don't quite get to see his maneuver, but, I mean, Mujik Beksu, damn. Just gaining control in the second half and not dropping a single round there.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row on the second half. I mean, very dominant performance. Doesn't give a single chance to Klaus to try to claw back, and that means we are tied 1-1 yet again tonight as we go for another map 3.
There we are, 13-5 after a 13-6. A very nice reply by Mujik Beksu, and now it all comes down to Ascent to settle it all. Let's see who is going to be staying alive moving forward into the Deciders match, and who is going to be going home.
Yeah, well, I mean, after, again, even in the first match, we saw just teams looking absolutely much more comfortable on the maps they selected. So on Ascent, who is it going to be that just comes a bit more prepared here? I mean, that's the big question. As we look at some of these numbers, I mean, Klaus actually did quite a bit more in terms of headshots, but a lot of that I think excel during his clutch or potential clutch moments. Try to make it happen.
Yeah, but I mean, damn, this was very much the Booby show. It is not nearly as present on Split, but really came to play. I mean, obviously, gaining so many of those skill sets in that one fell swoop, getting 4, 3 in elbow, 1 to the nanostorm. But it was just a much better look. You can tell like, the entirety of this squad looks way more at home on Bind. Split, definitely a map that they're going to need to work on in the future, especially if they do manage to win out this series, because teams will definitely want to take them there to exploit those weaknesses. But it was great to see him step up, Pay as well, having a much better game, shifting back over to the Reyna. But Mujik Beksu, they are still in it. We are not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, on Ascent, again, who just feels a bit more comfortable. Obviously, the compositions will be curious as well, as we've seen some swaps, but it is tied 1-1. One map to decide who gets knocked out.
That it is. Well, Ascent is going to be coming up in just a few minutes, guys, so don't go anywhere. The completion of this series will be sending someone home in just a few minutes.
Part of this circus, is it innate? Feels like a heavy burden, but I can't relate. Do our actions even matter, or is this a fate? At least now I'm feeling better. I know I'm here to stay. Won't you come outside where the sunflowers bloom? Breathe in the air, look up to the moon. I'll meet you outside, away from the crowd. Just you and me together, it will all seem better outside. Just us in the sky.
Still think about that empty field, just you and me, and time to kill. First kiss I didn't know would come. You laughing at my stupid jokes, both of us wishing we were old right then, cause we knew it was love. And everybody says take it slow, but I think it's true when you know you know. Yeah, we could be dancing all night, waking up for the sunrise, late 'cause we're losing track of time. Yeah, we're in young love, 'cause when I'm with you it feels like falling in love for the first time. It'll always be true. Yeah, I know we're in young love. Yeah, I know we're in young love. Slow dancing in the parking lot, up talking until 5 o'clock. When we got class at 8 a.m. When I'm with you, it all makes sense. I finally get what they all meant by falling in love with your best friend. Yeah, I know they probably think I'm crazy, but I don't care. None of it can faze me. Yeah, we could be dancing all night, waking up for the sunrise, late 'cause we're losing track of time. Yeah, we're in young love, 'cause when I'm with you it feels like falling in love for the first time. It'll always be true. Yeah, I know we're in young love. Yeah, I know we're in young love. 'Cause we might be young, doesn't mean that we're wrong. Yeah, I think I finally found the one. Can't see it all, but somehow I know that we'll keep on falling.
I'm going through. Oh, stuns up both of them. Nade now going to be let loose. Another blind.
Here's both.
Going to be top back up now. Oh, Talent changing sides now. Smoke. Very, very difficult. Wow. Moving out. Can't get the spray transfer yet. On Showers. Spikes down. Knox. Wait! He actually manages to find two? Oh, my goodness. He pulls back away. Back.
Pure entry into that middle.
Plan. Leapfrog here from the Oscar. Taking Smoke expires. It's a shot on the Mongoon. Nagy's here for the cleanup. Have to go nuclear here with her to take over here. Jumps up over the top. Else will find front forward again. And HP. Oh!
Boy, the blast back.
That's a shutdown now. River of Hell. Push hits is heartbreaking. Felt like he should have been used. Booby pushing it. JW dancing around him. But yeah, another one. He's been nailing some nice shots. Mongoon going up over the top. Does. Alrighty, we are back. It is time to settle it all right now for Group B. Klaus versus Mujikbeksu. We are tied up 1-1, a final map, a double 3-map series day.
Yeah.
And it is all down to the wire between these squads who are just fighting tooth and nail to survive. Loser goes home. See ya whenever. Winner stays alive and moves into the deciders match. So a hell of a lot to play for right now for both of these teams.
Yes, obviously you want to stay alive as long as possible, especially here in Stage 3. Obviously, the ultimate goal being that you reach the finals and you make it to Berlin, but for these teams, you just have to look one step ahead for now and try to make as much progress as possible. I am the odd one out that voted for Pei on Reina. But I totally respect the Bulby vote.
I thought I was going to be more alone in the Bulby vote, to be honest. But the Korean commentators did come in.
I think Bulby probably did more when it mattered, whereas Pei was just kind of dominant through and through. So I can respect the Bulby MVP. Yeah, probably for me it was just also feeling bad for Pei on his performance in map 1 and being like, oh, you did so much better in map 2.
Yeah, that little improvement curve that comes into it. But yeah, I mean, hard fought by both of those players. So either way you sliced it, it would have been pretty well deserved.
Yes, I mean, I would say those two specifically definitely helped carry the victory quite handily. Everyone else played well as, at the same time, but having that dominant lead off the back of those two players, Bulby, when it mattered to really turn things around, Pei just to get the early lead. And now we go to Ascent. Mujikbeksu will be attacking first, but of course this was the third map, so not particularly selected by any team, just the most favored map between the two teams.
So, like I said, I think we should have just made it Haven, just to say, why the hell not?
Yeah, it's, you know, that would have been great. Just end the loss streak, right? Just make sure that one team gets to have some positivity return their way on Haven, but right now it's going to be on Ascent. I think Ascent in Korea especially is another one of those maps where you can just tell really clearly who knows the map better, especially in timings. It's not that Ascent is necessarily a complicated map, but having that mid control and then being able to rotate one way or the other seems to be a pretty big turning point for a lot of these teams. Interested to see if either of these prioritize that. We've seen some teams just kind of, you know, let go of mid and just play for the site. Not always to great success, but it has happened before here in VCT Korea. Klaus versus Mujik Beksu. Let's check out the agents.
All right, let's see what these guys have ready for us now. Okay. Not too many changes here for the side of Mujik Beksu. Pei still going to be sticking with the Reyna. So yeah, very much stock standard for them. It's going to be Klaus though. Make some minor adjustments with Excel moving over now to the Killjoy. This will be his third agent that he's played throughout the series. Went from Breach, then to Sova. Now on to the Killjoy, and Degi's going to be shifting to the Phoenix.
Yeah, Degi on the Phoenix. I mean, whenever you have a Phoenix, all eyes to see if they can really get those running backs going back to back to back. JW now also on his third agent, now picking up the Sova in place of his teammate. So lots of switches. We see this much more often with some of these newer rosters where they're just particularly comfortable with a certain agent on a certain map. See if that pays off for Klaus. Obviously, Mujik Beksu going with a bit more consistency, keeping the same exact lineup that they had on Bind, which obviously brought them victory.
Yeah, so keeping it the same, looking for that consistency. We'll see if we find it in their play. It was a very good look for them to be able to close it out dominantly. 13-5. Now, guys, the final map, the final series of the evening. One of these teams is going home. Is it Klaus? Is it Mujik Beksu? We don't know yet, but we're about to find out as we jump onto Ascent.
This does mean, of course, Mujik Beksu not playing with a looking at the numbers.
It's always just so brutal when you have these younger squads that haven't really played it that much. You're like, oh.
Oh,
it's
boy.
Truly anybody's series.
It really is. We'll see. It's going to be very momentum based.
Yeah, heavy stack, but it's actually a top mid. No one really playing around orb, but Degi is waiting in case he hears somebody tap this. And yep, he hears it. Gravity Well not going to get the draw in that they're looking for, so the hot hand's not going to find the value. Drone creeping forward, does get the dart down. Now on the else, they're pursuing in, and M100 is just spamming out right clicks, as he often does. Hound finds Wow, but M100 trades it back. Two members now gone over the A site, and Klaus, they need to do something desperate here if they want to try to turn around this pistol round, but Pei, he just shuts down two at Heaven. Cell barely managing to finally trade it back, but they will fall as M100 gets his second, and Mujik Beksu yet again with a pistol round. You can see, I mean, I know that he's keeping his hands warm, but I like to think that Wow is just like twisting his hands around. He's just like, ah, yes, I can smell victory.
I mean, a good start for them for sure, even drawing out the utility, right? We've seen that well in hot hands combo quite often on this map, on both sides actually, right around A, both on defense and offense. But Pei with the just crouch headshots back to back.
I mean, he barely misses the headshot as well onto Excel, so that absolutely could have been 4 for him.
No, a bit slower as they do have the weapon advantage here from Mujik Beksu. Just 3 Spectres, the others are going to save and try to stock up for the next Bulby.
They have to know. They have to know. Okay. They will manage to make that a 1-for-1 on that side of the map, but back over here, will get taken out. Else finding the kill before the Cloudburst can fully come up, but JW is just completely caught out. Pei now broken through all the way into Heaven. And Excel, there's just nothing. He'll go down, and that is a very swift second round victory for Mujikbeksu.
Yeah, I like that Mujikbeksu is also just exploiting the fact that before all the weapons come online, you can really push pretty aggressively, right, through Cat and up through Tree. So that now puts a lot of focus onto Tree. Now you have a bit more freedom to switch up the pace a bit. We'll see if they maybe stick to the same thing just one more time on this bonus round, or will they already switch up the pace? Pei just letting his teammate know that there is someone in that smoke.
Yeah, shares a life with it, you know? So you can get an all charge. Go ahead, you kill the Sova.
He already has that Empress. MONGHOON 2 away from his Blade Storm. Okay, so a bit more slower. Yeah, but see, now you have the stack here on Tree, and probably not going to find much value out of that.
Yeah, so I mean, for now, they're playing nowhere near it. They have a very far forward push up mid. As we'll be sitting there. Opposite side of bench now, slowly gonna start creeping forward into the smoke. A couple shots coming out. Tucks away at bench.
This is, gets one.
Finds one. So does get dinked to the wall there. Falls low, has to pull back.
Yeah, this has to be a push to B, and I'm kind of curious as to why Klaus backed out even further out of B. I mean, they pushed out pretty far on A, got a kill. You should know that everyone's up mid or B site. Now it's being completely broken through from Market.
Yep. Let's go ahead and take a couple spam sprays there through the smoke. They don't get the hit. Still down a member as they look to defend this. Everybody else going to have to start making their way in. And there's this lurk here from Bulby. Nice little curveball from Deggy, though. Very well predicted his position. They read him like a book. They get that kill. That gives them now a 2-man advantage plus weapons. There's only MONGHOON is rocking a Phantom right now. Playing out of A main, Hot Hands come down to zone him back. Walks backward, decides to advance forward into the smoke, but look at the push! WoW finds two, MONGHOON gets Hound. Now it's Elsa Dagan, they both have a sliver of HP, and WoW comes in, cleans a 4 as he just collapsed through the box. And yep, you see the thumbs up he gives to the camera. He just absolutely wrecks Klaus.
What a call. What a call to push out there. You have the numbers disadvantage. As soon as you hear everyone coming through from B main, you make the call to push out and actually pinch a flank on them within the site. Just absolute insanity. Oh my gosh.
We're looking at Panma. I want to look at WoW.
Yeah,
he's the one who gets the killing blows. I mean, granted, a good amount of damage is offered up there from his Sova. Now look at this heavy stack at A.
Yep, you bought enough attention on mid and Tree. Now Diggy's gonna push out. And gets shut down right away.
He just dies. They just push in. Hound only will manage to get one. And they'll just say thank you for the sheriff. They press into the site, the door will get shut, and there's just nothing realistically that JW and Excel can do here.
No, all momentum is on Mujikbeksu's side, both economically, I mean, just in terms of how they're playing right now, the attitude around this map. This is pretty much Mujikbeksu's playground, of course, in this round particularly more.
I mean, look, like, I don't mind the play. It makes sense. You're on this pistol round. You want to try to change the pace. Like, it's not a bad play to go for. The timing is just off, and they just can't execute off the back of it. Like that peek comes in as soon as the hot hands gets thrown or the curveball gets thrown, and they just instantly get mowed down. You need Deggy to be able to get the flash off and then redraw his weapon. And they just said no. MONGHOON just peeks the corner, and they just go for it. They just tear him
and MONGHOON
apart.
doesn't get flash. I mean, especially with the flash changes nowadays, I mean, this is a situation. He still has to tailwind now just in case, but where curveballing the other way might have been a bit more value, right? And you have your teammates kind of cover from further behind. We've seen Phoenixes start to do that a bit more often now with how the flashes work, and you can really punish the enemy.
Even then, it's mostly Exy, and Hound's got 1 HP, by the way.
Wow.
So, I mean, his name is perfect. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're either enthralled or mildly offended by some of the plays that you see this guy do, and WoW is the perfect expression of that.
Bulby always just making sure that no one's pushing out of B main. Hound is still creeping forward quite a bit.
I mean,
with that 1 HP.
At this point, you're literally as glass cannon as you could possibly be. So you just...
He like secretly has a passive that just gives you more firepower when you're lower health.
Yeah.
Imagine an agent comes out of Valorant with that.
Oh, I mean, the lower HP they are, the
Yeah.
more damage they deal. It'll probably happen.
Yeah, someday I think it'll happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Olaf in League of Legends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's got attack speed and more lifesteal the lower health he's got. So, I mean, you can do something basically like that. Pei crept all the way up in the market. We'll find one. One bot does go off. Self gets tagged up just a little bit. Nano swarms. He just charges straight through. Makes it to back of sight, though. Gets the spike planted. And, you know, for as bad as he's feeling right now at 45 HP, can't even imagine how it is for Hound.
Yeah, and then it's
at least he'll probably get to live. So, you know, he should be able to retain this operator.
Yeah, Pei definitely wants to punish, though. He's a bit on the hunt, just going for a short flank. I don't think he's going to go all the way over to B.
Once you check and make sure that there's nobody over here, you can kind of assume that they're going to go for a save.
Oh, Pei is so curious. He is being cautious and slow and methodical, but they just want to make sure if anyone is peeking, they want to try to get that kill. Check spawn. Nothing there yet. JW gonna get spotted. Oh, now Pei's like, all right, it's hunting time.
The scramble. If he just blind spams that wall, there's a chance that they can kill him, and he'll also get Excel. Oh, it's 4 kills. That is just brutal. As Pei is currently 12-2 at over 500 combat score.
He is absolutely dominating right now. I mean, he is leading the charge whenever they're going into these sites. I mean, he's placing the Lears, which is, by the way, they're only, well, I guess they have, it's a combination of Lear and then you've got the Paranoia. So they've got 2 fake flashes that, I guess, they add up to 1 full flash. But they're making, okay, Hound now gets to answer back. And
all right, that's some revenge.
Yeah, he's had enough of that.
I'm not leaving you at 1 HP.
Definitely not.
Finishes the job. Turret is out, crossfire set up there. Booby does quite a bit of damage, choking out JW to 24. Still a decent window here for Klaus to finally break this momentum. Otherwise, we're looking at 6 straight rounds for Magic Beksu. No peek on the orb take.
Just clearing out wine.
Yeah, just making sure that there's nobody occupying that space.
Oh boy.
Very forward push, but else through the head, tailwind back. Does get chunked out. Considerable amount. Drone will lead the corner. Get the dart out. Hound can't clear that fast enough. Now doesn't have line of sight to watch the approach here. Excel's just gonna get spammed. Wall. Monk finds him. Hound is dead.
Oh no.
And Hammond, that's the operator now dropped.
I mean, that was their biggest hope. I mean, the Nanoswarm ended in time as well, but the spam through the edge of that wall right there.
Please, God, let me. Oh, no! Oh, they hear him trying to go for it. I think he will find Pei around the back. He tops himself up. Window's not broken. He'll break that to try to draw some attention over towards Heaven. And he'll just die. All right, 6 straight rounds now for Magic Beksu. This is such a change of pace here.
Yeah, Klaus just doesn't have an answer here on A. I mean, they're doing, you can tell because they're trying these cheeky things. They're pushing out when they're on the eco, and they're holding these close angles because they have the Spectres, but it all seems a bit more haphazard. There's not enough coverage to secure anything, and the site just continues to be... And this is after Hound gets that kill, of course, top of mid.
Yeah. Just... I mean, they're just playing such a great information game right now instead of Magic Beksu. Like, they're just not prepared at all, or Klaus, to really deal with this. I mean, like, the dart's coming out, getting the spot on Excel so they could just get the wall bang onto him. This is being played to a T right now by Magic Beksu. A completely different look for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like this is their map pick, right? Just look how well prepared they are and knowing the timings of when they want to strike.
Oh, he doesn't take any damage. Loses a couple knives.
Yeah.
He does stay alive. That could have been far worse.
No damage done to the other side either, so Magic Beksu happy to know that, they took out a couple of those knives. You're not going to see any crazy right clicks chaining into each other. And Now, 2 people just scouting out on B. The spike already on its way.
All right.
Okay, clears out the little cubby there.
Check lumber now. Drone will go forward. And okay, Excel just gonna get dropped. Payne finds his head, as he has so often been doing. In the meantime, I mean, MONGHOON is just being an absolute pain in the rear. He's keeping JW and Diggy occupied over at A.
Yeah, I mean, at least Diggy needs to already head on over. Already a bit too late, I would say. JW now free to leave the site as well, but you already have the numbers disadvantage, you have the weapons disadvantage. This is looking pretty rough. He's ready for him.
Okay, gets one. Takes a dismiss, still very healthy overall, so doesn't need to use the Devour. Wow, set up here near switch. Come up with 2 kills, and it's a flawless round as Mujik Beksu are just on a 7-round streak. I mean, they are working around the pressure so very much to come back into this after only picking up 6 rounds on split. Close out a very concise bind, and now be up 7 straight rounds to eliminate Klaus and go into you know, the next series. This is such a great look from them. I mean, and that's exactly what either of these teams needs, because they're getting ready to potentially face up against Go Prince.
Yes, I mean, you need to be so well prepared here when you go into the deciders matches. So, I mean, Mujik Beksu, though, these last 2 maps, they look vastly different. I have to say their Ascent looks almost better than their Bind here. Part of it, I think Klaus also just not as prepared here on Ascent, but... Yeah. Mujik Beksu is punishing that very well. I mean, things like using the nanoswarms to just check and clear out lumber on their strike on B that last round. Sure, you see that they see the nanoswarms, but you're getting all the information you need to be able to strike onto the site. It's not so much that they know. You know you have the weapons advantage. If they're not close, you win that fight. So you just push them out of those close ranges. Very, very well done. And that conditioning in the beginning of the half, right? Conditioning them to really pay attention to tree. And now you're constantly bouncing back and forth each round from site to site. See what they can do here. Another start here on A.
Oh, okay, Hound.
Finally getting an answer back.
Yeah, moves up. Does manage to get rid of MONGHOON early. You hear the orb take. Gravity well. Oh, just a little hop, skip, and a jump, and he gets out of there scot-free.
Well, that puts Bomba close. You have the lockdown as well. I mean, this might be a round where you use it to try to overturn that numbers disadvantage as you're down 1 for Mujik Beksu.
And it's such limited utility realistically right now for some of the remaining members on the side of Klaus. They need to come up with some more picks here and try to buy some time.
Yeah, it's all about the gunfights right now for Klaus.
Still, you know, a nanoswarm set up at B main. It's probably just going to be clearing things out. I can talk.
Bolby has consistently been dominating, you know, holding off on B and then dominating mid. They're going to get the smoke down onto B as well, the Leer, just to draw out some information. The Nano Swarm gets triggered early, so now they know they can enter safely.
Dart. Oh, lands on the roof. Not quite what they wanted, but countdown, the lockdown rather, right in the corner. Can be cleared out as the shock bolts go flying. It hasn't been destroyed yet. Bolby is trying to set up for it. Doesn't manage to make it happen. WoW now going to be TPing over to the A site. Just a few seconds left. Goes to the plant. He's kind of out in the open right now. Hound does not go for the peak. TP. Oh! He TPs to heaven. Oh no!
He thought he was way ahead, but Hound had already been lurking nearby A as soon as he heard the teleport.
Wow.
I mean, it was a big risk taken by WoW, right? You were in the open. You had to just pick a spot and teleport out of there. He didn't want to go to any of the obvious spots, but well played from Klaus. As soon as they heard the teleport, they made sure they were split and ready to go.
That's one of those moments where you just kind of outthink yourself. And you say, oh, well, they'll expect me in these places. They'll never expect me to teleport into heaven. I don't think that they expected it at all, but I think that they were very pleasantly surprised.
It's basically those mistakes you make where you're like, well, I'll out-mind game them. I'll run into their gunfire. They'll never suspect it.
I mean, Hound, like, he was not looking up there when he heard the start of that. He was just like, oh, Oh, you're here.
Yeah, it was just a very, very unfortunate for a while that Hound had just been waiting.
I mean, you know, for how good WoW's been playing, I think he's earned himself a little bit of a Bottega moment. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll cut him a little slack. He can redeem himself again, I'm sure, given how he's been playing this map.
Oh, well, L's trying to avoid getting darted. I mean, he popped that Nebula just to try to stay safe. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Thinking in the back of a nice curveball, will push out, finds Pay. They are down 2, doors being shut. He's going to have to try to regress onto the A site through main.
Okay, they have the Hunters here as well, but Bamba not able to leave the site safely as they know that Diggy is in main. You got to have Bobby come back and help you out. Diggy. Here?
Hello?
Person.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. We're making way too much noise. He knew that he was there.
Yeah, I think Bobby just not thinking that through, because clearly the rest of the team was ready for main.
All right, well, Diggy manages to find a third. They drop in. M100 will fall. The defuse comes in, and Klaus will manage to pick up a second round, so that's 2 straight for them.
Yeah, you know, things are starting to fall apart just a little bit for Mujik Beksu.
I mean, this has been so very attackers heavy, you know, attackers sided in Korea. So, you know, if they could win this out from here, that suddenly means, you know, 7-5 record, not too bad.
Oh, not bad at all. And then, you know, on the attacker side, the type of utility they can use, the Astra really, I think, provides so much cover here on Ascent. And then you've got Phoenix, especially if you can capitalize on those orbs. Hasn't been able to do that here on defense. Obviously, the orbs being a bit more favorable for the attackers.
For a very aggro approach here.
Yeah, just trying to buy some time for Wine, but you have to imagine that you got to suspect it now, because until now, Klaus has already waited to go for that combo of the hot hand. So
just around the corner yet again. Drone,
the gravity well this time.
Ooh, but Bamba again just leaping back. Dart will expire. They spam through. They're thinking that he's exited to the other side. Knock Dart gets a little bit of damage in. M100 finds JW creeping around from the back. Lockdown. Now getting channeled here. Diggy tries to push in. He just cannot make it happen. Cell around the back. Spamming. Trying to get a hit. Is he ready? No. M100 comes out of the smoke. 4 kills for him in the round, and Mujik Beksu will finally shift the momentum back into their favor, not letting Klaus get any more than 2 rounds.
Yeah, really good lockdown on that one. I mean, that makes sure that you either have to fight or just you have to hightail it as soon as you hear it if you're already that deep into tree and wine. It forces everyone out of their positions on the side of Klaus. They just have to choose these unfavorable duels, and Mujik Beksu capitalizes on it. Yeah, they lost 2 members, but it was all worth it in the end if you come out on top, and you got the plant credit as well on the spike. So sitting very, very healthy for Mujik Beksu. No complaints there. Klaus starting to dwindle out a little bit. They're already kind of out of sync in their economy as well.
Double stack in mid, Pay. Ooh. Oh, he's right along the side, and he can just go ahead and creep on out of here for free if he wants, but as I say that else, he's moved up here on the boiler, gets a very nice shot.
That was a bit unexpected.
I mean, given the weapons right now, that is not a bad punish at all.
Oh, definitely not.
Take those.
Yeah,
Good Cloudburst interrupt.
Okay. Hound's just waiting. Oh,
okay. It wasn't the knives, it was actually Els from the flank. Looking for a little bit more. Hound comes up with 2, and Excel will find Bobby over at B for that round closeout. So 3 now for Klaus. I mean, still, you know, money in the bank for the side of Mujik Beksu, but definitely a little bit of damage done trying to make this now an 8-4.
Yep. I mean, with that, of course, they can all, they should all be able to full buy with a couple of those weapon recoveries as well. So this should be a full-on fight, head-to-head between the 2 teams. This first skill was funny. It just totally looked like it was the knives in terms of timing.
Oh. Very well done, patiently played. Now we move into the last round of the half, 8-3. Mujik Beksu to close this out very dominantly. Forward pickup for Klaus, not the end of the world, not the greatest either, but definitely what they're after.
Yeah, lots of ults on both sides too. Excel also, and Degi only away from 1. Obviously, Excel maybe picks this one up. No, they're just gonna creep forward.
Oh, this could end up being really costly. Looks like they're just gonna sit, try to have a crossfire set up. Think about droning. Oh, they go for the pick, and Banba lines them both up! Why would you not just grab it and go?
Oh, yeah, you were 1 point away from the lockdown. You had a teammate with you.
They just lost 2 ultimates. They only have a Cosmic Divide now.
This is disastrous in terms of value lost. I mean, you still get a kill on Munghoon, so you cut off that mid control, but the spike is going to get planted.
It's very going to be used shooting from Boathouse over towards Alley now. He narrowly avoids getting tagged. Else is down to 31 HP though.
Oh boy. Bobby standing right outside market.
The dart, he goes for the push.
And
He's
the paranoia!
Oh, the paranoia! Bobby is just gonna profit. Finds these 3 kills, looks to move forward, goes through the smoke, won't find it. Banba will clean it up. 3 kills for him in the round, and it's 9-3 in the half. Wow, with yet another thumbs up to the viewers. As Mujik Beksu look poised to just go ahead and advance into the deciders match.
The push out from the Sylvan Killjoy just hurts. I mean, you could have gained so much value, right? Get the lockdown, and then that way they can't just use their Hunter's Fury so freely.
You counter his Hunter Fury.
Yeah, you counter his Hunter's Fury. I mean, that's a free bait out. I mean, there's just so much value that Klaus could have gotten, and they see that it's clear, and I think they're just like, oh, well, maybe we can get a kill. Maybe we can catch someone from behind, and they get so blindsided by their own greed a bit there. And that is going to allow Mujik Beksu to take a hefty lead in the first half. Klaus not completely out of it yet. Of course, still the second half to be played, but they're going to need this pistol round.
Nebula comes up. Moving forward, double stack here in mid. Drone over the top. Gets the dart out. Tailwind going to be used. Managed to pull back to market safely. Paranoia also used their buy. Wow.
Yeah, just across to make sure they don't chase all the way. So position's going to be reset just a bit. Mid control not fully taken by either team just yet.
Oh, wow, falling low. His pace going to be taken out over at A main. Dead by the orb. And it seems like he was not able to take it for himself.
So the orb just going to sit there. And now a full rotate out to B. Now I think they waited a bit too long here, but Bobby does get taken out.
He does. Managing to find one. Catching him off guard. A little bit of damage in response, and Else will strike him down to the end. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, that's who died.
It's always so tough when he's in the game.
That's one of those names.
Munghoon all on his lonesome.
Wrapping around, I mean, no ambiguity at all about where he's at, but he's got a classic in hand. That's when he's the most deadly. He moves forward. Oh, but Else will get him.
So close.
4 kills for Else. Very
round.
nicely done. Yeah, 3 already just to try to fast track, or 3 away rather, to try to fast track that Cosmic Divide. It's a solid start, but can they win the follow-up? Can they get the anti-eco?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I feel like this is really the round that starts to get so important with how things have changed in the game now and how teams are trying to balance their economy. Because if you lose out here, the momentum seems to swing so heavily in favor of the opponents. I mean, that's why we've seen a lot of teams start to try to experiment with how much they actually want to invest here. 3 Spectre seems to be the way to go, depending on who got the kills. Especially more so if you want an early op, but see if that's the case. This time they're going to push out mid again. Munghoon's going to be...
Oh, the timing. Okay. Thought maybe he was going to have the classic drop just a little bit faster. But wow, who pushes in onto Hound's face? Gets that kill. He can't follow up for JW. Only puts a little bit of damage in onto the enemy Sova. 3v4. No weapons recovered. And Spike now looking like it maybe wrapped back around through Gelato into A main.
Yeah, I just want to make sure they have enough distance as possible. Don't want to have to go through these closer angles near tree, since they do have the weapon advantage. So they're just going to slow creep all the way through A main. Make sure they clear out wine.
Well, call should be coming in now from Pei, and you see the rotation starting to come through. Door gets shut. Pei just taking some shots, and will receive quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, doesn't come out very happy on that one. The remaining 2 members of Mujibeksu now coming through heaven.
It's going to be tough. He does not have any Leers available to try to help, offer up some vision denial to get in onto the site, so they may just end up playing this one patiently, see if anyone exits towards them, but otherwise wait for the spike to explode and enter into oblivion.
We heard a lot of gunfire from Pei, not able to secure a kill yet onto Excel.
On the push, find Degi. One gone, now JW falling. Pei unable to heal back up. Volby, he tries to make his way in, get that extra kill, pad the KD a little bit, get some extra cash. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Klaus will go ahead and win out the anti-eco, but it's not as clean as they would like. Some really good kills in the back end of that attempted retake.
Yeah, I mean, that's as happy as you can be in a situation like that for Mujibeksu. You take away, the Spectres, and they can recover too, but not going to be able to stick with much more. In fact, it looks like they only recovered 1, so we are going to see Else not being able to pick up 1 on his way out just to make sure that he survives in case the spike actually went off before the timer ends. So it's actually still going to be just Sheriff. Else is going to upgrade onto a Phantom. Everyone else still saving for full buys, just a little bit of armor.
Well, Degi gone to start. Good kill from WoW, just playing over. That Boiler cuts across towards B lobby. It's a shot through the wall to get the finish on the enemy Phoenix. So a lot of firepower gone from the side of Klaus now as Pei continues to lurk inside of B main. Excel and JW getting ready to push the corner. He finds one he can take the dismiss. He's well aware of it. He plays it so perfectly, so patiently. Manages to find 2. A Hound with a nice headshot. We'll get rid of Mung-Hun, but that might be as good as it gets here.
Yeah, only 2 members. 1 Sheriff, 1 Phantom.
I mean, a gun recovered would definitely be a big boon, but you can tell he's concerned that is going to be watched. He does manage to inch forward and take it, though.
Just a Spectre, still a worthy upgrade. Okay, Else picks 1 off in mid.
Get another kill. It doesn't take too much damage in response. Spike is being inched forward over towards B. Nice distraction from Else in mid. This could give them a huge opening now.
Oh boy.
Get the movement coming in. Pei is ready on the flank. Gets the kill. Has not spotted Hound. Ooh, spots the gun at just the right moment, but it's too late. Hound gets a great headshot, and now we've got a 1v1. Phantom v Spectre, both members at full HP. 2 cloud bursts and a tailwind up for Hound.
This is totally doable. I mean, with the situation on B site, the range not going to matter too much.
Slow creep around. His gun barrel might just be obscured at that angle. It's hard to say. Oh, no. No, it's not. Never mind. He sees him. Drops down. Shoots through the box. A headshot comes in. And that is going to be the cleanup here. I mean, overall, a well-piloted round. Else especially. Coming up huge with that push through mid. Unfortunately, does get caught off guard. And then Luby is able to get it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, considering some of the damage they had taken in that second round win here in the half, of course, just really, truly treating it as a bonus round, just with 1 upgrade on Else, who had quite a few kills. So at the end of the day, it's not too bad, right? You took away 4 weapons, and you got the plan. It's just unfortunate right at the end. I mean, Hound had such a good chance, but the barrel gets spotted, and Bolby knows exactly where to check on the drop.
Yeah, just a little bit further back, that barrel wouldn't be jutting out, and then you definitely have a very good chance of catching him by surprise. Well, full investment now from Klaus. 1 Vandal and 4 Phantoms.
Just trying to play things slow now that they have that investment. Don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Mung with a Marshall here for Mujibeksu was checking mid.
I mean, smart to Pei. Just pull back. Doesn't want to overextend here. Figures I just destroyed an alarm bot. There's probably that Killjoy lurking somewhere nearby as well. So I'm going to poke my head out, even if I get 1, maybe take it down by another.
That hurts.
Yeah. Obliterated down to 8 HP.
Mujik Beksu is doing very well, just holding them at bay, but still no clear information on commitment. The turret going to give a bit of a signal, so Pei still ready here out of B main. Klaus going to rotate again. They don't like, okay. They get the kill on the cross, but that should signify Pei at the very least to be able to rotate over to A. Run it back.
Back does move forward. He's trying to play this out patiently. He doesn't want to go for the Phoenix first, but decides just to go ahead and break the ult in the end. Will be now set up in heaven, sprays down Excel, but Else is there for the crossfire. Pei enters, drops down. It's instantly greeted by JW with a headshot. And suddenly, it's all on Banba. Oh.
3.
Ball available, shock dart. Looking to bounce that over, 1 HP. Yep, just gonna fall in the end. Klaus will win another round. Just trading back and forth now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, WoW holding off on taking out the Phoenix was really smart, obviously knowing that it was the run it back ultimate, just trying to get an actual secure kill behind it, but everyone else just a bit further where the judge not able to show its true firepower. And Klaus utilizing what they had quite well. I was going to question if that second rotation back to A was good, but if you get the kill on Munghoon, I mean, even if that signifies you're already at a numbers advantage, and then you have to run it back. So I think very, very good decision from them. Just going to be a hot... Oh, he is ready for this push.
Straight into the corner, and as a double push, they will shut down WoW and Bobby. Right around the corner, goes out with a frenzy, does manage to find one and escapes without taking any damage at all. Drone is out. I mean, a good crossfire set up here for Hound, but I mean, he does a significant amount of damage. There does tag up. JW puts Hound at 20. The spike now going to be planted, and it's a 2v4 for the retake.
Yep, just their pistols here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably not looking too good. They can get 1 or 2 more kills on the exit. That'll be well worth it. Hound is low.
Okay, coming around the side. Clears the dart. They were already pretty aware of his position. Has to try. Oh! The turret comboed in with the dart.
That was just directly on the forehead right there. Full blast on the shot. Okay, well, Bamba just gonna wait patiently.
Oh my God, he doesn't get Hound! Oh, I mean, the spike will detonate. Does he make it out? No.
No, okay.
All right, but that's still not being able to get that single shot to finish off the 20 HP Hound. Definitely hurts, but Klaus come back in. You know, it's another 2 round in a row. It's a little string for them.
Yeah, really good call, and knowing that they're on pistols to push out. Now, I gotta say, Munghoon, it might be one of the best at getting a kill on tailwinding out. Like, his timing on tailwind outs, he always escapes with not a scratch on those initial kills. It's very impressive.
Yeah, very solid little trade out for him, but not enough. Now goes for the blades, is gonna be darted. Says, okay, well, screw this play, not gonna go for that.
Saw the turret mid as well, so not going to be peeking out so confidently anytime soon. This does allow Dagi to start to push towards market. Just going to wait, though, knowing that most likely there might be a bit more utility. They've seen this before when the Jet pushes out. Killjoy by her side.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be fully anticipating an alarm bot there to just further give away position. So just waiting patiently.
Just waiting for any type of noise. And they're going to clear out a main here for Klaus. Now, Pei hiding in hell.
Oh. He does get clipped. So it's going to be vulnerable for a little bit longer. Good cosmic divide. Sound. Gets forward. Pei.
Boy.
Hear this.
Oh!
Does he not realize? Oh, the Cloudburst covers? And they actually make it out.
All right. Do they have all their lineups,
if he had
though?
immediately stuck to it, they might have actually
I think
not hurt
so.
it.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Oh, all right, he fakes it. The Hunter's Fury is going to come through. For a target just dodging around that. Excel finds one, Bobby finds another, but Excel will gun down 3! Dagi gets rid of Panba, and JW will put the nail in the coffin. Wow, the last one to fall, and suddenly Klaus They are running it back. They are within 2 rounds of tying this up.
I mean, we said it's been very attacker favored here in Korea coming into stage 3, and we're seeing it right now. I mean, this is quite the turnaround.
Yeah. Huge plays being made. I mean, after such a start.
Yeah, they were down 7-0, and they're able to bring it back to 10-8, or 8-10 rather, for Klaus. This is impressive, and I gotta say, I mean, the usage of a lot of the utility starts to shine so much more on attack. They seem very much in tune with what they want to do. I mean, good Cosmic Divide there. The lineups from the Phoenix have been good.
Moon rather immediately shuts down that run it back. Pound trying to spray through. Eventually does find him. Switch now going to be triggered. Door gets shot. Recon Dart spots so many, but Else is doing on another great lurk. Completely catches Pei off guard. Seems like Beksu, their fundamentals, their corner checking, it's all falling apart. They're not playing this out as cleanly as we were seeing them before.
Not at all. Daggy with the nice hot hands from below.
Wow, we'll get, he gets one, but there's the cleanup, and Klaus now within touching distance.
Holy moly. Wow.
4-round win streak.
I mean, coming into the second half, I did not expect this vast of a change in both teams. Klaus looking so much more clean and crisp. And like you said, Mujik Beksu is starting to lose out on their fundamentals. They're not checking their corners. They're making so much noise. I mean, earlier we saw Bulby, just stomping, trying to into A main while we knew that Diggy was there. The rest of the team was watching A main. There's just quite a bit of a breakdown here for Mujik Beksu, and they are going to have to, reel some things back to really get back in focus.
Okay, Orwell just does that. Or he just does that. Unbelievable.
You hear the drone, and he just says, all right, they're checking mid again. Just go for the spray.
I hear the chat spamming back. Good Lord. Sometimes lucky, Joe, bro.
Sometimes lucky. True that. I mean, that slows things down considerably here.
Unreal.
For Klaus.
I mean, that's all of your entry. Your flash is gone.
Yeah. You just have to try
Drone's
to get a
already
pick.
been burned.
You have to try to get a pick, otherwise you don't really have. Otherwise you're just kind of all-inning when you go for the entry here, and already we have the setups in Wine and A main.
If Hound doesn't win this, he doesn't win this.
Well, Cast Curse is back, followed effect.
What?
Oh, WoW is popping off this round.
What was that? He throws it. Oh my.
Holy cow.
All right, it's over. Goodbye.
That is, it's just so funny because WoW truly, like you said, lives up to his name. There are rounds where he is doing some of the most insane things we've seen, and then other rounds he just flops over hard, and that round, it was the former. He just made everything happen.
Unbelievable.
Starting with this.
I mean, yeah, just perfect spray control. I mean, I don't even care about this. I wanted to see the opening
it was
shot.
The kill, yeah.
It's a great paranoia to catch both people, but that just minor aim adjustment to be able to get the spray, gets that headshot. Oh, it's just beautiful. Pei trying to get out, but he'll offer up a decent little bit of damage. It does not win out on that fight, so now changing things up, shifting it right back. Putting Mujik Beksu on the back foot. I can't talk after that play.
It's been a long
day.
Yeah.
After that play, I'm just at a loss for words still.
Monghoon holding close. With a Phantom, I mean, yeah, again, his tailwinds are just insane.
He takes no damage in getting the kill. Lockdown is going to be used.
Okay, this should provide safe entry in.
They are going for this. Okay, WoW will find Hound, then get traded. Oh, the Hunter's Fury now comes in from Bonbut, gets rid of Daggy. Monghoon will clean up 3, and just like that, Mujik Beksu have completely snatched the momentum away from Klaus. They are now at match point.
That's what they needed. WoW to just shut things down in the last round, and even this one, WoW being able to still hold in tree as soon as they hear the lockdown. They know that it's going to be an aggressive push through main, and Monghoon, I mean, he is showing you why Jet is strong. I mean, this is what everyone talks about in theory, that she can get out for free, and he does it every single time.
The guy's great. It's just been a wonderful showing from him throughout pretty much all of these maps. I mean, God, even on Split where they lost,
Yes.
it was still a great look for him. Well, L's going to be spotted by the dart up atop mid. Answering dart will get pay. Wow on the crossfire in case anybody tries to advance out. I mean, why not give him an operator? He's just been nailing shots.
Oh.
He said, come on, try that again. Oh, he looks away.
He's concerned about peek out of B. Yeah, he waited for the drone again, but not gonna find him this time.
Page is backing up pizza. Ooh, covering fires there from Banba, but he still managed to trade that one out. So 1 for 1 as the crossfire comes through mid.
Okay, Bulby's got some deep utility on the site itself here on B, so he's just gonna check to see if anyone's entering. The Nebula gonna cover that up, so he just has to wait, goes for a bit of spray. Not gonna find any targets though.
Wow would have.
Yeah. You know, you should.
Wow would have killed everybody for that smoke.
Anytime you see an enemy smoke, you're just gonna bring WoW over, place him right inside.
All right, wall turret lets them know that they have advanced and are dropping down into the site. The spike can now be planted. Hound
Still waiting here for Dagi.
Oh, Dagi dead. Lockdown used. Wow, gets excelled through the corner of the wall. Barely saw his shoulder. Now it is all on Else, situated in the back of the site.
Not looking good.
And they're coming around the left side. Burnaby will have it. He will defuse the spike. And 13-9, considerably closer here in the final map. Ujik Beksu will take the series. They will send Klaus packing. And, you know, the jobless and broke guys, they're going to be advancing into the deciders match.
Indeed they will. They will get to keep their, somewhat temporary jobs here with Valorant alive just a bit longer. I know that they've said before, they've made some shout-outs before, trying to look for an organization to sustain their careers here even further out. So great to see them get this victory and have yet another shot here in Stage 3.
Hey, there's clearly a good amount of talent on this roster. I mean, Pei, phenomenal series. Bobby, phenomenal series. Munghoon as well. Wow, I mean, just clip that last round from him, just getting that blind shot through the smoke. It was just wonderful to watch.
Yeah, everyone really showed up at moments in that second half, especially as they were trying to turn things back around and cut that momentum away from Klaus. Oh, Klaus just...
The unfortunate reality.
Yeah, I mean, you get to the main stage and that feels great, but then you realize there's just such more waiting for you, such a long road ahead of you to make anything happen, right? Because while it is impressive, and all props to the teams that made it to the main stage, if you can't make it to the playoffs, unfortunately, it always feels that it was just cut so short on the journey to VCT here. So Klaus, unfortunately, get eliminated, and we won't be seeing them anymore here in Stage 3.
Yeah, I believe that was Hound. Understandable. It's just, it is what it is at the end of the day, unfortunately. I mean, they played their hearts out. Everybody on the side of Klaus as well, having their time in the spotlight. And I think that, for both of these squads moving forward, because there are just, tough matches on the horizon here for Mujik Beksu as well. So they're not, necessarily into the playoffs. They have to get to Golden Prince. But I think for both of these teams, it's definitely one of those moments where you hold your head high and you look to rebound and you keep grinding. Like we said, hopefully we're going to be seeing some tournaments in the downtime for the teams that don't make it to, onward to Berlin or into Champions. They don't have that opportunity to try to compete. Hopefully we'll still be running things alongside the major events, since that's going to be a little bit more spaced out. And I hope to see that, these rosters are still going to be together. These players are still going to be competing.
Yes.
That goes for Lawrence as well.
I know. This was from the earlier match.
There's a clear showing of talent from everybody that played today. Everybody had their moment, and we've seen what they're capable of. And whether it's with a different squad, with an organization, whatever. I know that all of these players have the ability to continue to improve and continue to be impactful here in the Korean scene. So hopefully they decide to keep trucking.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing right now. It's still so early. The scene is still so young.
Yep.
And it's going to feel like a grind, especially if you're kind of starting without an organization behind your backs. But hopefully you get to find either an org or, homes where there is a bit more stability. We're going to have Bulby and Pei as the MVPs here. You know what? I voted for Pei in map 1. He gets his redemption in, or map 2 rather, and in map 3.
I personally had to go in on the WoW hype train, but all the same, still a very wonderful series from Peg. Really great last map, and Chopra, I believe you'll just go ahead and take it away with the interview now.
Thank you very much. And to be honest, you know what? I voted for WoW 2 in map 3. I mean, he really turned things around towards the end of that map, but it is going to be Pei picking it up in map 3. Bulby takes it in map 2. So let's hear from both of these players. From Mujik Beksu. All right, congratulations. This is your first time getting to join me here in the interview zone. Pei, how do you feel? I don't know. Are you? What do you mean you? Well, I just thought they'd be tougher. I thought they'd play better, but it was easier than I thought.
It's a 3-map series.
Well, if they were an easy opponent, isn't it obvious that you should be here? Well, I mean, it wasn't that much, so taken back a little bit of what he said. Bulby, what about you? Well, I think we deserved to be here in the interview zone, and I wanted to come do an MVP interview. Oh, so now that you're here where you wanted to get to, are you happy? I'm just I'm a bit nervous. I'm just excited, and I hope I can return as an MVP interview in the future. Okay, so the first map didn't, go so well for you guys. What was behind that? I think we were all just really nervous, and so we were pretty shaky. Okay, well, Bulby, let's talk about you. I mean, despite that loss, I mean, you were still performing from the start of the day. What do you think about that? I think I just played, as best as I could in all the maps today, so I'm pretty satisfied with that. Okay, well, let's talk about Bind. This was your map pick. You guys lost on Split and on map 1. What kind of discussions did you guys have in between the maps? Hey? There wasn't any specific feedback or that we revolved around. We just said, hey, let's just play our best and do our best. And Bulby, what about you? I think we just told each other hey, let's just play our hearts out, right? This could be our last map, so let's just do what we want to do, show what we can, and be satisfied with our play. Okay, well, after that, on Ascent, not the best record for you guys, but you guys played very well. And Pei, you specifically played the Reyna quite well. How would you rate your own Reyna play? If I was to consider my gunplay, especially, I think I could give myself a 8 out of 10. Oh yeah. Can I hear some of the logic behind that? Well, I think even just right from the get-go, I was able to draw out the enemy utility in round 1, and I was still hitting my shots throughout the map, so I think that's why I would give myself an 8 out of 10. Okay, well, we've also heard that Munghoon, the oldest, and WoW, the youngest, there's actually a 9-year difference between the roster, so are you guys still able to kind of just, gel well together and communicate well together? Well, yeah, I think, Munghoon really takes good care of all of us and tries to understand us. So I think that helps. Do you want to give a shout out to Munghoon? Munghoon, thank you so much, and I hope you'll continue to support us as an older brother, even in the future. All right, so who are you afraid of the most in the next matchup against Go and Go, Bulby? I think Cobra just gets in the way a lot. That's why I'm a little afraid of him. He's obviously very good with his aim, and also I think he has really good decision making at times. Hey, what about you? For me, it's a NOX. What would be the reason? His shock darts are really good.
Aware of the post plan.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be afraid of those. So those are the players that these two are afraid of in the matchup against Go and Go. Well, let's hear what your mindset will be going into the rematch against Go and Go. Well, I know we lost last time, but we will prepare as much as we can and win in the Deciders match. And Pei, what about you? A shout out to your teammates. Let's do our best, he says to the rest of Mooching Beksu. Thank you so much for the MVP interview, and congratulations on their win again.
All right, well, thank you for the translations there, Chobra. I mean, it was 13-8 last time that they played against Go and Go Prince on both of those maps. So, you know, definitely tape that they can watch, go back, maybe shake up the map draft a little bit. Kind of surprised that neither said Halbe, though, as far as who they're worried about, especially Fubi. As a Killjoy player, I would have suspected that Halbe might have, you know, garnered a little bit more
maybe
concern.
It's because Bobby's already dead to Cobra before he can face off against Halbe.
That's very possible. But I mean, speaking to the guy, he's right there, tied in 4th place in a 4-way tie with the likes of Solo, Bunny, etc. King still up on top, I do believe. Didn't quite get to see the whole list, but I mean, what a day it has been.
Wow,
you know, obviously the long pause at the beginning kind of extending things a bit for us, but here we are just past 9:30 p.m. in Korea with 2-3 map series. But that is groups A and B settled. Tomorrow we get to take a look at C and D. Goma versus WGS. That could be a very interesting one, but big marquee matchup down at the bottom.
Yes, DFR
versus Gochugaru. I mean, a squad of, you know, members from multiple teams coming together on Gochugaru versus DFR, namely Hyuni, the guy that we need to watch. I know that you guys have heard us talk about Hyuni even when he's not playing. I'm sure a lot of you watched him, but that is a series you do not want to miss. Neither of these are series that you want to miss at all, because, you know, who knows what's going to happen when it comes down to WGS. Goma absolutely could take that series. They could keep themselves alive and go further in a group than we've seen them go so far. But DFR versus Gochugaru, that is absolutely spicy, and I'm not even trying to make a pun. Because the audience won't get it.
Yeah, the audience, Gochugaru being hot pepper flakes. But DFR, if you haven't been keeping track and you're just like, oh, isn't Korea just like Vision Strikers and New Turn? Like, you want to watch this match. If there was ever a team to watch that wasn't in the higher tiers in Korea, DFR, specifically Hyuni, can he make the miracles happen yet again for them?
Yes. I mean, the guy is just absolutely insane. You know, on a team that is somewhat new, that doesn't have that much experience, to come in and just look so damn impressive, to have the amount of flow, the ebb and flow that he has in his play. It's just wonderful. I mean, people have been kind of touting him as maybe one of the best players in the world, but we'll have to wait and see. Guys, there's going to be some EMEA matches coming up in a bit here on, you know, twitch.tv/Valorant, as well as Valorant Esports 3. Make sure you tune into those later, and I assume that there's going to be NA after that. I don't really know. All I know is that I'll be back tomorrow to bring you guys the games, so I'll see you then. Now right clicks, as he often does. Tight, and Klaus needs to do something desperate here. Sliver of HP.
Worse in this round, particularly more.
So he can do something.
He's going to get spotted. But they're managing that wall right there.
Please, God, let me. It doesn't need to use the Devour. Wow, setup can be cleared out as the shock bolts go flying. There's been destroyed.
Clearly, the rest of the team was ready for main.
All right, well, Daggy manages to find. Oh, he's okay. It wasn't the knives. It was actually Elf from the flank. And now,
and the Baron
out space. So, JW getting ready to push the corner. He finds one. He can. Oh boy. Shoots through the box.
Again,
decides just to go ahead and break the ult in the end. The crossfire.
He is ready for this push.
Good shot.
Nice hot hands from
Peg. Monba gets
bullet effect on this round.
What was that? He throws it. Oh! Pizza. Lockdown. Into the deciders match.
Get ready.
She was blind, always love on her mind. Just come with me. She couldn't quite figure out what fear's all about, so she put it aside all night, all day. And everybody talked about her. Said there must be something wrong with this girl. Oh, she said to